out to Sydney, classes on the bee's knees. I'm a doctor's right and you can never be me. I just had my birthday and I wish that I could be me. You old news, so when I look at you, I'm reminiscing. Fuck your ego, salty like some miso. My pockets on Shaquille O'Neal, your pockets on DeVito. You thought that you were running shit, I turned it to the me show. An ocean full of drip, but used to losses like an emo. I can't stress, I can't never stress. I started caring less and man, I'm feeling the effects. I made myself too proud too many times to feel regrets. Got the shiny rollie, bitch, I'm taking my time to reflect. Like you ain't my commodity, no it ain't too hard to see. I can't wait for you to say some shit that ain't involving me. I've been home and making money, calls right from my balcony. I don't care what anybody say, long as I'm proud of me. Cause I came from my bedroom to the motherfucking stage. Talked to God the other day, I told him look at what you made. It's a championship, I'm getting 7 rings in 7 days. Your career is like an emo kid, it's just a phase, man. And I can't wait for you to just get over it. I've been this shit for long, it's just too late to notice it. Vlogging cameras, man, you do everything but focusing. My mind on January, but you still on that October shit. Flying out to Sydney, classes on the bee's knees. I'm a doctor's right and you can never be me. I just had my birthday and I wish that I could be me. You old news, so when I look at you, I'm reminiscing. Fuck your ego, salty like some miso. My pockets on Shaquille O'Neal, your pockets on DeVito. You thought that you were running shit, I turned it to the me show. An ocean full of drip, but used to losses like an emo. Ay, jealousy, ain't got no time for no jealousy. I'm showing love and I ain't trying to hide it. The start of you don't mean the end of me. I hate when people just barely know me, but they act like they invented me. Everybody only scared to grow. I'm on my age metamorphoses, man, my life cannot bother me. I did this properly, I didn't let my problems break me. That guided me, talking about you gon' do this and that, man, speak with honesty. Your life is like a movie, but the trailer's way too long to see. I don't write lyrics, I be writing scriptures. My mouth is impulsive, when I talk I never think. First I listen to Lil Wayne's music is my English teacher. I show my love to legends, that's why I like my own pictures. I do not fix my flaws, that's a part of me. Got different accents cause I'm always somewhere overseas. I'm just working hard and hope that other people notice it. Cause making goals and not accomplishing them's getting old to me. Flying out to Sydney, classes on the bee's knees. I'm a doctor's right and you can never be me. I just had my birthday and I wish that I could be me. You old news, so when I look at you, I'm reminiscing. Your ego, salty like some miso. My pockets on Shaquille O'Neal, your pockets on DeVito. You thought that you were running shit, I turned it to the me show. An ocean full of drip, but used to losses like an emo.
PUBG Mobile Pro League MYSG musim ketiga adalah pertandingan rasmi untuk PUBG Mobile di Malaysia. Pertandingan ini akan bermula dengan Country League pada 24 hari bulan Mac 2021. Setiap minggu pada hari Rabu hingga Jumaat adalah weekday dan ia merupakan peringkat preliminary. Dalam peringkat ini, hanya 16 dari 20 pasukan yang bertanding akan layak ke Superweekend yang akan berlangsung pada hari Sabtu dan Ahad. Struktur pertandingan weekday ke Superweekend akan berlangsung untuk 3 minggu sehingga 11 hari bulan April. Semasa Country League, setiap pasukan akan diberi peringkat berdasarkan keputusan atau skor mingguan mereka dan akan memperoleh hadiah yang sepadan. Selepas Country League berakhir, setiap pasukan akan menerima $1,000. Hadiah Terminator adalah $200 setiap minggu. Hadiah pasukan prestasi terbaik adalah $400 setiap minggu. Hadiah Liga Terminator adalah $1,000. Setelah bertanding di pusingan preliminary selama 3 minggu, 16 pasukan yang mendapati keputusan atau skor tertinggi akan bertarung dalam Country Finals. Country Finals akan berlangsung selama 3 hari dari 23 hingga 25 April. $50,400 akan dibahagikan menurut peringkat setiap pasukan dalam Country Finals. Anugerah Winner-Winner Chicken Dinner dan MVP Individu juga akan menerima hadiah yang menarik. Hadiah terkumpul PMPL MYSG musim ketiga adalah $150,000. Juara Country League PMPL bersama juara dan naib juara Country Finals PMPL akan ke peringkat seterusnya iaitu PMPL SEA Championship musim ketiga. Juara PMPL SEA Championship musim kedua juga akan mendapat jemputan untuk bertanding dalam PMPL SEA Championship musim ketiga. 3 pasukan dari PMCO Wildcard juga akan dijemput. Kesemua pasukan ini akan bertanding dalam PMPL SEA Championship musim ketiga yang akan berlangsung dari 21 hingga 23 Mei. Juara dan naib juara PMPL SEA Championship musim ketiga akan layak untuk bertanding di dalam PMPL SEA Championship musim keempat yang akan berlangsung pada akhir tahun ini. Setelah mengira jumlah markah dalam PMPL Country League musim ketiga, PMPL Country Finals musim ketiga, PMPL Country League musim keempat dan PMPL Country Finals musim keempat, pasukan yang mempunyai mata tertinggi akan layak ke PUBG Mobile Global Championship atau PMGC.
Yeah. Ready? Strap up. Yeah. Sweet corner, it's ready for what I'm pitching. Nothing but heaters is in the pick. I'm off from a distance like. About to get the drop on. Roll up with the squad on. How you gon' survive when we ride? You can't hide or run. Try to stall, but your time will come. Together better than riding alone. Stuck inside of the zone. But before we head home, I don't like with my scope. And there ain't nowhere to go. Yeah, if I miss, I don't quit. So let's stay in the zone. Yeah. Coming at you like I got nothing to lose. Hey. Clearly I might be missing a couple screws. Call me the handyman cause I'm known for carrying tools. Hey. Ain't a problem that I can't fix, please don't get it confused. Yeah. 6 million ways to try, which will you choose? Many hope to stop our team, but we refuse. Act like you want it, bet y'all get it. Winner, chicken dinner is about to get barbaric. Can't call me, so I embrace pain and walk it on. Yeah. Meanwhile, these cowards are praying, we call it off. Never not at all. In it to win it, we'll keep trying. Yeah. While the zone's closing in and we're watching the sound sliding. No loud sirens coming to save you, you better force it. Artists with the shotty, I paint a picture that's haunted. Pretty lady, this ain't funny, but they nearly struck me too. They must be feeling lucky, spraying anybody that move. I'm gonna hit these come. Yeah, we got the drop on them. Yeah, roll up with the squad on them, and we going hard. You survive the night, we ride, you try to hide and run. Curtain called, all your time is done.
Hi everyone! PUBG Mobile's 3rd anniversary 100 Rhythms version 1 3.0 will be released on March 9th. Since it's our 3rd anniversary, we've prepared lots of fun new items, exciting modes, and amazing content for everyone. Let's take a look at them now. Let's drop the beat. During PUBG Mobile's 3rd anniversary, we'll be hosting an online music party, where you and your friends can join in to celebrate together and have fun. During this time, a DJ stage will appear in Erangel in Sheer Park. Not only can you tune in to enjoy the hottest music, you can also play some exciting rhythm games. So get your friends onto the stage and dance your hearts out together. Preview: the 3rd anniversary online music party will be held in the Game Lobby and Esports Center on March 21st. There'll also be a mysterious guest live appearance, so stay tuned. At the same time, a new mode, 100 Rhythms, will also be made available. In this new mode, Erangel introduces a new music innovation, the Music Armband. With this music technology, players can obtain 3 different music skills to unlock an all-new stylish battle experience. So quickly choose your music armband and become the most stylish and powerful player on the battlefield. More tips can be found from the official community guide. In addition to this exciting mode, version 1.3.0 also comes with 2 new items to help you win battles. An all-new sniper rifle, Moisin Nagant, will be available in Erangel and Vikendi. With 7.62mm ammo, the same firepower as Kar 98K, faster ammo speed and less damage reduction, you'll definitely be able to take out enemies from afar. In Erangel and Miramar, there'll also be a new vehicle, Motor Glider, that can carry 2 players, and the backseat player can even use weapons. We hope that this aerial vehicle, Motor Glider, will allow players to experience a richer variety of getting around in tactical battles, as well as enjoying the beautiful scenery while piloting it. More exciting content will also be made available at the end of March, so please follow PUBG Mobile's official community for the latest updates. Gather your friends for the 3rd anniversary music party and have fun together. Let's drop the beat.
flying out to Sydney. Classes on the bee's knees. I'm a doctor's right and you can never beat me. I just had my birthday and I wish that I could be me.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the PUBG Mobile Pro League MYSG Season 3. And of course, all of this is co-organized by VSPN in collaboration with Tencent Games, Lightspeed Quantum, and PUBG Corporation.
And alongside our official smartphone partner, challenge your boundaries with Xiaomi. Catch all the action happening on our socials at Facebook and YouTube at PUBG Mobile Malaysia. Or catch the live broadcast through our official media partner, WeTV. Always more for the PUBG Mobile Pro League MYSG Season 3. Hello guys, my name is ICBaby12. Joined with me is going to be Contra, and we are going to be your casters for today. It's been quite some time now, Contra. I know you've been back since yesterday. Last week for me, it streams like... time really flies by here as we're already past 1 week.
That's right, and of course, a whole lot happened throughout the past week itself. You know, J8 was the ones that are kings of the Super Weekend, but this week they are still looking to struggle during the weekdays. But hey, it's not only them. There's so many other teams here that are trying to climb their way back in. So we'll see who will be able to actually get themselves in towards the top 16 here by the end of Friday's run. So yesterday, of course, if you guys are not filled in to the picture, Yoodo Gank is currently sitting at #1 due to some really great performances back in Arangel and also Miramar as well. So I wonder if they could actually maintain this position, because Evos VIP, they were actually holding it that first position for the longest of time until the final game happened. So there are even teams like IPWLX that comes really closely in that top 3 position as well.
You know, let's do a little bit of flashback back into his previous weeks here. You know, I did bring this up a lot as well, coming from last week here. Teams will, you know, the passing mark to actually make it to Super Weekend is only 16 teams. There's only 20 teams competing so far. So the benchmark to actually make it in is relatively low. You know, arguably you can say that, hey, you know, teams like such as Team Secret, J8, they could have just played the low ball game here, kind of low key all their way through, which exactly happened for them here. If you think about it, J8 Esports was a team that didn't exactly, you know, pop off. We know them in past history here. They were the most consistent team. They always make it to the qualifiers, top 3 all the way through. But last week's entire weekdays here was just a slow start for them. But they barely made it into the top 16 into Super Weekend. And then out of nowhere, Super Weekend, they just bare their fangs out. They got the top spot. Looking good at them as well. But another team to talk about is going to be Dr. TA on top of that. Kind of had the similar situations. It feels like Team Secret might be taking a little bit of back seat here from yesterday's performance, and then maybe just, you know, stepping it up again later on, just making the top 16, and probably in the Super Weekend, you know, we will see the usual Team Secret back. I don't know.
Yeah, and I do believe that, you know, the entirety of the league is a stamina run. So some teams, of course, reserve a little bit of their full-fledged momentum for later days to come, especially when it comes down to today's performance as well as tomorrow, because Team Secret now needs to actually get as much points possible just to get themselves in towards a really safe place. Of course, they've been testing waters with their roster as well. Not only them, as we have seen teams actually do so. And to me, the biggest surprise for day #1 just yesterday was that Todak, you know, 5 games have passed and they only got 5 points out there. Can Todak actually make a comeback? Because we saw Todak in week 1, they actually looked so great, but week #2 here, they're starting on the wrong foot.
I'm really surprised for this as well, because I am kind of a fan of Todak as well after seeing them play in the weekdays from last week here. Last week was just phenomenal for them here. They've been very consistent here. Could not exactly secure themselves a chicken, but overall in general, they have been one of the most consistent teams. Top 5 all the way through, high kill volumes most of the time, one of the biggest threat in the entirety of the game. But when it came to the Super Weekend, everything kind of went south for them, and that was not what I'm used to seeing coming from a team who's so aggressive all the way through. Something must have happened. I'm looking forward to see how the interviews come whenever we get a chance to actually interview them here. It will be a great opportunity for you to actually ask them what was going on behind the scenes between them.
Yeah, and I definitely want to see what will go down in the first 3 games. And of course, that definitely will be able to set the entirety of the tempo. But even yesterday, like I mentioned early on, Evos VIP, they started on a really good track record as they actually get some very good games inside of Arangel. But after they take a break, that's where, you know, SMG, out of nowhere, they even got a big chicken dinner for themselves at the very end of the day. And hey, Team SMG, they're back on top. So it's still far from over. Of course, we still have, you know, a total of 10 games to cover up before hitting in towards the Super Weekend here. And of course, we will be getting ourselves ready for our very first game. So I believe in the first groupings that they will be playing, they should be A, B, C, as well as D, where Group E, they'll usually be taking a break. So with that, I really want to see how this sort of synergy will go. But of course, if you guys need a whole lot more information to cover up, here we go. We're going to be showing you some of all these stats as well as all the info necessary as well in a moment's time.
Yeah, we're going to be talking about the formats here on how actually all the maps is going to be going down as well, and all the points is going to be calculated all the way through as well. So before we get a little bit more details here, for these guys just tuning in here, be sure to share and like all the social medias here if you want to stand a chance to potentially, you know, call you out here. You know, maybe drop a little bit of comments here. You know, we can read out a little bit here, maybe even give you guys a shout out. But aside from that here, of course, we're talking about the games. I like that you brought up about Evos VIP. They are one of the most consistent teams thus far. We saw a lot of brilliance coming in from Sam Z. But now, my question here now is, Putra was the Terminator for last week, you know? He was one of the top fraggers coming in.
I believe it was Bravo.
Oh, sorry, it was Bravo, sorry, my bad.
Yeah.
Putra was kind of in the top 4, if I'm not mistaken.
He's definitely there.
But Putra is a team that I want to talk about because, you know, of his relationship with SMG. Previously, SMG was one of the top contenders in towards Season 1. You know, they were one of the strongest contenders, went to Grand Final, fell a little bit short, got last place. And I asked him here, I actually asked Trixinity, what happened? He said, no luck, apparently. And I don't think so. It might be, you know, a little bit of morale, it might be something here. But I'm really glad that finally SMG, you know, they picked up some teams. They are finally showing that, hey, we're back. We are a team with one of the most experienced here in the history of PUBG Mobile here in Malaysia. That's alongside with J8, alongside with, I wouldn't say Team Secret. No. Team Secret, yes, arguably,
I definitely say
have
that,
a lot of experience.
Team Secret is definitely there on the list.
Yeah,
because they're here since, you know, the earliest of the seasons. And
to a certain degree, I definitely.
We're gonna talk a lot about
it's
this.
hard. It's hard to say. Yeah. It's like some players.
I'm not
like,
trying to
you know,
stand like Team Secret or so, but of course, you just look at the results that they bring in every single season.
Exactly.
They've been going into the World League, the Global Championships, and you just gotta respect that. And
exactly.
When we talk about Putra, the beauty about this player is that he, on every single team that he joins, actually goes to the SEA Finals. You think about this, okay?
When he was with
Arov, that was his debut, and he came into Evos. Okay, maybe that's the only exception, okay?
Oh,
so,
whoa.
But then again, of course, not going to be blaming them for that. That time, I believe that he was just standing in as well because Heiko as well as Razor, both of them were having a lot of commitments to school and their courses, so that's where Putra actually stepped up, and you still see a really good performance, but when he shines the most, it was actually Team SMG, and that's definitely a really good note to bring about. Now, you know, all of these Terminators are in Yoodo Gank. Yep,
oh yeah,
it definitely sounds really scary. But
that is really worrisome here if you bring that to the point as well. If you think about it here, it always been you know, Yoodo Gang's players always, you know, kind of sneaking their way into Team Secret to a certain degree, right? Like most of their star players actually kind of go into Team Secret here. I'm not sure what's going on behind their scenes here, but before we get into a little more details here, let's take a look at the formats here, which we are going to be showing up on the screen here to talk a little bit more the schedule here. Ladies and gentlemen, here last week has been a blast here. We saw a lot of performance coming the weekdays as well as the weekends, but this week we are going to be starting off in the 25th of March, of course. Wait, I'm sorry, it's not 25th now. It's
going
1st
back in
April.
time.
April Fools! I caught you. You got pranked, guys. Anyways, today is going to be the second day here on the second week here, 1st April. We are going to be playing the weekdays here, and the total score of the top 16 teams from the weekdays is going to be making it towards the Super Weekends. Is going to be happening on Saturday, which is going to be 3rd, 4th, and yeah, 3rd and 4th.
Yep, that's right. So far, you haven't really fooled me. I know what date it is.
April
so, of course, we do have the country finals from the 23rd, 24th, as well as the 25th. So, this is going to be the point system that you guys may be familiar with. If you're not, of course, the winner chicken dinner will reward the team with 15 points. As the rank goes down the ladder, you can see on the second spot, it goes down to 12, 10, and it deducts by 2 until the 8th to 12th place. They only walk away with 1 point, while 13 to 16, they walk away with nothing. So kill points definitely matter for every one of these teams here to be able to push all the way forward. Now, I got a good story here because yesterday in Miramar, Anti-Circle, I think they got about, what, 9 kills, 12 kills, and they bow out. 12 kills, and they only got 1 ranking point from yesterday. So that definitely is something very, very unusual when it comes down to score, because Anti-Circle, by the end of that game, they were still in top 3.
Well, they definitely live up to their names, right? If you think about it here, Anti-Circle, April Fools, Potato, Potato, Tomato, Tomato. In that regards here, it's no surprise, right? If you're Anti-Circle, who cares about placements? We just run away from Circle. We get kills. It's fine. Who needs
Yeah, they were
rank points?
literally playing in a blue zone.
And,
Yeah.
it's a setup for today.
Exactly, and of course, let's continue on with the promotional rules. So, on the weekdays, this is where the 20 teams will fight for the top 16 spot, and the points will be reset heading in towards the Super Weekend. So everybody starts back from 0, and they will be playing throughout Saturday as well as Sunday for 3 weekends straight. So if they snooze, they lose. So whoever qualifies with the most points overall in the Super Weekend in the top 16, they will represent MYSG for the country finals.
Yeah, that's going to be the eyes and prize for all these teams here, and especially when it comes to this second weekend here, it's going to be extremely crucial for some of the bottom teams to actually kick out potentially one of the top dogs out of this Super Weekend here if they want to actually stand a chance to make it into at least top 16 into the country final. So in this case here, a lot of teams, they have to worry here, can they maintain those slots? Well, but however, those in the top here, I don't think they need to worry too much about the regards. However, there's going to be the prize pool distribution for the entire league this far. First place is going to get $5,000, second place $4,000, third place getting $3,000 here. And we're also giving the Terminator for every single week. The top Terminator here is going to walk away with $200. And last week it was Bravo coming in from Yoodo Gank taking that spot. Best performance teams is going to be $400 a week as well, every single week. And the overall Terminator of the entire league will get another additional of $1,000.
That's right. Of course, the total prize pool for that 3 weeks is $71,700. Now, of course, with the total performance prize pool for the league, it will amount to $2,000, as each one of them will be given an allowance of $8,000. And so for this weekend, we have the Ladies Battle Tournament that's worth $2,000 US. So of course, we want to see new talents coming on board. For the country final prize, it will be amounting to a $56,200, and that will sum everything up to a whopping $150,000. Let's have a look into the participating teams inside of Group A. We got Geek Fam, we got Todak, Damansara FV, JPNC. In Group B, we got Team SMG, IPWLX, Team Bosskurr, Dingoz MPX, and Group C, we got Team Secret, Evos VIP, TRX Esports, as well as R2k.
Yep, and of course, Group D here, we have Yoodo Gank, Dr. TA, Homebois, and also NED Esports. Group E here, we have Wales Esports, Resurgence, RSGMY, Anti-Circle, and also TRX. And of course, seeing this group here, it feels like we kind of talked through it a little bit here. Group C is pretty much the death trap here, when everyone is talking about, hey, Team Secret is still the strongest teams, but however, it isn't the case here coming from yesterday's performance, because right now they're in 18th place. So a team of that caliber completely kicked down the first day here. I'm worried for them here. And I think among us, the casters discussion in our group chat as well, their manager did kind of give a little bit insights here. It might be hard. Even one of the world's best team, Nova Esports, is kind of not qualified in the Super Weekend before. Anything kind of, is possible in this scenario.
That's right, and of course, we got great stories. I'm going to, of course, add on to that, but for today, we start off with Sanhok first, as we head to Miramar. Today is a double Sanhok, double Miramar day, as we will end the day with Arangel on match number 5. So I definitely like the different sort of pace that we are getting for today. You got some fast-paced game, and then you have a little bit of long haul in between, so that definitely balances things out. Now, glad that you actually bring up about other leagues, right? So in PMPL Thailand, like MITH, they didn't qualify back in week number 1. Now,
Really?
hear me out. They didn't qualify, and everyone was like, "Oh my goodness, what's going on?"
Wait, this is
And
not a prank, right?
Yesterday,
This is not April
it's
Fool
not a
Wait,
prank.
you're talking about MITH.
yes,
No
MITH.
way. No way.
Like we've met these boys before back in
know.
other leagues. So on week number 2, they make no mistakes. They got 3 chicken dinners yesterday.
Wow.
100 over points within that one day.
You know, I know they're one, like, I've seen them play, you know, I've met them personally. They are one of the strongest teams out there in Southeast Asia. They completely destroyed one of the top teams in the world during their run in PMCO. But for them to not qualify the first week here, okay.
Yeah.
I'm
It's
a little bit
odd,
worried
right?
for them. I'm a little bit worried for them now. Right?
But hey,
You know?
now rest assured, like, even if they flop 1 or 2 games, I think top 16 definitely will be secure for MITH this time.
Enough of
So-
Thailand. No, let's get back to
Coming back
Malaysia
to Malaysia, all right?
Speaking
First-
of the teams that did not make it here, you talked about Dingoz. Thoughts on that?
Well, Dingoz did make it to the weekend. It's just that
Yeah.
they didn't really get much points over the weekend. But still, you know, they
Sorry,
do
wasn't
reasonably
Dingoz.
well.
NED Brotherhood, my bad.
Brotherhood, yeah, I guess NED here, they have new players coming in. They are still looking to actually solidify themselves. I think they don't exactly have the clearest of game plan just about yet. But who's to know, right? Maybe game 1 of today might actually trip in well, or between some of the games for today as well as tomorrow, we might see something extra coming out of the side of NED Esports. So with that, there's still many of all the other teams that we need to cover upon, like we've seen Anti-Circles, Resurgent Rise here with some crazy amount of kills, and not forgetting Team Wills. Yesterday, they did phenomenal well. So there's this real good game where we ended up with 4 different teams having 1 player each inside of Miramar. And it was literally like whoever pulls the trigger first actually gets eliminated. And for some reason, you know, like Wills, yeah, they initially have a lot of members with them, like 4 versus 2 versus 3, like good odds, right? And suddenly they were brought down to 1, but thank goodness Insomnus, he clutched it at the very final moment where so many guns were pointed at him, but yet again, he has been managing really well and brought Team Wills their very first chicken dinner. And speaking of first chicken dinners, yesterday, TRX Esports, they also got 1 for themselves.
Yeah, and speaking of all these teams here, there is a team we kind of completely left out here, which is IPWLX. You know, last week here, they were, in my heart, personally one of the strongest rats in the tournament. When I mean that in a good way, because when it comes to strategy here, there are teams that go aggressive, there are teams that just control the facing of the rotations, cutting creeps, gatekeepers, etc. Rats are teams that just low-key their way into the final circle and take placements.
I definitely have 1 player in particular that I want to highlight from IPWLX when you mentioned about, you know, snaking into all these tight corners and getting themselves into, you know, top 3, top 4, you name it. Camper.
You know,
his name is literally Camper. Like,
I agree.
he knows what he does.
I agree. You know, it seems like you have kind of described an episode of one of the most famous videos out there, but at the same time, I'm not going to get a little bit more in detail here. Even though it's April Fools, I don't really want to fool myself into out of a job.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Let's not get there, all right? So I believe that we're going to be getting ourselves ready for game number 1. So Sanok, yesterday we see some really good pacing coming out of teams, and
Oh,
bless me.
Bless you.
All right. So sorry for that. Now, back to what I was saying, right? So Sanok, it was TRX Esports that actually got the very first chicken dinner inside of that match. I mean, not the first chicken dinner of the day, but the only Sanok match that was inside the area where it all shrank into Camp Alpha. So I think we've seen quite a number of those sort of circles already, and I wonder if it's going to be any different at all for today.
You know, that's the thing, right? PUBG Mobile has come to a stage where the circles are kind of predictable, especially when it comes to the first 3 circles, right? The first 3 circles, when it comes to rotations, when it comes to tactic situations, wherever the circle is going to be landing here, it might be, let's say in Sandhawk here, it might be Alpha Island, it might be Bravo Island, it might be Charlie here. The first 2 circles here is going to be extremely important in the sense where how do you get into the next island safely and crossing without getting targeted or gatekept by the rest of teams who are pretty much docking that in situations here. especially when it comes to Alpha Island here. You know, it's going to be interesting to see how teams from that island actually tackle that here. Because why? We don't exactly know how the circle is going to be happening here. We're just giving you guys speculation. Why don't you guys jump into game here and find out what is going to be happening right now? Because why? Game number 1 is going to be starting right now.
That's right, and here we go. We do have some great stats coming out here with our top 5 killers inside Sanhok. On the number 1 spot, it's going to be Evos VIP, Examzi with 16 kills, Trixie with 14, 13 for Psycho, Luxy, as well as Heiko coming in with 13. Wow. This is a very strong side of Evos VIP that we're looking at, and we've already have a very well-balanced circle for everybody out there, with even teams now getting all their favorite CDs. But over here, we do see he's pretty much all alone, and I guess he's getting tracked by some of the members of Homebois, and if they stay even longer, even teams such as Dr. TA might join in.
No, I really like what SMG is doing right now here. They've opted to instead play the quarry segment here where Bosskurr is kind of playing as well here. They've kind of made themselves a little bit of split off potential to kind of split up their loots here instead of taking for main CD. And just because like of this play, yes, you are going to be giving up a lot in terms of loots and utility here. But when it comes to rotations, these are things that actually helps them to a certain degree when it comes to sneaking or ratting their way into the next island for themselves. But now seeing how centralized it is here, it is still going to be 3 islands all the way through. They have to make a decision. Where do they want to set up a couple of roadblocks later on for the second phase of circle? And this is their playstyles and drop spots are very similar to RSG as well.
Well, I don't think that it's the same, but I don't always actually agree with this sort of drop pattern, because to regroup, if you were to be caught out, if any members get knocked, it's over. Like
I definitely agree.
There's no rescue at all.
I definitely agree here, but that's the thing, right? That's the beauty about League, right?
Yeah.
You kind of understand every team's playstyle. These are things that you can get away only if you're playing in a high tier game with the same amount of teams over and over again. Are you going to be able to punish those habits?
Yeah, I definitely think that it is a very confident move, and what's the benefit of doing so is that you actually get a lot more information of maybe some movements coming from across the corners. So this is kind of like a straight alley that they're trying to actually get, but then again, I don't know if it shifts any further in towards the south. SMG is going to be having so much problems. Now, enough about SMG. We're going to be looking at the other teams as well. Now, we do hear some shots coming out from the side of Dr. TA, but the nearest player around them will be Sandcorn of Homebois. Meanwhile, I think that IPWLX, they're in a really hot zone eventually, because surrounding them is Evos VIP, Dingoz inside of Paradise, as well as eventually Team Secret from Kampong.
Yeah, not much happening in the games thus far here. Every team's just playing really slow here, and we've talked about this in last week, right? The first day here, teams are gonna get a little bit shaky here, especially when every single game we are gonna be swapping out between the groups as well here. So adapting to the habits and playstyles of other teams is gonna be extremely hard. But now coming in second week here, you can see a maturity of all these teams starting to adapt and understand that, hey, these teams will do this. Now, once they refine it here as well, movements like rotations will be a little bit easier for them, and we won't see a lot of straggle kills coming in all that too much here. Or in this case here, a couple of late rotators will actually get punished in these regards.
That's right, and I guess that for now, you know, phase 1 Sandhawk usually shrinks very slowly. So Dingoz, they have already moved out from the territories of Paradise Resort, heading in towards the hills here. Maybe they might just be able to actually get a little bit of view of maybe members such as NED Esports, who usually goes into the boot camp. But for now, as the time being seems, Yoodo Gank, they are trying to control the bridge section just across the boot camp. So most of them are just across.
I like what Manparang is doing here. Just because of the compound here is extremely strong when it comes to pushing any teams who tries to rotate to either circles. But when it comes to first phase circle, it's extremely hard on him just because there's just not enough teams and information to work with, especially when it comes to the high ground push where the people up on the mountain will have a little bit more advantage. But if the circle actually forces them towards him, he's in the prime position to just get a couple of freebies and stop them in the track. But as of now here, getting getting information is going to be key for all these teams, and everyone is kind of low-key as of now. Not a lot of gunshots here, and I believe the only gunshots early on was pretty much shot by Dr. TA to kind of scare Homebois away, and that's pretty much it thus far in this entirety of the game. Everyone just saving up ammunitions, saving up their economy here, trying to bring it towards the later stage of the game.
That's right, and I definitely think that there is no point to actually go in for some early contests, and usually it would not do any good for either parties at all. Maybe if it's a 4-0 trade, yeah, good on you, right? But many of the teams now, they are trying to focus on securing a vantage point to actually hold out from. That's where you see Bosskurr as well as NED Brotherhood. They have the same ideas, but overall towards Quarry, things are getting a little bit more crowded up. I think the fight will actually happen in a moment's time. And other than that, Yoodo Gank gets surrounded by Geek Fam, Bosskurr as well as Homebois. They might just be holding their ground for now, but the question is for how long?
Oh, Yoodo Gank is in a very, very, really nice spot here to actually gatekeep every single team coming from the south side. But at the same time, those compounds there, it's extremely important to understand that communication is key if you want to hold them down, because there is very limited vision when it comes to looking around the compound here, especially if you're looking from inside the houses, just because you don't exactly have a clearer picture. You have a lot of tight angles which can kind of protect you in flanking, getting a couple easy kills. But if any team trying to rotate past you, and it's extremely easy for them, especially if you're keeping your attention away. However, now Team Secret here, they might go a little bit running here with R2k, Echo pretty much proning his way through. Doesn't exactly make a lot of sound here. He does hear Fredo here, but at the same time, Fredo's gonna be checking it with a couple of nades here, lobbing it over. Oh, doesn't seem to connect there, but they are gonna make a quick rush for him, and he's gonna get taken down here. And likewise from iShots, Bethar is gonna go in for the assist. They are gonna go for a 2v2 situation, but they've lost 3. Team Secret is gonna be in some trouble. Jumper 1v1 here. Are they gonna survive? No! R2k, they 2v4. This completely destroy Team Secret. Oh my goodness. That should not have happened to Team Secret. My goodness.
I cannot believe it. Like, Ziggs, he did all of that by himself.
Oh my god. That was crazy.
3 kills. 3 total kills. And Echo survives. Like, this is what I was talking about, you know? If you walk away with that 4-0, yeah, good on you. But Team Secret, this is another blunder out there, and it happened all too early. I hope it doesn't really hurt their momentum, because we see it was a 1-by-1 push. Maybe if they actually send 3 members all together and, from different angles, that is, instead of that one same door, maybe there's a little bit of a better chance.
Yeah, you have to give credit to him here as well. Taking advantage of the Uzi here, especially when it comes to tight corners, is just detrimental here. Like, despite whatever gun you're in, the Uzi just completely destroys a 1v1 fight. And to be able to capitalize in the kind of situation here, you have to give props to them here. But I definitely agree here. Team Secret definitely dropped the ball in that situation.
Oh, man. This is something that I'm really not used to, like...
Yeah, I did not expect that at all. Like, that should not have happened here. But props to R2k, because that's a really nice kill here from Ziggs.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I just really want to talk about the players themselves, where, of course, they got superstar names. Jumper, Fredo, the newer additions. So far, Fredo's been doing really good. Honestly, I haven't seen too much of Jumper, and I really feel like he needs a little bit of push here to really get back to that sort of game-winning form as we all know him back inside of Yoodo Gank. Well, Yoodo Gank, they're honestly not suffering all too much the past weekend or even now on the weekdays itself. It's definitely a little bit slow pace at the moment for Phase 1. But Phase 2 probably will see a little bit more collision.
Dude, I did not expect that at all coming from R2k. Like, instead of having a 4-man defense here, they actually had 2 and completely get 4 points in the bag here. That's gonna pretty much shock everyone in that regards, because logically and statistically and also mathematically, that should not have happened. That should not ever be possible for a 2-man to completely destroy a full 4-man team in a head-on fight without any flanks. That's still crazy.
I still remember there were a lot of all these golden moments out there. Remember back in, PMCO.
Oh, 1v4s, right? Yeah.
The 1v4 coming out of the player from Boom taking on RRQ.
Oh, wow.
Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember
Wait,
that.
I think it was either Ryu versus RRQ, or was it Boom?
Okay.
I believe it was Boom.
The
that
ones
acted.
I remember are the guys from SMG, one, and another one from Stalker from back then. He had a lot of 1v4 moments here.
Yeah.
Against RRQ, that was something I believe it was a really rare opportunity. But
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about. I just can't remember the player as well.
All right, we'll get to that. Of course, whoever is watching from Indonesia, of course, we don't mean to offend anybody, but yeah, it's been what, 2 years?
Almost 2 years now.
Kind of 2 years.
Legend is a
Yeah.
legendary moment, but I'm
Yeah.
sorry to say we just don't remember the name.
Yeah, we got to pull it up from the dictionary somewhere. Now we're gonna be looking at Todak crossing over the bridge now. Jinboy's already scouted out all the way up front, so this is gonna be coast being cleared up. And yesterday, Todak definitely had a really interesting scenario where, you know, there are places where wherever they go, they just get clipped out. And Chaco Jr., as much as I was highlighting him last week, I think he gets caught up quite a lot yesterday.
You know, this is not the Toda I'm so used to watching as well, just because of how usually they're extremely aggressive, they are very confident in their kind of plays here, but now for them to take baby steps and checking every single corner before they rotate here, they're finally taking the cautious route, but it feels a little bit too safe in my opinion here, knowing that based on what they're dropping here from Alpha, the circle for them, and seeing how maybe just because we have a little bit more of a bird's eye view / map hack / a lot of vision
No
for these
hacking,
teams
no,
here.
no hacking,
Yeah,
no hacking.
from our perspective, and you guys watching as well, you know, obviously we would say, why would you go there? But from their perspective, playing it safe here, it seems like they are a little bit afraid from, or in this case, traumatized from their blunders from previous games here.
Yeah.
But that's the beauty of a pro league, right? You learn from your mistakes, but can you overcome your fears? That's going to be the key winning factor here if you want to be the best of the best.
That's right, and I think that the players here is showing less of a fear in this season, and that's where you see, you know, it gets so unpredictable. Like week number 1, there's so many multiple different winners, and the teams that you hope to see all the way up top is not performing. Some of them are performing. So I just feel like teams nowadays, they're just a lot more hungrier, especially when you look at Dr. TA right now. It's so interesting to talk about this team because they came in as a team from scrims, and a lot of people were wondering, what in the world is Taoge IM? You know, like of all names, Taoge IM, they don't sound like a serious team. But when you see them play, you know that they mean serious business. So they have showed up, and there's just so much more that we can expect from them now. Agigi's going to be able to get a beautiful knock on towards Sane all the way up top of that hill. That's some really great coverage coming from inside of Agigi, and the rest of Homebois trying to push through as they look for QB as well as Damroot up the hill.
Yep, at the same time as well, you can see Geek Fam, they are going to be taking a little bit of a high ground advantage here. They got clipped out a little bit here, but it feels like they're a little bit exposed here. Arguably, the mountain terrains are great, but on the outskirts of Pioneer, there's just so many angles where they can actually get shot from here. So they are going to be regrouping to another shack later on here for a little bit of safety measure, as they only have about a couple of teams of information they can work around with here. Utility-wise, they're pretty good, but at the same time, it feels like they want to solidify their spots a little bit better here before they take the next team fights. But at the same time, we do see a glimpse of the next phase of Circle. It's going to be closing in towards Pioneer a little bit more. So we are going to be seeing teams going to be prioritizing a little bit more of a composition or secure in this regards. In this case, Damansara Flash Vision here is going to be playing a little bit on the corner edges of the circle. Very smart approach, whereas a lot of teams have kind of shifted their tackle and approach into taking centralized phase of the zone. So for them to be playing the sides this time here, it does help them a little bit to try sneak their way in, but hopefully things will be a little bit better here. However, Toda is going to be getting a couple shots in. They will catch up a couple of members coming from Dr. TA. However, they are a little bit split off as of now.
And Janik, alongside with the rest of Dr. TA, they're currently tanking a little bit of damage coming in from the blue. So this is not really a good sign for either side of the party. As you can see, Kata Jutsu, he's just taking his sweet time, holding in towards those angles, because if they were to move forward anywhere at all, easily they will be able to get caught by the rest of Todak. And for now, at the very least, Kachang Susu has, what, 10 first aid kits?
That's a lot.
Yanik's going to be retreating, so yeah, he can definitely play healing as much as he wants, but shots are being fired over on the side of Tricky, and Kid he knows that they are still right there, so they will be keeping pressure.
Yeah, as of now here, Dr. TA, they will have the advantage here. Kajang Suzu will catch off Kid in this regards here. That's going to be a small win for them. And guess what? Dr. TA, they will live up to their name here. They are the kind of like the medics of this situation. They can outlast their opponents. But as of now, they understand that, hey, the circle's a bit far. We need to kind of sneak their way through and potentially get a couple kills in. Because as of now, they're split off. And it's a smart call here. Great catch coming from Kajang Suzu. But the rest of the teams here, they understand that they have to get him safely in towards the zone. He's got 10 first aids. They need to take advantage of this, and they don't exactly have a lot of utilities out of him, but the mats is going to help out if you want to get some placements in this regards.
Yeah, that's right. Now, going back towards the blue just to take that buggy, as you can already see that, you know, Kid, he was holding the angles at first, and then he kind of let go at the very end of the moment, but it was a really good flick coming out of the side of Kajang Suzu, especially coming from the low grounds to be able to spot Kid on such a tight angle. Now, this battle might just erupt coming from the side of Evos VIP squad against Ikhlas R2k. Now, Ziggs already soaking in some damage, and I think R2k now feeling a little bit better, especially taking down members of Team Secret with only, you know what, 2 members like we mentioned early on. But Samzy, you know this guy has been performing game in, game out, and we saw the stats when we first started the show, right? 3 of the members of Evos VIP is currently the top players that gets quite an amount of kills. And, well, of course, we do have an update this time around. It shows you, okay, since you're talking about Samzy, right? We're going to show you Ziggs as well as Echo, because guess what? They got a whole lot more added up.
Yep, as of now here, we're going to see a lot of teams getting completely shut off here. However, we do see a little bit of a trade-off here as members coming from Todak are actually getting punished from Homebois, who's kind of docked their way in towards Painan. And Homebois, they've gotten themselves 4 kills here. A little bit of a slow approach here, but they are slowly wrecking in terms of kills here. However, DFV finally taking a corner approach here. They are still circling around the zones here, trying to check every single corner to potentially go for the backstabs here. Unfortunately, they haven't exactly been able to trail any teams yet. They're still looking around for potential easy praise to jump on here. And as of now, no easy targets yet, but they are still 30 seconds away from next phase zone. Geek Fam is going to be gatekeeping their way through here. So he needs to be careful. He is out in the open here. Does Geek Fam spot them out? But Geek Fam is going to be preoccupied himself. They are swimming across, and this is prime time for DFE to actually go in for a shot, because QB, he's out in the open as well. And the Geek Fam, they don't exactly have any idea what's going to be installed for him, because in front of them is going to be Yoodo Gank, and behind them is also going to be the guys from DFE.
Yeah, I believe early on we do see there was no angles for them to trade, but on the other hand, we have Bosskurr here that will be able to knock down Damn Cutie as Zuli trades back on a different section here, taking down Trixnity. So it's 3-way warfare, while Bravo will be able to actually get a shot on his own. Early on, we did see Montbarn getting knocked, but it's going to be Drax here that will be able to take 1 member down of JPNC's Leo. So Jenny, having a little bit of room from the back end of the ledge, it's going to be another fight here, as Kajang Suzu will be the next one on a tapping block, and the rest of NED, they're rushing right through. They take down Psycho as well. Only 1 member remains, but Prinky, my goodness, he's taking everyone down. Now it's down to is 1 versus 2 scenario. While NED, he tries to hold on. Oasis will be coming in for the coverage as well. I'm not sure if they're going to go in for the revival, but they're just next door to each other.
Yep, and as of now here, they have to go in for the fight. Fortunately for Tricky here, he can go for the full rest in this regards here if NED doesn't push in, because NED is going to be getting pressure from outside as well. I'm surprised NED is not going to be going in as well. Core is just giving all the information from inside, but they're just letting Dr. TA completely off the hook here. NED, they are not risking this approach here, but meanwhile, they are fighting, scouting out here, and goes in for the re-knock once again here. Tricky getting punished for that, and as of now, NED is going to be going for the flanks as well, but a lot of third parties are coming from afar. They have to wrap this up, and this smoke is just buying so much time for Dr. TA, but eventually they will take them out in 14th place finally after so long. However, after another fights here as Painan coming in down into his next phase zone, this time NED, they finish off Todak. Looks like they are going to go for the contest against Bosskurr as well. Now, getting a couple of nades coming in his way as well. He is in the safety for now, but can they get a couple shots in? Because as of now, Homebois, they're getting desperate to go in, and they know they're out, they're back exposed, but a great nade coming from Nook. That's going to catch off Z. Boss, they have to go in for the fight, but Hanad gets caught from the side. Asmar goes in for the spray down, and now Homebois, they're gonna go for the wrap around here, boss. They're gonna completely shot out. The jump shot comes in, great one from Nga, but it's not gonna be enough as the rest of the Homebois are getting chipped away from all these third parties from afar.
So it's going to be Asphar now on a 1v1 approach. He's going to be looking for Nuke. Nuke, he has to find ways to actually salvage this situation. And this 1v1 goes in favor of Asphar.
Oh, great crowd shot there. Asphar dodging the last bullet before getting taken down here. So great strafing coming from him. However, they've lost so much coming from Boss. They take down down Homebois here, but Homebois, they've gotten themselves 7 kills here. Bowing out this early is not the best position, but still an okay safety net for them here. However, the rest of the teams are going to be getting a little bit more points here as well. Yoodo Gank, they are going to be gatekeeping the guys from
JPNC. Yeah, that's right. So here comes the push, and going outside of the blue zone just to secure it. Now looking for Max. What a shot coming from the VSS. 2 members down, and I think that they're still hunting out the last guy, R2k. He's just tanking up. He's too far away. He cannot afford to come anywhere close. But Heiko, he's got the M249. He's going to be able to spray members down. Iron Pro now all alone, but he takes down Trixnity. Now 6, he's very low. He might just actually drop down, and yes, it will be. Iron Pro instead will fall down to the ground. And with this situation, I don't think Team SMG can save their teammates.
Yeah, there's no way as well. It is the 5th circle here. Meanwhile, the rest of the teams here coming from Appy as well. They've got a little bit information here. Iron Pro got the job done, but at the same time did not convey the information where his remaining teammate gets backstab from guys from SMG. Jenny making for the quick push as well. He's got another kill as well, but he needs to heal himself up here. He's almost towards the final space of the circle as well. 6th circle is gonna hurt like a lot as well. Jenny is trying his best to survive for the rest of the teams here, but he is the last remaining member here. He has to go for the first 8 kills.
Saw stab cutie.
He's thinking as well. Oh my god.
Oh man, this is definitely getting a whole lot harder for all these players out there. Now R2k, they're all inside of smoke trying to get revived, but Theodore, he might just prime a perfect nade towards the corner, but they are all crawling by. I think he will be safe as Mosgoku is instructing them to come right across. Now Blazo's going to be devouring Jenny from outside, and you can see many of these teams, they have an average of 4 to 5 kills. Everyone's just shredding each other apart.
Yep, in this time here, NED, they've got the prime position here as well as the circle's gonna be favoring them. They have the compound, and every single team needs to push in towards them, and this time is not looking good for them. And guess what? R2k, they're getting shot from weird angles as well. Nice off angle coming from Evos to actually get a 1-inch shot in towards the guys from R2k. That's gonna be allowing him to get a little bit of kills for himself, but he himself gonna be exposed here as the guys from NED is gonna get in for a couple of punish here. They got a lot of kills here, and we are down towards the final top 14 just because of this hold here. Every single team is struggling here.
Yep, indeed, but we definitely see that after struggles that NED went through, they still have all 4 members intact. Razor! Whoa, he's got sharp eyes to even take down that member of the side of IPWLX. Now that leaves Min all alone. So the biggest foe that Evos VIP has to face off is against NED Brotherhood, who currently will be leaving out the compound. Now, phase 7 is where it's going to be a decider because the teams, they will have to move in towards an awkward position. And speaking of which, there's so many players even outside of the zone. Razor's going to be able to take down Min from a really long range once more. The sniper of Evos VIP is on a streak.
Oh, this is going to be so hard here on Evos as well here. We're down towards the final 3. Mosgoku is going to be taking the zone as well, like you called it here. Top 3 finish for him. Great positioning in points for them here. And also getting himself 5 kills in total. But on the contrary as well, it's going to be a battle between Evos VIP against NED Esports here. In this case, NED Brotherhood here, they have so much cover. They have so much control as well. They've taken 2 sides of the map here. Evos VIP, they have to cross no man's land in this regards. And I don't think they have enough smokes here. Tossing a couple of smokes over towards NED here is not going to help them out here, as they have a lot of grounds to cover through.
Yeah, I think Mosgoku is on his very final first aid kit right now. But the good thing is that Evos VIP, they actually have some really good angles to work with. NED Brotherhood, they're not exactly entirely inside of the zone. Oh, Mosk, he actually gets enough. He gets the kill as well. Now Heiko, he's down on the ground. This leaves NED Brotherhood with the highest possibility of chances to actually get that chicken dinner. And wow, what torn in the flash devastates the rest of Evos VIP and NED Brotherhood. They finally get their chicken dinner.
Oh my goodness, Goku almost getting 2 kills. He got himself 1 kill. That was so disastrous for Evos VIP to take that fight. But congratulations to NED Brotherhood here for their first chicken dinner for today. My goodness, that was so devastating for the guys from Evos VIP.
Yeah, and I gotta really congratulate NED Brotherhood here, or some say NED Esports, because these guys, they worked really hard for this. While we saw them taking down even the likes of Dr. TA, that assistance coming in from Goku was some next level stuff, because Evos VIP, they kind of thought that, oh, I guess there's still somebody out there and he might die by the zone. So they didn't really check that angle that they were holding at first, and that was probably one of the things that they may have regretted. But it's still a really good result coming from many of these teams. Now, NED Brotherhood, this is a game where they walk away with 9 kills. I want to see the rest of the teams. How many kills did they get? Because even the Homebois, they crashed out early, right?
Yep.
They got 7 kills.
Yeah, they've gotten a lot themselves as well. And talking about Goku here, I'm really excited to see what happens. But before that, let's take a look at the highlights here as before we get back into what's going to be happening.
And that was a great game secured by NED Esports. So far, this is just the very first game, and we will have a whole lot more. So we definitely want to check out some of the stats that we do have coming into the entirety of game number 1 inside of Sana.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see how the stats are going to be going out as well here. But Goku here, you know, he tried to reenact iShot's moment from back in the day here. Outside the circle, play the healing game, get the final kill, get a chicken dinner. But I can tell you here, that is a very, very, very tough thing to do, especially when it comes to that kind of scenario here. But Goku, he got a 2K. Unfortunately, I don't think he got the second kill.
He's only got the first one.
Yeah, he got the first kill just because...
He went out first.
Yeah, he went out first as well. It's just unfortunate just because of how the stats were. He got the knock. We know that for a fact Evos is dead. You know, that's 2 guys down. But, you know, the kill is pretty much wasted and voided for him. So it's just so unfortunate considering that they've got 5 kills, top 3 finish, great stuff for them. He even got himself a 6-1, you know, almost getting the 7 here. That's going to pull a little bit more points for that for them here. And I'm really looking forward to see can they more stuff from them as well, especially coming from him.
Of course, with him going for the last resort blow is due to the fact that he ran out of meds. Like, if he had more meds, maybe he can actually try, but he was a little bit way too far. But hey, I guess he walks away with a little bit more points, and of course, having something to offer to the table here to turn the tides around. So I want to see how the overall standing is going to be looking like, because NED Brotherhood, they should be sitting at the top as they have total up to 9 kills in particular. Yep. I'm not sure if any other teams have topped that number thus far. We might just see actually double digits to come by. So other than that situation where, you know, initially we see into the villages of Quarry, like, that's where R2k actually shined the most. You know, when you were talking about Goku, that 2 versus 4 situation, and like how, like, Team Secret actually dropping the ball. That's so rare. Like,
I know, right?
And in reverse, of course, in another perspective, it's actually a big clutch.
Yeah, it was definitely a big clutch here. Able to find an opportunity in the 1v1 situations here with the Uzi spray. Not able to just get 1. He actually got 2 Uzi sprays with a full reload on top of that, which was a very rare occasion here. So for him to be able to capitalize on that speedy situation here and a very tough call, despite knowing that okay, we're in a really tough spot. We should not be alive. And, you know, to come out on top, winning 2v4 and still with 1 HP, that's something you gotta talk about as well. But let's talk a little bit more on the overall strategy coming from all these teams here. We did see a lot of mats coming from Dr. TA. We do see a lot of mats coming from SMG. We do see a lot of mats coming from Goku as well. It seems like a lot of these teams have diverged a strategy in handling Sanhao just because of how hard is it to predict all this circle phase. Rotating is extremely hard. Whoever gets the circle usually most likely will win the game in Sanhao here. So for all these teams to take a different approach here and just getting points through placements using first aid kits here, it seems to be the common method now, especially when it comes to Sanhao. And I'm looking forward to see how well all these teams actually get themselves some points here, especially covering in from Dr. TA, SMG, etc. But as of now here, let's take a look at the overall score right now here at the match ranking. It's going to be up on screen right now as we are looking forward here. NED Brotherhood here, first place with the chicken dinner with 9 kills and also 24 points.
That's right, and Evos VIP, they actually tie up to the same number of points alongside with R2k with 16. So really nitty-gritty stuff coming out inside of R2k, while IPWLX, they were taking out much early on. Look at this. Only 2 pointers out there, and they walk away with, you know, I mean, 8 pointers from ranks, but only 2 kills, and it's all hard work coming out inside of NED Brotherhood. And for JPNC, Team Bosskurr, they will walk away with 9 points. Team SMG with 7. Homebois as well with 7. Now, moving along, we will be checking out from 9th to 16 as well to see what's going down right down below.
You know, it's surprised to see JPNC out of the top 6, considering that they were considerably damaged from the guys from Yoodo Gank, right? But for them to be able to play those placement points and on the healing games, they actually pushed themselves in the top 6, getting a little bit more rank points, whereas Yoodo Gank, they've got 4 kills, but 1 point for themselves for rank here. That's going to be 5 points for them. Very, very unfortunate stuff for them. Dingoz, however, here will be on the 10th place here with 5 points for themselves as well. NED Esports on 11th place. We did see a little bit of a glimpse of them coming from bootcamp. Unfortunately, did not get too much kills out of them, despite the nice knock from Zuli against SMG early on 11th place with 2 points. Geek Fam on 12th place here, pretty much out in the open in that zone. For outside of Panilan, completely that shattered, I believe, from the guys from Homebois as well of the kill feed. 12th place for them, 2 points. DFE on 13th place, playing in corner circles from start to beginning, pretty much put them in a very, very tough spot, especially for them to push in towards Geek Fam and also Homebois from out the circle. Will be on 13th place. Dr. TA in 14th place. Not what I was expecting. Todak on 15th place. Surprise, surprise as well for the. And also Team Secret on last place. Oh, that was something that should not have happened at all.
Exactly, and now Evos overrides the side of Yoodo Gank for the moment itself, where in this very same game that both of them are playing, it's only a 2-pointer difference here as Evos VIP is currently securing the top spot with 60 points, 52 for Yoodo Gank, while IPWLX will be garnering a total of 57 points, which is just couple of digits behind. So SMG not too far away. They are currently at 4th. Well, Team Bosskurr had some of the biggest performances going in towards this week with 48 points. 40 points for R2k, 37 for Anti-Circle, JPNC with 36, 34 for both TRX as well as NED after securing a chicken dinner. So far, those guys that got the chicken dinner are still on the first page. Now, second page, I believe that there might just be, you know, a little bit of surprises along the way for today.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see how it goes for them, especially when it comes to those teams who's trying to make it to the top 16, right? Now in the bottom half as well, Geek Fam going to be on 11th place here. You know, still consistent stuff. Dr. T on 12th place, still consistent for them here. Wills Esports haven't exactly played in that particular game. Wait, did they play this game?
Nah,
no, they didn't play, right? So,
not in there.
So they don't exactly have points yet. They're going to be on 30th place, but they did have themselves a chicken dinner. So they are still kind of in the borderline safety for now if they want to make it in the top 16 for the Super Weekend. Homebois is going to be 14th place. Dingoz going to be on the 15th place with 29 as well for Homebois. NED Esports getting 25 points on 16th place. RSG on 17th place here with 22 points. DFE on the 18th place with 20 points. Team Secret on the 19th place here on 17 points. But Todak getting no points whatsoever in that particular game and will still remain on 5. And I'm worried for them here. But let's talk about the 16th spot bottom out right now. NED Esports is pretty much the gatekeepers for the top 16. 25 points. RSG is 3 points away. DFE is about 5 points away, and Team Secret is approximately about 7 points away if they want to tie with JE for the 16th place. But for Todak, it's going to be rough on them.
Yeah, I believe that this is a very scary place to be for whoever's from 16 onwards. I'm not even saying 17 onwards. 16 could even eventually fall downwards as well. But of course, we're going to be talking about the MVP of the match inside of Sandhawk, and it's going to be NED Carl here with a total of 3 kills and surviving the most time possible because you got the chicken dinner anyways, right? So that's 24 minutes out there. This is his very own MVP, and this is the first time, of course. And not only is this the first MVP, I believe this is the very first chicken dinner for the team.
Yeah, it's so hard to actually say too much about them here, considering that they were struggling all the way in last week here. They didn't make it into the Super Weekend. It seems like they do not want to give up yet. Statistically here, it's not impossible for them to make it into the top 16 through the Super Weekend points as well, considering that we had a really rough game with some of the teams early on in the previous week here. For them to make it into this week's Super Weekend, it's going to be huge for NED. They're down right now in terms of the overall score, but they're not out yet.
Exactly.
You saw what I did there?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no, yeah. Down but not out.
Yeah.
April Fools, my friend.
I mean, there's no fooling anybody about that anyway. So here is very similar stats coming from both Nuke as well as Ziggs and Homebois. They had some really high frags before being taken out into the competition. And one thing I'm disappointed about Nuke is that he had a new haircut. You know, back then he had this coconut tree going on up there, but hey,
we're going back that round.
Yeah, back to a season as well as the second season. So longest distance covered by the side of Ziggs, and he had a total of 50% contribution. He was also in charge of taking down Team Secret early on, and not only that, he's actually a very, very tanky player. It's as if he died 4 times, but he didn't even get taken out the entire game.
Yeah, I definitely agree as well. Damage received 400 here. I would arguably say he is a bullet magnet. But at the same time here, he's taken himself in a very nice position where teams can actually knock him, but he just can't finish him here. So I would say great positioning for him to be able to survive that long. But nevertheless here, let's take a look at the overall kills and damage thus far. 9 kills here coming from NED. Having the top for them, followed by Homebois, going to be at 7 here. Team SMG with 5, tying with Bosskurr as well with 5. 4 for Dingoz as well as Evos, but 6 actually from the side of R2k there, which is kind of surprising here. But let's talk about the overall damage. The main damage dealer throughout this entirety of the game was actually Homebois with 1,654, which we saw them coming from Pioneer, just completely destroying the guys from Geek Fam, Todak, who tried to rotate from the mountain terrains of Pioneer.
Yeah, that definitely is something that's really astounding here. And you can see that this is a very high average kill rate for majority of the teams. There are teams that actually bow out, getting taken down by others. The only team here that didn't really get much of is Damansara FV. No damages whatsoever, no kills, while the others at the very least managed to hold up maybe a certain sort of defense.
Yeah.
Well, I think that this game itself is still too tough to tell like who's exactly going to be holding on towards those top positions, but we do have a little bit of a summary here. Coming in with the most damage will be Homebois Nuke with 628, and on second place we got Asfar. Third place with Razor, and Moskoku does more than a collateral damage towards the side of Evos VIP, and he makes his way towards the 4th place. Now, we also have Janik here that traveled quite a far distance, although it's just Sandhawk.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
7,500. That's a lot.
That's 7 kilometers, you know, like alongside with Jinboy, Chaco Jr. I guess they were taking vehicles and they were just running further and further in towards the zone. And Psycho comes in with nearly 7,000 too.
That's the thing about Toda, right? They came all the way from Camp Alpha. They had rotated all the way towards the south side and then going back into the next phase of the zone, which is pretty much smack middle near towards boot camp. So they made a break round trip around the circle from the western side here and then going up here. No surprises, they got that much distance in terms of traveling here. I'm a little surprised to not see Damansara in that as well because they had a very similar strategy, but they played a little bit slow. But top 1 there is going to be SMG.
Yeah, indeed, and I definitely see that there's quite a lot of players that needed a lot more assistance, but people were dropping everywhere inside of Sandhawk, so I definitely think that we need to actually break this one further. So of course, congratulations once again to NED Esports. Welcome to the analyst segment. It's once again me, Contra, as we'll be breaking down some of these movements across the map, as well as how exactly did NED get themselves that first round chicken dinner. So with that being said, let's get into action. Now, looking at the circle, it's going to be very much centralized. So it's really, really hard to tell where exactly this one's going to go. But starting off, we saw NED Brotherhood starting from Camp Charlie. They moved all the way upwards to its Pineland Hills as they were overlooking the side of boot camp. And eventually, this is that junction that they've been staying put the entirety of the game. And as we eventually will be seeing a lot more of all these players holding their fort, the rest of the teams are crashing in, and they managed to take down a very formidable opponent in the form of IPWLX. So, as you can see, at this point of rate, we haven't been able to see the positionings of the players, but we'll be able to actually get a little bit of that view. So, as it slowly shrinks, it goes all the way in towards this junction here. Now, this junction has a couple of strong points where you can actually hold this angle in towards the areas where you can have some looks up on towards the hills, but in terms of defense, it definitely is a little bit more challenging. Now, we do have all the other teams intact. Now, just look at where NED Brotherhood is at. They don't really have to move, but as for the other teams on the western end, there was fights after fights after fights coming out of the side of Homebois, Geek Fam, Yoodo Gank, as well as Bosskurr. So as they were being extremely busy, you've also seen the likes of Evos VIP. Nobody was challenging them all too much other than Dr. TA coming in from the southern side. They took a really slow approach coming out of the southwestern corner. As they slowly hit in, they got caught out. Same goes to the side of R2k. They were both actually getting a little bit of heat going on, but overall, I think that a lot of all the other pressure were actually on towards the northern side itself, and that's where we see most of the teams collide. Now, the biggest threat to NED Brotherhood was definitely IPW, but IPW, they committed a little bit of a close quarter combat mistakes out there as they were trying to actually go in for revivals. It really came really closely. NED Brotherhood, they look hesitant at first until they actually get in those revivals and eventually take them out. While after that, there wasn't anyone else around them that can actually penetrate through the entirety of the circle. Just look at this beauty. Like, if logically we look into the terrains, this will be hills surrounding NED. That's where enemy teams will hide. Nobody will walk directly in towards the compound, and therefore, this gives them the edge to slowly pick them off or just wait for the zone to do its own duties, just like how some of the other Sandhawk maps have actually been covered up. So with that being said, that's all of the breakdown that we do have. Great work coming from NED Brotherhood, as well as a shout out to Bosskurr, because that was something that nobody expected that actually caused a lot of disruption to Evos VIP. Now, that's all from me, as we'll be returning back to the caster's desk.
Test 1, 2, 3. Hello. In the name of all competitors, atas nama semua pesaing, kami berjanji bahawa kami akan mengambil bahagian dalam PUBG Mobile Pro League NYSG musim ketiga dengan menghormati dan mematuhi peraturan kepada yang mengaturnya untuk melakukan pertandingan tanpa menipu atau bersikap negatif dalam semangat kesukanan yang sebenarnya. Kesukanan yang sebenarnya untuk kejayaan pertandingan dan penghormatan pasukan kami.
And welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League MYSG Season 3, hosted by PUBG Mobile, co-organized by VSPN in collaboration with Tencent Games, Lightspeed Quantum, and PUBG Corporation.
That's right, and alongside our official smartphone partners, challenge your boundaries with Xiaomi. You guys can check out the Note 10 series here on their respective website in Xiaomi. So you guys can also catch all the action happening on our socials at Facebook Gaming, as well as YouTube at PUBG Mobile Malaysia, or catch the live broadcast through our official media partners, WeTV. Always more. And of course, so far the PMPL MYSG Season 3 has been nothing short but amazing and surprising, you know? Like, we have so many interesting scenarios, especially like the last chicken dinner that we talked about. We witnessed kind of like a mixed bag of things. Like, if Most Goku had a little bit more meds, maybe it could be a different scenario. Or if Evos checked their back, it could be a different scenario. But at the very end, NED Brotherhood, they're actually doing extremely well, and they got the circle centered upon them.
Yep. No, NED Brotherhood is amazing thus far. Congratulations to them. But I want to say, I've never tried an April Fool prank. April Fools.
That's no.
That doesn't work that way. That was way.
That doesn't work, man.
April Fools.
No.
April
Stop
Fools.
touching me, man. Okay. All right. Social distance.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, gotta. And there's an invisible barrier here. Don't worry.
No.
You're
Okay.
safe. You're safe. Yeah.
We're all tested. So, of course, with that being said, we are definitely going to be looking at a whole lot of stuff that will be coming in to the program here, because up next here, we are moving in towards the Miramar. So I will be saying that, you know, after a couple of slaps, this wire is going to be moving around the place.
April Fools is a prank, you know. It's a prank.
Ah.
But anyways, here back to the serious topic here. You know, we talk about the first game here. It seems like, you know, April Fools did not exactly work on NED Brotherhood here, because the circle completely favored all the way through here. I believe in your analysis 5 minutes earlier ago was a pretty smart one. I would say they pretty much had the compound here to actually completely hold out, completely circle went straight all the way towards the final phase here, finally forcing them out, which pretty much forced them out to a situation where they need to contest for the last fight against Evos VIP. But, you know, a random poor soul who kind of helped them here pretty much pranked Evos VIP is going to be Mas Goku, because that should not have happened to Evos VIP. Logically, if I were in their situation, or any team from the side of Evos VIP, would not have anticipated there to be a team or a player who's pretty much not there, considering that they have not been shot from that particular angle for at least 2 to 3 circles.
Okay, so there's, speaking of April Fool jokes, right? There's a whole lot on social media if you do miss out.
Okay.
So yesterday night, before the clock even struck 12, like Evos' page, they posted, "Oh, thank you, Yakuza, like for your services, for being the captain and all that." And everyone was like, "Oh my goodness, where exactly is he leaving us?" And then the next few hours, you know, the retirement actually came really short, less than 2 hours, and he's back up online.
But that's the thing, you know, shouldn't the April Fool last for the entirety of the day, or maybe even something, you know?
I want to see him coming into action, you know, like we saw Luxy.
Now my question is it real or fake? Because it seems like he hasn't exactly played in the season yet.
I mean, it is for you to find out. Then, you know, shout out to the
I don't think he's a fool.
You know, shout out to Yoodo Gank, because they want to give a 100% discount. So
He's dodging.
Kevin, make that happen. I'm not dodging. I already told you it's a prank. I mean, what's more do you want? Okay, so
You know.
let's actually enough about that. Let's get into the flight. I got enough. All right, let's hit into the action here. This is PUBG Mobile Pro League NYSG Season 3. Now let's check out some of the top killers of Miramar. We got 25 kills for Bravo, 19 for Fredo. Voki comes in with 17, 14 for Putra, and iShots with 14.
Yeah, and now coming to this flight path here, coming from the southeast corner of Puerto Paraiso, landing towards the outskirts of La Pereira. Pretty centralized one here, not going to be favoring the teams heading towards Prison or Chumacera, just because a little bit far in terms of flight path. But we are going to be seeing a huge contest of vehicles very, very on. But the circle, oh no, it's going to be pushing towards the western side here. 4-3 for the guys from NED as well as NC here is going to be A-okay for them, just because they have an early drop. They can make a very quick planning to actually rotate the next phase of zone. So, but as of now, we are going to be seeing a little bit of contest here. Whale Esports and also Homebois, they might be a little bit too close to each other, and we might see actually Homebois getting picked off here just because they don't exactly have vehicles to begin with. So this might be an early engagement here coming from Homebois and Whale Esports, but who is going to be the one to bail out this fight? Because it seems like Whale Esports, they have the advantage, they have the mobility potentially as well, and they have the information. They can actually go in for the chase against the guys from Homebois.
Yeah, and I saw initially, you know, we remember Simity Pro as one of the great snipers even back in Team Secret, in Genexus. GG, mid-air, he actually got some damages being done, even though people have barely looted up just about yet. So Wills, I guess they're going to be looting up whatever they can get, and they're going on a hunt for that 2 members of Homebois. Now J8 Esports could be playing, and they have been dropping in towards Picado, my favorite city overall. Wherever the circle goes, usually the first phase, it will still cover that section. Okay, vending machines up online. Great to actually hear a little bit of that music. Now, Team Wills, usually they opt for places like Monte Nevo, and it's a little bit peculiar to see them coming into the warehouse section here, but it's still a really good place to actually hold out. Now, Yoodo Gank is going to have a stronghold right above the power grid area because they're sending Putra right there. And many of these teams, they're currently outside of the upcoming play zone, but phase 1's going to be a little bit slow anyways. So Evos VIP, they're just by the borderline. Across, it's going to be Todak right there. Meanwhile, TRX, Anti-Circle, RSG, Damansara, FV, NED, as well as NC, they're all outside.
Yeah, for those of you just tuning in as well, this is going to be information for you guys here, as this second map here is going to be a map of Miramar, and also, yeah, pretty clear cut, right? It's Miramar. Haha, prank you. But no, aside from that here, it's going to be a mix up in terms of groups as well. It's going to be A, C, D, and E coming from the second match. Of course, A, C, D, E here, we are not going to see the teams coming in from SMG, IPWLX, Team Bosskurr, and also Dingoz in this particular match. But the rest of the teams are pretty much in this game. Seems like a little bit of a contestant still here as compared to last week here. I wasn't expecting a little bit of a contest coming from Wales as well as Homebois, but nevertheless, not many teams has dropped yet, so teams are going to be playing a little bit slow. But very quick rotations coming in here for a lot of these teams already making towards a centralized phase of the zone. However, JPNC, they are still taking a slow approach, likewise from NED as well. I'm not sure how NED is going to be tackling this here, despite they have a great momentum coming in after taking the first chicken dinner for today.
Yeah, and they're pretty much far away, all the way in towards the eastern side. And the good news is that if they were to just move directly in towards La Bandita, it will be absolutely empty. Meanwhile, TRX always traveling a really far distance. I think this is going to be a little bit hard because they have to crash in towards either side of the parties here. We've got Evos VIP, we got Todak, we got Dr. TA if they were to go to the far end of La Cabrera, which I doubt so. And in the middle of the pack, I guess whoever Wills is currently at, like I mentioned before, they like to actually take that Monte Nevo spot. They will be moving on top of that hill. And RSG, they are climbing all the way up towards the power grid areas, and hopefully they don't bump into Team Secret.
Yeah, this is a very familiar grounds here coming from Yoodo Sport, and seeing how the circle is going to be shifting here as well. Here, Monte Nevo is pretty much Almost, I would say, identical situation to how NED was in Sanhong in previous games as well. Pretty much a crossroad between all angles here in case the circle shift towards whatever direction here is a safety spot coming from Evos Esports if they get caught out. They have so much compound to work with, a lot of rooms to actually rotate to the next phase circle. So setting up for the next phase here is going to be important here. And a lot of teams will understand that just because of how the terrain is going to be shifting around here as well. The church around Monte Novo is going to be one of the most highly contested spots just because of the vision control and also vantage points to take advantage for in here. So those gotta be spots that I think Team Secret will love to contest as well, especially when they play this phases circle against Power Grid. But surprise, surprise, there is a lot of team also contesting Power Grid here. Look at this, RSG, Yoodo, Team Secret might be having a relatively early run in as well. Homebois is gonna be across on this next phase of Mountain here. But everyone from the south side, from Valdemar, is just completely ignored there.
Yeah, this is definitely a usual work coming out of RSG where they take the top side of the hills, they take control of that section so that anybody from Pescado all the way down to the street, they get a bird's eye view. Now, you can definitely see from the screen right now, Voki, yep, he's feeling relatively comfortable. So far, it's going to be a 2-2 split coming out of them, while Yoodo Gank is still not moving all too far away. I'm not sure if there's going to be any sort of engagement, but Wills, they are expecting Team Secret after all. And I'm not sure if Team Secret really wants to take the Sake compound that you mentioned much early on, right over on the outskirts of Montenegro. That church area is definitely one point of contest that's going to be really good. And today, we haven't really mentioned too much about Geek Fam, right? So Geek Fam, they usually loot up El Pozo. They have quite a number of stash to work around with. And around them, it's actually relatively safe. So don't count their chances out just about yet. But TRX, I'm not too sure what's happening to Kai's, but he is taking very, very slowly to get into the circle.
Yeah, that's something I did not expect at all. But
He has no car?
Yeah, it might be that situation.
I think he flipped.
He might have flipped.
I guess he flipped.
Yeah, because Ray is going to be turning back to actually helping
Yeah,
him, so
it doesn't make sense to just leave him be, right?
It is not helping TRX at all in this situation here. It is still the first phase circle. You can still get away with it here. But look at how concentrated the eastern side is. Especially coming in from, if you judge it based off where Wales Esports is from Montenegro, where every single team is just going to be clumping on the east side, where everyone from the west side is not exactly a favorable spot, just because there's just so many open angles to be shot from. But at the same time, there are a lot of cracks for teams to actually kind of rat their way if they want to take the western approach of Mountain. But as of now, teams are just completely dodging it. However, JPNC here, they're going to be taking the southern approach here as they are going to be coming in from Valdemar, potentially running against DFV later on here. Evos VIP does hear a lot of shots coming from Dr. TA here, and it's pretty much stuck right now because he is going to get contested here. His vehicle is pretty much stuck in the situation, and I think he's actually prime position for him to actually rotate away here because as of now, he has the advantage as compared to where Dr. TA is. Doesn't exactly have a lot of angle to actually shut him off.
That's right, and now we're seeing a little bit of those sort of grenades flying in while teams have to sprint further downward. So Evos VIP, they are actually holding in towards this area where Dr. T has to move towards to, or else they have to find other battles in the form of Geek Fam. So Dr. T, they understand that spending a lot of time here is going to be quite a waste, so they'll be turning right back around this sort of situation and slowly find themselves recuperating in a different spot. Now, smart moves coming from across, but NC, I guess this is definitely not their turf because they like to hang by the sea. Get it?
You're trying to pull an April Fool joke, aren't you?
Not just a cold joke, but...
Okay, now it's funny now. It's funny now. But at the same time, yeah, we're trying our best, guys. Here, April Fool is just not our forte. Maybe some of these teams might actually prank us, but as of now, Team Secret here, they've got themselves a couple of nice freebies here, so that's going to be a little bit loose here as they do pick up a couple of stragglers coming from Will Esports here, as they do make a push towards Montenegro. This is something that we don't exactly see too much coming from Team Secret, but seems like they are looking for a little bit of KPs. Meanwhile, iShots, he will have his bank bust with the defense stuff, but iShots! He got the knock onto his Imsonus from downtown out of nowhere. He's stranded. Guess what, Team Secret? Let's go. It's go time. Get a couple of KPs. Let's go. We're pushing this.
I think that's about 300 meters right there.
I know, right?
I think it's a little bit more than 300 meters. Just look at the travel coming out of the side of Team Secret. Now they're moving upwards. I'm not too sure about this, but I think they're feeling rather confident because there won't be that many members that's going to be up here anyways, right? Like, it doesn't make sense if you have all 4 members on top of this water treatment area. And here comes iShot, the man responsible. Look at that. Longest distance was made by Matoy, 388. But, hey, where's iShots? Is that supposed to be iShots?
That's really sad here. But still, considering that Matoy is going to be the highest one thus far. So 388 is going to be the one to beat here. Even in PMGC, 400 was the longest one thus far from PMGC. It was done by, I believe, the guys from RRQ. So still a very, very impressive shot thus far, but nevertheless here, Jumper will get caught off from guys from Real Esports here. It's going to be 3v3 here. Jumper is pretty much stranded, and guess what? Sinbi, he's got an advantage over his Jumper here. He's going to finish him off with the nade. Jumper is pretty much unsavable in that point here.
Oh, wait.
He's going to be fine. Okay, very, very close call for him, but Jumper needs to figure a way to crawl his way back to his teammate, but as of now, he doesn't have any sort of angles yet.
I feel like Team Secret here should actually provide a little bit more cover in terms of smokes. Just drop it on top of the side of Jumper. Yes, there's going to be Stewart that's going to be looking for the flank. Now, tossing nades upwards is a little bit counterproductive unless, you know, it lands perfectly onto it. He can definitely run off from... Oh! Sinbi is smart enough to actually bait him just to come closer and eventually, of course, finish the job, taking out Jumper. Like I've mentioned before, Jumper so far has been struggling for the tad bit, but Matoy's going to be coming up on top here with a knock on towards Sinbi Pro. So this definitely switches the situation around, and it becomes a 3 versus 2.
What is up with Team Secret with all these long-range shots here? Because Matoy from downtown actually took down Sinbi, who's pretty far away here. But at the same time, they are just taking each other out in terms of economy here. This is not benefiting Team Secret at all. They've lost Jumper, and Team Secret now, they are going to be retreating here and saying, you know what, we've wasted too much ammunition. We need to regroup and find a different place to contest this year. It was a nice, smart move to actually go in for the push, despite getting knocked in. But they could not find Insomnus in time. So that's going to be their downfall as of now. They will try and pick up the scraps here as they are going to try and, you know, potentially live to tell another day here, get a little bit better purpose. And they understand this, considering how poorly they have gotten themselves from yesterday and today's games.
Well, I got to say this is the fact that the decision-making of whoever calls the shot to go up the hill, they should understand the risk in such a way that it may not just be a single person up on top of those hills. Now, the circle does go into towards Montenegro. Now, ours is going to be taking their signature ditch as they will be in the center of it all. So this is where things are going to be looking relatively interesting as Fredo now challenges the side of Geek Fam here. QB is all alone. The rest of Geek Fam is a little bit too far away. I'm not sure if QB can survive, but he's actually walking right outside the open. And he does have a slight wall here for coverage, but iShots, he's got that SKS ready to blow, getting himself that energy drink, charging himself up before going in for this full force engagement. So I'm not too sure. The members inside of Geek Fam, they're definitely taking a while to even get support. They're just holding on towards this, dropping some nades until other parties arrive.
Yeah, speaking of other parties here, Dr. TA is going to be in the vicinity as well. DFV also going to be taking a couple of stops towards the guys from Team Secret as well. Montenegro is pretty much occupied by a lot of teams here. And guess what? This is not, you know, a lot of time or space for Team Secret to actually regroup and regather here because they are taking so much action as well. And they need to kind of restock themselves up. But in the meantime as well, they've got so much advantage here. Ice Shots gets a really nice shot in because that's going to be 6. Getting taken out as well as Fredo will go in for the assist on top of that as Dr. TA will get clapped a little bit more. Team Secret trying to get a little bit more KP out of this here, and they've got a lot of strong vantage points coming from them, and it's helping them thus far, and they do not miss. And I like how the meta has kind of shifted as well, where 4x is going to be the priority coming from Team Secret instead of the usual 3x, 6x combo.
That's right. I guess they take whatever they can get as well. Sometimes you may not have that much of a loot here to be going in for options, but Zai's going to be able to actually knock down Jinboy. So one member is going to be down on the ground here. Adding more to the list is going to be Carl here, as he will be getting a little bit more damage coming out of Kit as Kit blows up a vehicle and, of course, secures the kill upon Carl, and here comes Anti-Circle dropping nades after nades upon the side of JPNC. Oh man, a flurry of these nades do connect, and I'm not sure if he could actually go in for a save, but there will be a little bit more blood being shown across. Sniperman spots out a member on top of the shields as this shifts all the way back towards the north side. A lot of the teams inside the city, what are they gonna do? They have to escape this, and this is not looking all too good.
Oh no, but the guys here from the south side here, especially from Anti-Circle and JPNC here, they're taking a little bit long as well. Both teams need to wrap this up quickly if they want to make it to the next phase of Circle, because next up, the next hurdle for them here is going to be so many teams from Montenegro here. Anti-Circle, they've got a nice doctor with D. What do? Do they want to go for the finish, or they have to go for wrap around here? But as of now, they have to make a quick decision here. They're going to go for the flank as well. Harm is coming in. Nuxi going to go in for the push on top of that as well. NC is just smoking their way through, and they are going to go in push. And looks like they will retreat here as they understand the bigger picture here is to survive for the next phase of Circle, and that's why they have no vehicles whatsoever. They've lost out a lot here. They're going to be taking advantage of what's next here with the buggy, and this is going to be a tough push here coming from JPNC because they have to sacrifice one of the players behind as they make a dash for the next phase of the zone.
Man, this is so tough. And Harm, he eventually goes in to take down Leo as well.
Oh no, the big nades coming in from Zizzle here, getting a nice clap on those guys from Geek Fam. They are still relatively healthy. It's going to be a 2v1 situation here. QB going for the flank, but another nade from Zizzle takes him out. He's going to be getting 2 kills in the bag. Now, looking for another one as well here, but this time he's going to be calling on Tricky for the assist as well. Sane is going to be left stranded here as Damroot does pretty much smoked out, but guess what? Sane is going to clap from afar. Matoy goes for the assist. Zizzle is going to try to go in for the finish, but instead gets shot in from Damroot here, but did he get finished? Yes, he will. So that's going to be a 1v3 situation here as Zizo will get him 3 frags, whereas Geek Fam, they have lost out 3 members in the process here as Matt Toy is doing so much work in here from Montenegro.
That's right. These 2 guys, they're currently stuck inside the city, but for the side of Dr. TA, they need to actually find better angles to work with. R2k, they find themselves a really nice angle by the terrains here. Sniperman's being able to actually connect a shot straight towards the head of Sandcorn, while Sniperman breaks down the vehicles of Homebois. So Homebois, they walk away with nothing but Anti-Circle here, farming kills after kills, just like how they did before. Todak now looking much better with 5 kills in the bag, taking down members from the side of NED Esports as well. Now Sinbi Pro, they're still up in this hill. They're not leaving just about yet, but they got to make a move. Where can they go though? Now, JPNC having Wong moving in towards the HUD, and Sinbi, he's going for a leap of faith.
Oh, Sinbi, nothing he could have done here. Will Esports, they have to make a bail out of this as well. The circle is going to be coming in, but at the same time, Team Secret, they're still up to Montenegro. This is going to be happening for them here. They heard so much gunshots coming in from this south side. RSG out in open, AC as well. Okay, might be in a little bit of a run as well here, as a couple shots are getting traded as well, but the circle is forcing them in. They have to make a run, and now Woke, he needs to hold down the fort here for the rest of the team here, but he's going to be all by himself, and Sniperman is going for the flank as well. Does he see where Woke is? He heard the movements as well. Woke is downtown. He needs Batman to provide the assist, and smart play here for Sniperman to play it slow as the HUD there. That's have a lot of angle towards the guys from AC. Okay, thinking about the mollies as well. Batman, can he land those shots? He's looking for the plays here, but the smokes are coming in for the assists.
I gotta say, this is definitely an interesting gatekeep coming from the side of RSG, but they are sending people right for Secret now, right in the open. It's not gonna be looking all too good. They're having members shred down the vehicle, and it's both eye shots as well as Fredo down on the ground. Method flips his vehicle, it's out in the open. How long can he survive? Team Secret out of the game once again. blunders after blunders. This is one of the worst weeks possible on a team that represented Malaysia in the global stage.
And that was so unfortunate for them. The car flipped. Everyone was just completely chipped off. Matoy almost clutching him in the last moment here, but the last bullet take him. Meanwhile, JPNC will finish off the last member coming from Dr. TA, and Dr. TA will bow out on 11th place. Meanwhile, RSG, they're still holding down the fort here. Hoke says, you know what, we need to bail here. Smallboy actually getting knocked from the guys from anti-circle, and they've taken too much time because look at the circle right now. They have to cross no man's land. R2k is gatekeeping them. DFV also going to be holding the Montenegro building as well, but Evos VIP, smack middle of the ball, they have the compound, they have so much control out in next phase of circle, and this is not looking good for them. RSG out as well. Oh my goodness.
Everyone on the south side is definitely on a turmoil state. There's going to be Luxy here throwing a little bit of these Molotovs out in the open. Samsung needing to actually heal up. Members of the side of TRX, they are finding a little bit of a high ground advantage here to push upon some members of the side of Evos VIP. So we will see who will be able to win this sort of contest. Whoever wins this has a very high possibility of actually taking that chicken dinner. So right now, of course, all eyes set upon Evos. They've been holding in towards this compound for a very long time. And there we go. Knock on towards the side of Palmy. It's still going to be Xamzy here, the top fragger from the side of Evos VIP here, looking for Reigns as they will push through. There's going to be a nade right in front, though. A little bit dangerous, but he does not care. And he will still get blown up. Now it's down towards Razor. He has to actually cover up. Where's the rest of Evos VIP? They're getting shredded to pieces.
Oh, Evos VIP, they should have played it slow here. Meanwhile, the nades actually clapping off Samsy here as not looking for them here. You can see Luxy gonna be going for the flag here. Kenny going for the assist, but Ray, he's set up a drop shot for himself here, and I don't think Luxy knows he's there. A smoke comes in, but Luxy, he needs to make it into the next phase zone as well. Haikal is pretty much in the middle of circle, but he gets job done here, coming from TRX, and they come up on top. They got the high ground secured, and Evos VIP could not regroup in time because Haikal is pretty much inside the house here. He's going to be very safe. He's going to be able to rat in for better placements here. We're down towards the last final 4 teams here. Haikal is actually going to review himself. Oh no, what are you doing, Haikal? You're all by yourself. I don't think
he's actually going for the revive. This is something that's
risky.
Pretty insane. Like, they can actually hold in towards this girl and just wait for the right time. And Razor now getting taken out because he's out in the open. As much as he tries his best to save his teammate, this is not the right time. So Haikal, all he can do, hold on towards that warehouse because that might just be that golden ticket for that dinner. But he's all alone though.
Yep, as of now here, DFV doing a fantastic job here, dodging every single bullet here. Meanwhile, Yoodo will scout them out. This is a famous Yoodo strat here. We've seen them from previous history as well. They love playing this kind of situations.
By the highway, right?
And by the highway, and it works out in their favor here, especially if you have vehicles. So fortunate for them here, they have a lot of angles to actually punish the guys from TRX. They have vehicles from top, but they might get bursted down. But meanwhile, TRX, they are making a leap of faith here. They flip, and that's going to be a big one from Haikal. They completely obliterate TRX, and Drax will get a couple of steal kills on top of that here. TRX, they're in some trouble. So unfortunate for them here, but that's going to be a huge one coming from Evos VIP. Meanwhile, TRX, he's going to make another attempt once again here, but you do, they know what's up.
He's driving into no man's land, and of course, payback came real swift, and now it's a focus of attention for both Evos as well as Yoodo Gank, while Saitama tries to heal up the final one, but he does not get the final second in. Now between these 3 teams, the one in danger is TRX. And after that, I don't know, one versus 4. Whoever survives has to actually take on Yoodo Gank. Yep. So unless there's a clutch coming from the 2 individual players to actually take out Yoodo Gank, which is very unlikely, this probably will just be it.
Oh, wow.
And the nade connects.
Oh, man, Parang, he exactly knows where he is as well here. Now they know it's going to be a 4v1 situation here. Haikal needs to pull a big one here. And Yoodo, they know exactly where he is. What's up, Haikal? Haikal lots of nice nades as well. Clips him off a little bit more. But all Yoodo Gang has to play right now is just play it slow because Haikal is trapped from multiple angles. Putra going for the flank off angle as well from the windows. Haikal is going to get spotted out as well. But no, Putra will go in for the shot in. But that's going to be Haikal knocking one of the players here. Drax is pretty much low, but he's down towards the last HP. You can see they will want to go to flush him out, and Yoodo Gang will take the chicken dinner.
Then that is definitely going to be a game for Yoodo Gang once again as they conquered Miramar in this second match of the day. And Evos VIP, you know, Samsy was looking great until that knock happened. and TRX punished them for their overaggression, while Yoodo Gank gets that perfect 1-0, total 10 kills, of course. So, with that said, Yoodo Gank should be contesting the side of Evos VIP in this round itself, because at first we saw Evos was taking the top spot. Now, Yoodo Gank goes in for the chase once more.
Yep, and it seems like these are going to be your top two teams heading into this weekend, Super Weekend here. I would say they are pretty much guaranteed to qualify into the Super Weekends coming in here, but it's nice to see that a lot of teams are still showing a little bit more of a strat coming in here, and I really like what Yoodo Gank is playing in that particular game here, because Man Parang played out his mind here. You know, they had so much information, the coordination was just pretty much worked in their favor in that regards. However, a little bit of a mess up here coming from Evos VIP, because you know they had the circle, they had the compound.
2 games in a row, by the way. You
just
know,
so
second
unfortunate.
place.
Yeah, just so unfortunate considering that you know they had a great game, but get messed up, you know, especially with TRX here with a nice play. But before we get a little bit more details of what's going to be happening here, let's take a look at the highlights of how it all went down right now.
And of course, that was amazing games coming out of Yoodo Gank. But you know what? 2 games in a row, Evos VIP, they came so close to the chicken dinner. And they kind of dropped the ball a little bit. Just very minor mistakes that actually kind of cost them the game. But
You know,
the difference is 3 points.
you know, that's
It
the thing
still
about
matters.
April Fools, right? There will be the ones that get pranked and the ones that do the pranking. In this case, Evos VIP, 2 games in a
pranked
row,
themselves, huh?
they got pranked so hard.
Oh,
They
yeah.
got pranked so hard. First game from Goku, second game from TRX. Oh, that was so tough here. It would have been a really great chicken dinner for them. However, in this game again here, Team Secret, they got completely pranked again here, because the final moments,
I think they got battered, you know.
they got completely destroyed. I don't know what's going on, but it seems like Team Secret, they're struggling. They're finally struggling after being one of the most consistent top teams in Southeast Asia, as well as Malaysia.
That's right. And I feel like, you know, it's time to whip out the secret sauce here to really get themselves back into shape. And I don't know what the secret sauce is. Don't really ask me on that. But these guys, they're moving around the place. Like, we saw an incredible shot coming from eye shots, right? And logically, usually in the early phase of the game, you don't really want to send a full force to push upon one member that's knocked, especially all the way high ground. So let's talk about that a little bit later, shall we? We still have some match rankings to show all of you guys that are currently watching. And inside of Miramar, Yoodo Gank walk away with the most points with 25 in total, while Evos, they have 5 kills in the back, and that totaled up to 17, 12 points for TRX, 12 for Damansara FV, R2k with 10 points, as well as Anti-Circle here with 10 points as well.
Yep, Anti-Circle did a phenomenal job here in this particular round here. They got themselves 9 kills in total, which was really fun to watch.
Yeah,
especially when they played from the southern approach here, they understood their circumstances. Hey, we're out of position. The only way for us to win those here is just win those fights.
They pushed through everybody.
Yeah,
on
they
the
pushed
south.
through everybody, but despite that, we know that it was almost near impossible for them to survive the next phase of Circle without vehicles. But they did their best in the worst, out of worst situations. But props to them. However, the bottom half here, we see JPNC, one of the teams that fell victim into their hands as well. Likewise from RSG as well, on 10th place for them, with 4 points as well from them. Dr. TA going to be 11th place before, as well, getting caught out early on. Team Secret, a little bit unfortunate as well, will be on 12th place with 3 points. Wales Esports on 13th place here, one of the teams fell victim in the hands of Team Secret as well, going to be on 13th place with 1 point. JED Esports on 14th place, getting punished here. Homebois and NED Brotherhood going to be on the last 2 plays here with 0 points for themselves. Not exactly what happened to them, sure what happened to Homebois, but NED here, they were one of the furthest from that phase of Circle. It's arguably tough for them actually pushing towards next phase, especially coming from the furthest away from that. And seeing that how they've got the chicken dinner from first game, second game here, this is going to be a huge blow to them.
Well, at the very least, they had that chicken dinner in that first round, so their average point is still going to be pretty high up there for today. But overall, it may not be the same case. And with that big chicken dinner heading over out towards the side of Yoodo Gank, they are now moving all the way to the top spot, overtaking Evos VIP once again. IPWLX coming in with 57 points, 54 for Team SMG. Both of these teams unmoved, but R2k is a slow and steady climb for them with a total of 50 points. Meanwhile, for the side of Team Bosskurr, they walk away with a total of 48 points so far, as well as at the circle here. They have been getting a lot of points, but they are still consistently on 7th spot. 46 for the side of TRX as they are moving upwards, while JPNC falling down behind slightly with a 6-point difference. And of course, on the 10th place, we also have Geek Fam with a total of 39 points. So you can see, in terms of difference, it's not really stark when it comes down to Yoodo as well as Evos. It's just, you know, a whole lot more frags actually going over on the side of Yoodo Gank. And in terms of ranking points, Evos actually has the most thus far.
And seeing how you know, they have been showing very consistent stuff from yesterday and today's performance here, Yoodo Gank seems like they've picked up a little bit of momentum here coming towards this few weeks here. But you know, all things considered here, for them to qualify the top 16 and make it into a super weekend, that's pretty much the most important segment, especially coming from all these teams here. Bottom half here, we see Dr. TA on 11th place, going up into 11th place with 35 points for himself. NED Esports with their one chicken dinner will get themselves 32 points, still dropping down to 12th place here. Still pretty risky for them here. However, DFV, with that top 3 finish from Saitana on the last moment there, top 4 finish for himself, I believe, in Miramar, will push themselves into 13th place with 32 points, followed by Wales Esports will bow out at 14th place and with 31 points for themselves. Homebois with 15th place, 29 points, sharing it with Dingoz as well with 29 points. RSG, a little bit unfortunate for them, will have 17 points with 26 points. J8 Esports on 18th place here with 25 points. Team Secret on 19th place with 20 points. And Todak on the last place here with 11 points. And I'm a little bit worried here from the guys from Team Secret and Todak, because for them to make it into the 16th,
They need a chicken dinner at least.
they need at least a chicken dinner and a flawless game at least if they want to maintain their chances in making it a super weekend. And we know Team Secret is being able to do that. But before that here, let's take a look at our MVP for that match. It is going to be Putra with 2 kills in total, and he's first MVP.
That's right, and you can definitely see some of all the stats here. As much as he wasn't really all too flashy, but he has done significant enough of damage here to be able to actually push Heiko to the edge of his comfort zone and eventually, you know, dropping out some of all these players out there, including the likes of TRX Esports, right? So, of course, we're going to be seeing Putra here, like we mentioned, much early on in the start of the day. This won't be his only MVP throughout the entire tournament. I'm expecting a lot more coming of this ace of Yoodo Gank.
Yeah, and seeing how the game is going to be happening here, I'm looking forward to see how the next few games is going to happen here, because we are pretty much halfway mark thus far. We've pretty much done with 2 games, 3 more games to go. Can some of these teams actually start to roll up here? Because I'm pretty sure everyone is looking forward to see how Team Secret go. But I know I keep bringing this up, right? Because we've known them as the benchmark for Malaysia as well as Southeast Asia to be an overall general topic. But now new faces to the table here. We're going to be seeing the head-to-head here. It's going to be Sniper Man with also Bravo. Sniper Man with 5 kills in total. I would say the kill leader for this particular match as well from Anti-Circle, as they pretty much destroy everyone coming from the southern section. 5 kills for himself, 4 kills for Bravo. They play the safety approach. 673 damage coming from Sniper Man. But everything has been close quarter thus far. Seems like Anti-Circle is really good in playing those kind of close CQC battles here. Whereas Yoodo, they want to play a safety approach. We saw some really long range fights, and it's done tremendously well for them here. Look at this, 238 meters kill coming from Bravo.
That's right, and we have definitely seen that Bravo is a very stealthy player. As much as Sniper Man goes in for many of these kills and dish a lot of damage, you can see that he actually takes quite a substantial damage as well from all these sort of fight that he picked up. But
it's interesting, right?
Yeah.
See that Sniper Man is Sniper Man, but he's playing on a front line rather than a long-range battle here.
It's just like Superboy, you know, like they are both in the same team. I always sometimes get confused, like between the names. But 1377, wow, I guess that's lead. If only it's 1337, then that's a little bit different. So Yoodo Gank coming in out hot there with a total of 10 kills, but coming up closely, like what we mentioned, it was anti-circle here with 9 kills. As much as they dropped much early on, they were facing up against the likes of RSG before moving further in, and there was way too many challenges out there. While R2k is suddenly back in 6 total kills, and of course on the 4th most kills throughout the team, it's going to be Evos there that actually dished the most amount of damage in this particular map.
Yeah, they were one of the biggest gatekeepers and annoyance here, considering the circle actually favored them as well. But it's just very, very unfortunate for them, considering that they've got a lot of damage in. But most of the kills were pretty much secured by the rest of the teams here. In this case, Yoodo was one of them. Team Secret is one of them as well from all that here. But now, let's take a look at the overall stats here. Total kills thus far in this particular match, 53 for himself. Deflates here, 200 Deflates has been used in that game. That's a lot being used in that regards. 11 total revives here. Total heals of 12,000 for overall in the teams here. Airdrop looted, none, apparently. Longest kill is going to be 312 meters. I believe it should be the shot coming in from iShots early on. Total knockouts is 47, total headshots 16. Not the best, but the longest distance kills... Oh, sorry, it's actually going to be Saitama. Wow, that's far.
It is Saitama because at the end of it all, it wasn't a kill on towards, I believe it was Sinbi that got knocked, or was it himself? I don't know.
Sinbi got knocked was pretty much by
yeah. Yeah, but one of the members of Will's, right? So he didn't really secure the kill, or else I think it will be a very, very long distance kill for the side of Team Secret's iShot. And, you know, we talk about many of all these sort of teams here, and of course now it's time for us to once again celebrate the victory of Yoodo Gank. All right, of course, we've already witnessed another spectacular game coming out of the side of Yoodo Gank. And of course, that itself was a little bit challenging as there's been so many places that the circle could have ended up. It did went on top of Evos VIP's sector, but Evos VIP had troubles of their own. Now, the journey to success for Yoodo Gank here is relatively simple, to be honest, because they started off from Power Grid. All they did is to move to the farm right across that Monte Nivo section there. So they were holding on towards this farm for the longest of time, and that's where they started farming a whole lot of these kills. While the rest of the teams that are on the south side, they were hoping that, you know, okay, the circle centralizes, but instead, this circle eventually pushed upwards, which means that there's a whole lot more room for Yoodo Gank to actually breathe. The only threat that comes in towards them was actually on the northern part of the map, which is Evos VIP. But Evos VIP, like I mentioned early on, they were fighting against TRX, and they did not expect to drop the ball. So just look at the flock of the crowd. They're all on the southern side of the map. So RSG, as much as they were holding one of the best spots possible, there's many ways to be caught out, whether it's from the south side, from the southeast side. So it's a really tough place to hold from. Meanwhile, the other teams were kind of stuck inside the city of Monte Nivo, and that's tragic, absolutely tragic. So to elaborate further on how painful it was, just look at Geek Fam, stuck in the center of Dr. TA, Team Secret, Damansara Evie, behind them there was also Team Wills, and what's even more tragic, Sinbi actually fell to his death in that game itself. Though, so, yeah, I guess some players here are really having a really, really tough mission here inside of Miramar. But look at TRX, though, all the way from the far west. They move up those hills, eventually wrapped around to get to the backs of Evos VIP and cause all the trouble while Evos VIP, they had the circle, but they could not really hold all too long. Now, watch what happens right down below. Todak, they were taking fights against Yoodo Gank as well as R2k, and some of the members could not actually move anywhere further. Homebois was probably the last remaining member out there, but Anti-Circle, they still forced that fight, and eventually both R2k as well as Anti-Circle, they chipped into this battle to take out RSG. So whoever's inside the city is going to be inside of Geek Fam, leaving Downward behind. He can only do so much, and it is honestly a very open ground out there other than the hut that Heiko was in. So the rest of Evos should have actually held a little bit better, or perhaps, you know, everybody just book into that warehouse, which gives them a little bit more of a chance here to survive. But with that being said, Yoodo Gank eventually will be able to secure that zone over on towards the right side here and close up the game here with a 10-pointer kill as well as that chicken dinner. So when we come back to our game here, we'll be taking a short break here. Honestly, it's not that short. I guess we're going to be having roughly about 10 minutes here before we come back in for game number 3. My name is Contra. Thank you so much for hearing me out. You're currently watching the PMPL SEA Season 3.
Dapatkan jika dia net. Alamak, mereka berada di satu lubang yang sedang dikepung dan ada dua pasukan Iphone Wanted dan juga Yoodo Gank. Dan sekarang ini Raizai hanya menunggu saja Sanuti untuk dia mati. Sangat-sangat sukar untuk dia buat apa-apa.
Malang sekali kedudukan dia mudah untuk dikesan dan dia akan dibagi dengan pelbagai bom. Ada Dikim akan dijatuhkan oleh Homebois. Oh, itu dia lagi saja. Rata termantan dan kalau pergi ke bawah lagi baiklah, tapi di sini kita berangkat dia akan melanggar Evos VIP. Malang sekali untuk mereka. Evos VIP membuat defense yang lebih baik pada waktu ini dia hampir dijatuhkan 3 orang lagi di atas sebenarnya. Ya, tinggal 1 saja, 2 saja lagi berdiri sini dan nampaknya Batman rendah dan bisa dilihatkan satu lontaran grenade. Tapi nampaknya Razer yang berjaya dapat dijatuhkan terlebih dahulu lontaran grenade mungkin akan dapatkan satu kejatuhan dan nampaknya Evos VIP Razer dalam keadaan knockdown lagi belum lagi dapat diangkat, tapi Kim betul-betul jauh. Last man standing untuk tim RSG ketika ini. Takkan
SG sekarang ini.
alamak.
Oh, tim Secret yang dikeluarkan terlebih dahulu pada 15. Dan Homebois berlawan pasal dikenakan diberikan 1 lawan 1. Dia ada pukul, dia ada basket, tapi nampaknya Uzi diberikan dengan 1. Uzi yang lain pula. Homebois percaya mendapatkan 1.
Rata terus. Wow. Apa yang terjadi kepada pasukan RSG sebenarnya? Saya
Ventilasi. Kalau dia orang tak tahu, dia orang boleh buat macam-macam sudah Evos VIP. Ini tembakan dibaskan lagi. Dapat 2 orang sekarang ini.
mantap, Jom. Dan itu dia lagi. Satu yang kemudian dia dapat 2 orang. Belum lagi. Ada lagi.
Mungkin masih ada. Dia nak terjadi. Berjaya dia datangkan mungkin sekarang ini akan dapatkan 3 kill untuk tim RSG. Masih sekarang dalam permainan kita top 10. Dia akan dah habis tapi masih ada lagi rupanya. Tapi Dingoz sudah bersinar ketika ini 1 lawan 4 situasi. Cuba untuk bikin fire tapi dia dapat dalam belakang. Mungkin biasa dan mungkin berjaya terpulang keluar oleh tim Bosskurr ke tempat yang ke-10 dengan 8 kill. Dalam poket begitu berbahaya. Dia dapat kill, combo kill akan jatuh. Sekali tinggal seorang pemain saja itu selamat. AKM digunakan, dia dapatkan 1 kill. Tetapi sekali 2 orang pemain masih lagi di untuk pasukan musuh mereka. Mencari-cari di bagian dalam asal ini. Dia akan lepaskan pemain tersebut. Jadi dijatuhkan ketika ini 1 lawan 1. Putra, angka lawan dengan pihak musuh mereka. Dia akan dapat
Seakan-akan mereka ada mata yang ketiga boleh nampak kat mana enemy tersebut. Jadi sekarang ini masih lagi terselamat untuk pasukan SMG, tetapi mereka akan beramai-ramai untuk lakukan seterusnya di bagian bawah. Ketiga-tiga yang akan rata dan saya nak merasakan sekarang ini Yoodo Gank akan mampu untuk bermain dengan begitu cantik. Last hit untuk si Jenny.
Ya, sudah nampak kepala sikit habis untuk Jenny. Dan itulah dia tim Yoodo Gank dengan 11 skill untuk waktu ini.
Satu squad dengan berapa je?
Ya, 3 orang pemain saya lagi dan Wong tadi nyawa lagi. Tak dapat trip, sayang, sangatlah sayang.
Sayang dan satu pemain dengan bom ini memang kandai cantik lah pasukan tersebut. Memang sangat berkualiti yang psycho. Dan dia dah tahu nama. Nama sudah keluar jadi dia akan masuk ke dalam.
Pekerjaan sangat-sangat tertekan. Tapi masih lagi ada peluang untuk melakukan revival. Dengan molotov dibaling, mereka akan terbakar. Mereka dibakar hidup-hidup. Dan mungkin akan jatuh satu-satu. Empat akan terbunuh sekarang ini tidak main. Masih lagi anda. Putra tidak akan membuat satu spam ke dalam kawasan semua. Tampakkan chicken dinner. Mereka ada 4 orang, mereka ada 3 orang pemain. Dan zigzag berseorangan. Ini juga adalah permainan yang paling terbaik untuk pasukan DMSFP. Selepas mereka ada dapatkan chicken dinner di week di hari yang terakhir, hari yang ketiga. Tapi ini adalah super weekend. Zigzag, DMSFP nombor 2. Adakah mampu untuk clash lawan dengan 3 orang pemain berdapatkan Evos VIP 13 kill untuk Evos VIP. Tapi lebih yang cantik daripada zigzag.
Itu dia. Jatuh balik yang cantik daripada zigzag. Mungkin dapat tambah satu lagi kill sekurang-kurangnya. Tapi sekarang ini Evos kena mencari di manakah zigzag sebenarnya. Oh, kenapa dia lari dekat situ? Satu tempat juga bersiko untuk ditembak. Tapi lagi masih nak selamatkan rakan dia pada waktu ini. Mereka tahu zigzag dia kan hampir terjatuh pada Laksi. Bahaya betul Senji sekarang ni yang kena merhatikan di manakah kedudukan spesifik zigzag. Kalau tidak mereka boleh kalah perlawanan ini sebenarnya.
Stylish mode is coming. Innovate the battlefield with music for new battle experiences. From March 9th, 100 Rhythms will be available on Erangel. Players will experience some diverse new skills to make winning more exciting than ever. Let's see how 100 Rhythms is played. A new music innovation called the Music Armband is introduced in 100 Rhythms. There are 3 bands: the Recon Armband, Guardian Armband, and Camouflage Armband. Each armband has 1 active skill and 2 passive skills. Equip them to get various buffs. Players get to choose 1 armband on Spawn Island before the match begins. Players will start the match with an active skill and unlock the passive skills by picking up chips in the match. The Recon Armband's active skill is Sonic Scan. Its passive skills are Encore and Sound Burst. After using Sonic Scan, the player throws a scanning device forward to scan and mark enemies. Upgrade the armband to use Encore, which makes players recover health after knocking out marked enemies. After Sound Burst is activated, your ammo will carry an electric charge that deals massive damage to marked enemies that are hit. The Guardian Armband's active skill is Music Barrier. Its passive skills are Music Conversion and Pop Metal. Use Music Barrier to activate a device that generates a semi-transparent column-shaped barrier that reduces part of the damage taken from bullets. After Music Conversion is activated, players can disable the barrier and recover the energy of allies within range instead. After acquiring the Pop Metal skill, players and their allies will greatly decrease reload time when they are inside the barrier. Activate this skill to give your whole team a firepower advantage. The Camouflage Armband's active skill is Stealth. Its passive skills are Surveillance and Breathing Easy. Use Stealth to get a ghillie suit. However, there are obvious special effects when they are used, so you must watch your surroundings in case any enemies are tailing you. The passive skill Surveillance lets you detect whether any enemies are nearby, whereas Breathing Easy lets the player gradually recover health when the player is not in combat, so the player can fight for even longer. So, quickly choose your music armband and become the most stylish and powerful player on the battlefield.
Welcome back to the live stream here in the PUBG Mobile Pro League NYSG Season 3. My name is Contra, this is IC Baby 12, and the entirety of the PMPL NYSG is co-organized by VSPN in collaboration with Tencent Games like Speed Quantum and PUBG Corporation.
And alongside our official smartphone partner, challenge your boundaries with Xiaomi. Catch all the action happening on our socials at Facebook and YouTube. At PUBG Mobile Malaysia, or catch the live broadcast through our official media partner WeTV, always more. And of course, you can always check out the brand new Note 10 series as well coming in. It's looking pretty good here, but at the same time, welcome back once again here. And it's been an amazing 2 games thus far. I'm looking forward to see how the next game is going to be happening here. Contra, thoughts on this?
Well, I definitely think that there is some shown consistency coming in teams like Anti-Circle, Yoodo Gank, as well as Evos VIP. Like, yeah, we do see a little bit of hiccups here and there in certain games, but nevertheless, there's result being shown across the table. But for the rest that are on the second page, that's where the hurdle comes in. Especially when we look into the table, there's Dingoz this week not looking at their best. Same goes towards Todak as well as Team Secret. You know, there's so many of all these names here that honestly, nobody would expect them to be down low.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? Now, anything can happen here. It is still possible for all these teams to actually rise up to the challenge here. We are looking for the top 16 to make it to a Super Weekend. That's all you gotta take here. So, in this case, you know, Yoodo Gank, Evos VIP, they're in prime position here. You would say you can take a back seat, relax, you know. But that's the thing, right? Considering that they are all professionals here, they are all, you know, they gotta still maintain their peak performance here. They gotta still keep on hustling. They gotta keep on training and getting better over time here if they want to get good, especially when it comes towards the most important matters. Because pressures now may be a little bit low on them, but expectations of them coming to Super Weekend, that's gonna be something that is gonna be extremely hard to pull off. Because in this case, Todak is one of those teams. Because right now, you know, I'm sorry to say, I had expectations of them coming from the first week. They did pretty okay. Super Weekend. Now, and I did not expect that at all.
Yeah, it just dropped the ball all the way down low. But, you know, that past game, at the very least, we saw a little bit of a light for them where they were taking very crucial fights. I think that they should not actually back down from any sort of a given fight. They need to show that same ferocity like what we saw back in week number 1, where they were actually a very formidable opponent when it comes down to close quarter combat or even long-range shots where, you know, there was some really beautiful pickups coming in from Chaka Jr. and the rest of the players like Kid. So I just hope that, you know, by the end of week 2, day 3, we might just actually see them on the the Super Weekend itself. But with that being said, we're going to be returning in towards another map of Sanhok here for game number 3. So I believe that certain teams are going to be missing out on this match because this is going to be a battle between A, B, C, as well as E, while Group D goes on a break.
Yep. Seeing how the next phase here, you know, we are seeing a little bit of pattern coming from some of these teams here. Teams are already adapting to the playstyles. But seeing how, you know, one of the teams that really impressed me to a certain degree is actually DMFE, Damansara Esports. Just because of how they are very passive, they've been trying to play the rotation game all the way through. First game didn't exactly happen to help them out in Sanhok, but game 2, Miramar, they had a very interesting approach here because they took routes where normal circumstances it would not pay out for them, but they've been very observant of opportunities. You know, the moment Team Secret bailed out their compound, they immediately take their compound. And it was very likewise coming from Yoodo Gank as well, especially coming from game 2 from Miramar, where Evos VIP, they had the upper hand, they were taking this exact same spot from Yoodo Gank. But the problem is that the moment they left towards the compound to find a circle, Yoodo Gank take advantage that, hey, there's no Evos there, let's take the corner roadside for themselves and just completely take advantage of the situation. And it's all about given the opportunities and taking advantage of it at all. So teams now are slowly adapting to all the teams' playstyles, and I'm really liking what I'm seeing thus far, especially coming in second week. First week, it was a little bit messy gameplays coming from all these teams, but second week, you know, teams are learning very quickly, and I'm looking forward to see how match 3 is going to go, especially coming from this group here, ABCE. Have they adapted thus far?
Well, it's really hard to say that has anybody adapted to Sandhawk? Because
Oh yeah.
Sandhawk, so far, it does look like there is one team that actually plays very consistently. Like throughout week 1, week 2, I can't help but to talk about Evos VIP because the last game that we saw them back in Sandhawk, they may not actually get that win, but they were at number 2. So before we even start off the show, we saw the flight path and then all the stats. It was 3 players on the side of Evos VIP getting some of the most kills out there. So is this the turf of Evos this time around?
You know, that's a very interesting approach you're bringing to the table, considering that Evos VIP, considering on statistics as well, back then before Evos came in, VIP squad, they were formerly, when Jumper was in with them as well, they were known as the kings of Sandhawk. So they have a certain degree of familiarity when it comes to play Sandhawk, and almost mathematically here, most of their games won were actually coming in from Sandhawk as well. So it's no surprises that they are comfortable with it. But that's the thing, what's the secret? Not many teams do pay attention to them, and when you bring this up time and time again, I really like you pointing out the fact that they have a certain degree of strength, but at the same time, Evos VIP, they are playing something they're very comfortable with, which is in Sandhawk. And besides that, for them to grow and being consistent now, it's great. But can they maintain it to a Super Weekends? That's going to be my question.
Yeah, I definitely think that they will make it to the Super Weekend. It's just that can they perform in the Super Weekend just like how they did today or even yesterday. So if they do actually get some really good scores here, then I think there is a good chance that they might be able to challenge even the likes of Yoodo Gank. So, of course, a lot of all these great highlights that we witnessed early on, we see some great battles coming out of teams out there. And I think like RSG sees a little bit more improvement, right? Like the way that they're thinking, especially when they play Miramar, it looks to be a little bit more stable. I think their games inside of Angle is the one that is a little bit more problematic so far. So thank goodness for them, I guess. Like they only have 1 game of Angle for today, which is the very final map for the evening itself. But before we even talk about that, now Sandhawk, this time around, as much as there are circles that actually go into Alpha Islands, which it's something that's dreaded by many of these pro players because there's so little land and so many areas to enter the island, but also get caught out from. So I felt like this actually poses the least of a threat to teams that are actually coming from the edges. Like we know, like Evos VIP drops into Lakawi, or teams like Tauge I am all the way towards the southwest side of Sami or so. Like it wasn't really too difficult for all these teams to actually make their way through.
Yeah, and seeing how you know, a lot of these situations here, let's talk a little bit more coming in from NED Esports, right? What happened to them? Because NED Esports, you know, Super Weekend, #1. Now, you know, yesterday and today's game seems a bit sloppy. And even in game 1, game 2, we didn't actually see too much coming from NED Esports.
Yeah.
What exactly went down with them? You know, it seems like they're pulling the brakes. They're barely in the border marks now, and I'm worried in a sense where, hey, you know, it might be a trend coming from them here. Take a chill pill in Weekdays. April Fool pranks all the way. This is something that they love doing here. It's a meme coming from the Indonesia side as well here. You know, it's pranking all the way. NED Esports kind of, you know, with Boyka in the boat here, anything is possible, man.
Well, I believe so in that sort of way. And I guess NED Esports is a very momentum-heavy team. Like, we saw it before when they were playing either in the local scene, regional scene as well. I think, like, the last time we see them even going regionally, they were struggling a whole lot. But in the local scene, they really know the turf. It's just that when is it really vital for them to shine? All they need is just to squeeze by into the weekend, just like how they did back in week #1, where they weren't really that dominant force to say, oh, we're going to be getting as much chicken dinners on the weekdays. No, that's not the answer. Get all the chicken dinners in the weekend.
Yeah,
that's the right way to do it.
I think that's the one that is the most important one here, because the official scores will be calculated coming to the weekend. So it's understandable that, hey, you know, Weekdays just make it the top scene, play it safe, you know, test out a couple strategies, which we did see a lot as well. And I like what some of the teams are actually bringing to the table. Homebois are trying it out. Todak is taking it a little slow, but DFE has pretty much been trying it out in terms of rotations as well. We see a lot of Dingoz likewise as well. And seems like one of the teams that really stood out for me is going to be the guys from I believe it was Dingoz. Yeah, was it Dingoz? R2k, sorry. R2k, getting a little bit aggressive and overzealous to a certain degree, but it seems like they're just trying to stretch out their wings here, trying to set how much they can actually test out in terms of their firepower and compositions, or in this term the formations as well, and then later pull whatever they have learned and experienced coming from the weekdays and then bring into weekends. So I'm looking forward to see how it transitions well, but it's still too early to actually tell what their play styles and objectives yet.
Yeah, like when you mentioned about R2K, they don't really have chicken dinners thus far, and as much as that's the case, at the very least, this day itself, we see them actually performing a whole lot better. And the last that we saw of them, they were doing really good inside of Sanhok, third place finish. So we have to still keep an eye out for this team that has yet to win. And last season itself, there's a sort of meme where the circle always goes to Bosskurr. Apparently this time, not really the case, has he lost his magical touch, or, was it just the Damansara effect? But even if you talk about the Damansara effect, the new Damansara FV never had the circle. They were always running towards it. So yeah, so many things to actually talk about as we are finding ourselves our game for game number 3 here. And, so many things.
And speaking of which as well here, another thing I want to talk about here is NED Brotherhood here, right? Like first week, they didn't actually qualify. Boo-hoo for them. But seems like for now, they got an early start. They got a chicken dinner. They need some points. They need to make it in the top 16 if they want to rack some in Super Weekend. But second game here, they fell a bit short here. Do you think they are still going to be going all out again in Game 3? Do you think it's possible for them, especially coming in Sanhok?
Well, I definitely think it's very much possible, especially when you have so many of all these good teams out there that might just be able to challenge them. But of course, we'll be seeing what will happen eventually. And currently, you are watching the PMPL MYSG Season 3. We will be taking a short break, as when we come back, we'll go straight into action.
Yeah. Ready? Strap up. Yeah. Free falling out of this, ready for what I'm pitching. Ain't nothing but heaters is in the pick. I'm off from a distance like. About to get the drop on. Come roll up with the squad on. How you gon' survive when we ride? You can't hide or run. Try to stall, but your time will come. Together better than riding alone. Stuck inside of the zone. But before we head home, I don't right with my scope and then right know where to go. Yeah, if I miss, I don't quit, so best stay in the zone. Yeah. Coming at you like I got nothing to lose. Hey. Clearly I might be missing a couple screws. Call me the handyman cause I'm known for carrying tools. Hey. Ain't a problem that I can't fix, please don't get it confused. Yeah. 6 million ways to try, which will you choose? Many hope to stop our team, but we refuse. Act like you want it, bet y'all get it. Winner, chicken dinner is about to get barbaric. Can't call me, so I embrace pain and walk it on. Yeah. Meanwhile, these cowards are praying, we call it off. Never not at all. In it to win it, we'll keep trying. Yeah. The zone's closing in and we're watching the sounds flying. No loud sirens coming to save you, you better force it. Artists with the shotty, I paint a picture that's haunted. Pretty ugly, this ain't funny, but they nearly struck me too. They must be feeling lucky, spraying anybody that move. About to hit these dummies, get them ready before they getting you. Revenge is coming, someone of us will take out your food. Bring it back. Enemies ahead, about to put her in it, they chapter. Survival of the fittest, the only mission that matters. My sharpest a dagger, my mama ain't raised a stacker. Coming in hot and heavy to break them and make them scatter. Made a pattern that's ready for what I'm preaching. Nothing but heaters, listen to pick them off from a distance. Man, listen, yeah, got the drop on. Yeah.
1, 2, 3. Hello. In the name of all competitors, atas nama semua pesaing, kami berjanji bahawa kami akan mengambil bahagian dalam PUBG MOBILE Pro League NYSG musim ketiga dengan menghormati dan mematuhi peraturan kepada yang mengaturnya untuk melakukan pertandingan tanpa menipu atau bersikap negatif dalam semangat kesukanan yang sebenarnya untuk kejayaan pertandingan dan penghormatan pasukan kami.
Flying out to Sydney, classes on the business. I'm a doctor's right and you can never beat me. I just had my birthday and I wish that I could be me.
Hey, welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League NYSG Season 3, hosted by PUBG Mobile, co-organized by VSPN in collaboration with Tencent Games, Lightspeed Quantum, and also PUBG Corporation.
We'll definitely like to thank our official smartphone partners here as they challenge your boundaries with Xiaomi. Catch all the action happening on our socials at Facebook as well as YouTube at PUBG Mobile Malaysia, or catch the live broadcast through our official media partners, WeTV. Always more. So far, we've been having some really good games for the past 2 rounds, but moving in towards Sandhawk once again, this has been a really difficult map for the many likes of the teams to master, and so far there's only very few teams that usually come up on top. So I think that we might just actually catch a lot more surprises this time around inside of the tropical forest of Sandhawk.
Yeah, for a second I thought you were gonna say Miramar, but yeah, you're right, it's Sandhawk. But April Fools. But ladies and gentlemen here, sorry, apologize for whatever you know, we've been skedaddling all the way through here because it is after
You've
all,
been skedaddling.
I know I've been skedaddling. I know you guys don't really like a little bit of fools here, but today we gotta celebrate the monumental day of April Fools. It's pretty much a day to have fun, right?
I guess so.
April Fools.
It's not funny, man.
It's cold.
Yeah.
Just like Icy Baby.
Too.
Yeah. Anyway, it's not fun at all, but...
Or it can be Icy Baby a carton, you know? Like, it can be half of 12.
What?
Okay.
April Fools. Welcome to the Icy Baby 1-2 and Contra channel.
Okay.
Okay, not true. Anyway,
Not true.
not true.
Follow PUBG Mobile on their Facebook as well as subscribe to their YouTube channel.
Yeah.
That's where you can tune into all the live stream and also get a whole lot more of these great updates that you guys can get throughout the entirety of the show. And even when you guys are busy, we understand live can definitely catch us on some interesting timings. But speaking of timings here, I believe that we do have the perfect time here to get ourselves ready for the next flight.
Yeah, pretty sure we are going to be jumping straight in the game now. No?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Frank. April Fool.
Just kidding, guys.
Skedaddling.
So I'm just hoping that we'll be seeing the
okay,
players actually get right
okay,
in.
that's the thing, right? Enough of jokes, enough of jokes. I know you guys are sick of us telling jokes here. Let's come back to the topic a little bit more serious note here. Thoughts on Dr. TA, because we haven't really talked too much about them. Coming in towards the the weekdays here last week, it was pretty slow start for them. Super Weekend came in, they were popping out, they were doing very consistent here. Top 2 finished by Super Weekend. But now coming in towards this few games thus far, it feels like, are they on the similar same wavelength as what JAV Esports is? Take it slow through the weekdays and then come up on the weekends.
I definitely think that this team has some highs and lows. Not every team can be breaking records by winning chicken dinners every single day, right? So I guess this team here, as much as they are a brand new team that comes into the league, they've shown quite a lot of good stamina throughout many of these games. And not only that, Ziso is a player that I really respect because I've seen him in tournaments since like, what, 2-3 years ago. Like even since the very first time that we've casted PUBG Mobile, like small tournaments, as much as we don't see his name all too much, this is one name that now will be very significant. And you know what? Good news is that we finally do have our flight ready, heading in towards Sanhok here in match number 3. As we dive right in, the flight has already cut across, and you can definitely see some really good intersection. I say, baby, 1-2, let's break this one down.
Yep, before we break it down here, for a second, we thought it was going to be a prank, but ladies and gentlemen, here is no longer a prank. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me, right? I got it correct. Shoot me twice, does not happen. Third time is not the charm in this case. Sorry, it's bad, isn't it?
Maybe the 12th time is the charm, The 12th time.
1-2, man. It's 1-2. It's not 12.
Well, you put the numbers together, it's 12, okay?
Fine. I can't do math. It's 1-2. Shut up.
Yeah, okay. I guess you do some different kind of mathematics in the sort of sense.
Okay.
But Wales Esports, they are now in a very separated area. And at the circle, they're really pretty much segregated as well. So I wonder what happens. You got something to say, ain't you?
Yeah, I definitely know. I like how you just hit the high notes.
High notes for PMPL SEA Season 3.
Why?
I'm so sorry, guys.
People flame us for being
I'm so sorry for whoever's watching. We're not pranking you guys. Maybe sometimes we're annoying you guys. But,
well, it's April Fools.
We just want to make sure you guys are feeling cozy after all. So we'll get into the game. We'll get into the game.
Speaking how the circle is here, it's going to be dropping down low, It's super low all the way down towards the bottom side of the map. So, I don't know. What do you think? How low can you go, Condra?
I could go lower than that.
Okay. That's whispering.
No, I'm not going to be going any... let's do it as usual, please. Thank you very much.
All right.
And,
just as I hear, okay.
Okay, now focus on this because there's actually a lot of teams on the northern side here that will be moving inwards. So it's 2-2 split coming from RSG as usual, cutting through the section from the villages as well as on the outskirts of Paradise Resort. So Dingoz here might just actually set something up while... For the side of SMG, they're also having some members all across.
This is really interesting here, considering that Team Secret getting flushed out of Paradise.
TRX, though. Look at TRX.
Yeah. Look at how split TRX is. They have taken out Sami, Takam, and also Cam Charlie and Bantai all
it's
the
like
way.
One guy, one city.
Yeah,
that's
crazy,
very interesting.
Right? And you look at the drop spots from the rest of the teams, right? Look at this. Anti-Circle, they are pretty much somewhere in the cave. They split off as well. Team Secret also gonna kind of split off on the northern section here. They split some with Mong Nai. RSG going to be split out on the western side of Paradise here, and I'm actually worried for some of the teams here because they look for a different kind of jungle approach, which doesn't exactly take main cities, right? Like the traditional meta here has always been like Season 1, Season 2, PMCO, PMWL, the leagues, everything, right? Everyone takes a town regardless. Everyone will pretty much take a main city here. Is the safer place, the safer approach here. But it seems like a lot of these teams are playing the flower pattern, which in this case, it's more like trying to hide your original strats, playing a little split push. Where it's
pattern?
How do I put it? The flowery pattern. Sorry, I got this term coming from Few from I don't know which team it was, formerly from Pure Skills back then. So he says the reason why they do this is to show a little bit of flower pattern. It's extremely hard for teams to read their rotations, especially when now we're looking at these kind of maps. Like
Yeah,
it's
the
so
player
unpredictable where
yeah.
they are going to be rotating in from, especially that when they are so split off. It might be a different kind of
get
entry
your
point. Yeah.
Yeah. Of course, you just don't really want to show all your cards.
Exactly.
That's pretty much it. So.
But look at what RSG is doing because, surprise, surprise, they actually took the car approach and actually rotated smack middle of the circle all the way from the northern section.
Okay, I'm pretty sure that this is definitely a strat that used to come in from the captain here, who is Batman. So Batman, back when he was playing in the PC scene, you will rarely see this, but not many teams actually like to take vehicles to rotate around. But this time, it's not only RSG. J8's doing the same. Same goes to Wills, and they are having exactly the same idea. They're actually rushing in towards the center. So, you know, teams that have exactly the same sort of stance, they are now going to be blocking horns eventually. As for the side of Team Wills, they haven't really moved all too far from Quarry, but having a vehicle in hand is definitely going to be very, very useful. So as much as we've been staring across this survey minimap, see something peculiar? Damansara FE, what are they doing?
Well, they're taking a page off IPW as well here, but it's a very common tactics to actually travel by sea. A safer approach here.
Shouldn't it be the other way around? It's actually safer?
The longer approach usually has its perks, just because people would not expect them to rotate in here. It's a longer approach, but it's definitely a safer one. But as of now, can they make it in time for next phase circle? However, first blood here, Wales Esports, Stewart 9K.
Aduka. It's Aduka.
Yeah, Stewart 9K will take off Aduka.
Yeah. So it's kind of like a 1 versus 1.
I get confused with Stewart 2K. But at the same time as well, JPNC, they are going to be taking the boat approach as well. They might actually go lock horns against Damansara Esports here. So this is quite worrisome for them if they do not have the vehicle here, because from behind it's going to be JPNC. And they will have the little bit of advantage here just because of right now, in terms of angles, JPNC will have the better angles against Damansara Esports. This is going to be a disaster for them. But Damansara Esports, they are going to be swimming. They don't have. Oh no! Oh no! This should not have happened.
Was this the same boat that they came on?
I don't know. It seems like they've run out of boats, and Damansara Esports, they have to swim all the way through, and this is going to be the longest approach. Meanwhile, on the kill feed here, we see
I told you,
Esports taking out the guys from JP.
This is a bad idea, and this is just the proof. Like, what the heck is that? Like,
no. Logically, you should have vehicles, but like, damn,
just go through the land. Like, it's not honestly not that hard. Like,
I think they have no choice now.
This is them getting themselves into a hot soup. You know, like
putting themselves in a tough spot.
I mean, they're literally sinking and drowning out there, and all they can do. Okay. Thank God that's a smoke.
Yeah,
I always get worried, you know, like when a Nate comes out and it doesn't really tells you much.
Wales Esports right now, they're not exactly pushing the aggression here because they don't exactly know where the rest of members coming from JE Esports here. They're pretty split out, and it's understandable why Anik doesn't exactly want to go in for the save. He knows he's out of position. The rest of the teams are back out, and he makes a call here. We have to bail out this fight, and Anik is gonna be okay, but
no, I don't think so.
It's gonna be fine. It's down to the last scene. Does he crash and explode? No, he's gonna be A-okay. Can he make it across? And he's gonna be A-okay. So JE Esports, they lose the MQD, but they will lose one more in the process. So that's gonna be up to Zuri and Anik to clutch it for JE Esports, and this is gonna be a rough battle for them. Meanwhile, Wales Esports, they will get 2 easy kills for themselves.
Yeah, and I guess count the lucky stars for RSG because these two teams lock on first before they get any further in towards the territories of RSG. Now, we're going to be moving in towards the southwestern side. This is going to be Bosskurr as well as SMG. This is just across the Painan side. And I think that Nga might actually have a little bit of a clue. Now, I know that you're making sounds because Nga was formerly members alongside with Bart, Trixnity, and these two teams, you know, long history, but then again, it's kind of like
not that
long extended brothers, you know, like they're still, you know, ex-teammates after all, so there's still a little bit of respect given.
Yeah, will they actually lock horns? Because this is a fight that I'm looking forward to see here, because as of now, first week, I believe SMG kind of bowed out against them. But Super Weekends, SMG came up strong. So Boss, they were kind of struggling here. But can they get some more points? But Team Secret now, this time, they are taking a little bit different approach here. It looks like they are going to be tanking the circle as Mattoy is still looking for Messi. He's got 3 first aids and 19 bandages, and also a level 1 helmet, which is not exactly favoring for him here, as he does have the VSS, but at the same time, we know how detrimental he can do with the VSS. We've seen him clutch his way through in the previous week, but it seems like they are just, having a rough day. I would say, like, it's a different approach. I've not seen Team Secret play these kind of rotations before, and for them to tank the first phase of Circle before heading in here, I don't know. It feels like they're trying something new, and I'm worried if it will pay out, or is it worth risking it for themselves now?
I can definitely hear a little bit of shiver on your voice. So let me explain what's really going on, right? So Team Secret, past couple of games, crash out less than the usual double-digit kills of the Flare. Now, they're taking things one step at a time, taking it very, very slowly. So they're still by the edges of Cam Bravo, Lakawi, and they will slowly move right in once they are ready. So once everything subsides, that's where they will be moving all across the quarry section. But the problem right now is this. There's going to be Dingoz MPX that's going to be lurking around, and if they were to be not careful enough, I guess that battle will actually come out, and whichever party actually falls in that battle, Dingoz or even Team Secret, it's going to be spelling doom for them because they don't really have too many games to work with here. But Todak, they're taking a slight pit stop right here over on towards the Sami section. I think that they just want to restock, but JPNC, they're looking to actually go in for pickouts. They heard all the noises, all the ruckus, but Todak, honestly, ain't stopping for nothing.
It's interesting coming to see Todak here still taking the vehicle approach here. Considering that they are coming from Alpha, they need some sort of mobility to actually cover ground. It's great for them, but right now they're still kind of blinded to in a sense where they don't exactly have a lot of information or where the rest of the remaining teams are happening. There's not a lot of movements yet. I like how they are going to be setting up a couple of boosts before pushing in, knowing that, hey, things are going to go south eventually. And guess what? Anip and Zuli, they do regroup for themselves. Fortunately for them, but this time they are going to try and rat their way in. And guess what? The closest to them should be the guys from Dingoz or Geek Fam here, I believe. It's it's gonna be IPW and potentially the guys from R2k. So I would say that it's smart that you kind of want to rat your way. But at the same time, ratting in the house is going to be, risking yourself in a situation where people might push you. So they have to put up a really strong front to assume, to give the impression that they have a 4-man team inside the house.
That's right. And right now, coast is clear for the likes of many. In towards phase number 2, we're just going to be seeing snipers all around the fields here, taking a peek 6. Remember in the first game, we saw him taking all 4 guys out of Team Secret. Of course, one kill goes over around towards Echo. Now they're also in a really good spot as this one shrinks further in between the river banks itself. So, plethora of options available. Even Quarry is a place that it may shift back in towards. So, if that happens, teams from the south side here will be struggling for a little tad bit. But on the towards the west side, that's where I want to see battles happen because there's about, 6 teams around?
Yeah, I'm surprised no one actually opting for the Cove place as well, considering that it's one of the best spots to actually hold out the fort here. No, the Cove, not Cave. The Cove around the shorelines here is one of the most natural force. I would say fortress to kind of hold out here as long as the circle favors them.
Yeah.
But it's super risky here because if the circle forces them out, they are in a one-way trip in towards the hands of any team who's going to be gatekeeping them if the circle forces them out. So as of now, they are keeping their options here. Meanwhile, Team Secret playing Slayer approach, they finally come into the next phase of zone. The nervous people is going to be the guys from anti-circle. Not really a lot of information yet here as they are still on the outskirts of Kampong. They are still going to be rotating from the eastern side. Not a lot of action yet. A lot of teams are still playing chicken and egg right now. And in this case, a lot of teams are just waiting for the right moment to just jump in for those kind of third parties. But seems like teams are getting extremely slow. Meanwhile, off the kill feed, we see the guys from IPW actually getting a nice AWM shot in, knocking one of the members coming from Insomnus.
That's right, Vico P. I'm familiar with this guy because he pops by to my Instagram for a chat from time to time, and back then he was struggling a whole lot. Before they were known as IPWLX, they were LX Esports, and organizations. It's really tough for them because. I mean, as a club that actually started from, the grassroots, you climb up through the PMCO, you get to the PMPL, and it's a long league. And when you're focusing on gaming, sometimes you're not taking good care of yourself in such a way that you need an organization to actually come in or some sponsors just to make sure that, you have funds to spare while the league is running. And IPWLX eventually find themselves in a brand new home, and that's definitely a good sign for Fake OP. Same goes to some other teams too.
I like what the topics you're bringing up here. There's so much real talk coming in here, but unfortunately, it is April Fool's. It does not celebrate the festive at all. Are you trying to prank people into joining your?
Oh, okay. We have some teams going on here now. I'm speaking about Fake OP, and he gets taken out by Razor. I guess this is the real deal of a prank. So, okay. Moving along, we do have Geek Fam as well as R2k, but these two are not going to be engaging. Geek Fam likes to actually go in for the water approach, and boy, it's going all across the cave, and Evos VIP, they're actually in a really good spot up those hills, and Kit now takes on Aduka. And also Banks, 2 members down from the side of TPNC, but Bosskurr has arrived to the scene, and they are being wrapped around. So Bosskurr now taking good advantage on this busy situation. Todak has to take 2 fights at once.
Yeah, they have to finish this off as well. Bosskurr, they understand that based on the terrain here, they have to wrap out the guys from behind. Now, Bosskurr, they've got 2 kills. They're holding down the fort. Todak going to be struggling a little bit more. Meanwhile, a little bit of over-aggression coming from Hanan. Not too sure what he's thinking here as he gets clipped off from guys from JP and C. Now, Todak, they will lose another member here in the process as well. Bosskurr, they are going to be holding down the fort. They managed to take down 3, but they will lose none. So as of now, Kid will force to drop down as he will play the ocean pathway here. There's not exactly a strong pathway for him to climb up here as the cove is pretty much secured by the guys from TRX. So in the minimap here, we know TRX is pretty much going to be holding down the cove section, but cave is pretty much out of question here for those rats as well coming from J8 here. They understand that a lot of teams are going to be coming in here. This terrain is going to be extremely hard to play here. It's not a very, very common circle for a lot of these teams to play here. And as of now, you can see JPNC, they are lurking behind. They pincer the guys from Todak. Now they're going to try and sneak behind Bosskurr.
That's right. We do have a little bit of scene here coming in towards Camp Charlie. Initially, we do see Luxy getting a shot on towards some of the teams that are around the cave area, and JPNC, they're trying their best to survive as they tank through phase number 3. RSG has not moved all too much of a muscle, still staying put in towards the same compound that they were beforehand, while IPWLX, there's definitely some really interesting angles. While TRX, they are fighting SMG right now, while Luxy secures the kill and takes down Damroot of Geek Fam.
Yeah, SMG taking a very interesting approach here. They've hunkered down into the bunkers of the camps here, but it's going to be shared between 2 teams here. TRX is in the vicinity, but the circle completely shifts out, and guess what? It's about 50% inside the water as well. Oh my goodness. Every team from the western side is going to be in chaos right now. Look at this. The panic mode is on. The button is here.
That's not the whole point. Look at the teams. All smack over west side. Like, just see how many teams will struggle their way through. I think that there's no chance for some of them to even swim across, if you may. Evos VIP, as much as it looked like they were in the center, their only saving grace here is either that they hold the fort and flush everyone out and wait for the next zone to appear, or they just rush right in right now. Smallboy gets a knock on towards the side of Insanus, and Invoki will secure the kill as well. Now, IPWLX, they're kind of exposed. Samzy spots them out, and of course, relays a little bit of information. Zik getting a knock, and, well, everyone battling their way to the cave.
Oh, a little bit too early here coming from IPW here. Does not want to take unnecessary risks as they know that a lot of teams are going to be gatekeeped here as well. Razor will take advantage of the situation. They've got cover, they've got angles, and they are going to try and get a little bit of kills here as well. Geek Fam will get clapped off, so going to be Razor getting 2 kills in the back. Can he finish off Snipes? Unfortunately, he's going to be looking for more praise to come as well. Through the smoke, Snipes, he's going to try and crawl his way through. Razor, does he clip him off? And he does do a little bit of economical damage there, but I think he's going to get taken down. Meanwhile, another fight coming coming in as well. It's going to be Team Secret Jumper, going to be lurking beside Anti-Circle in this regards as well. And as of now, Team Secret are going to be gatekeeping from this angle as well. And fortunately for them, from the eastern side, it actually does benefit here. And considering the amount of heat from the western side, Team Secret, all they gotta do is just clear out these people, and they're pretty much good to go for the top 5 finish.
Yeah, but it's still really difficult. Jumper is all alone. Just look at this sort of spread coming from the side of Team Secret. Heikel now does get a knock on towards Voki, as Heikel also gets one more in the form of Kim. But for now, Sniper Man, he has to actually make an escape with this sort of smoke being set up. It does block a little view, but whoa, Heikel 3 already. How many more guys do he want to take down? But Moskoku gets another knock on towards members of the side of Team SMG. Well, even Sinbi Pro gets on towards the crosshair. RSG members are slowly falling down, and look at the map right now. How many fishes are swimming by the sea and how many are on land?
Oh my goodness, this is so hard here. IPW here opted for the submarine strategy relatively early. It's smart, but at the same time, not a lot of people are dying enough yet. We do see a lot of huge major kills coming from Heikel, but there's still 15 teams left. I don't know how they're going to play this here. Meanwhile, on the kill feed here, Team Secret, they will take out one of the members from IPW SMG. Holding down the fort. Finally, he flushes out the guy from Damansara. And 6 here. It's going to be a pinch from a lot of angles here. And this is not looking good for them here because the rest of the teams from Western side, they are tanking the circle. They don't want to push this. And they know they have to wrap things out. It's all about the healing games. And everyone is bleeding blue right now.
Yeah, and this is really, really concerning. But it's good news for side of Team Secret because they're not too far away. But Anti-Circle pulls the circle towards themselves. There's going to be a member of the side of IPW inside of water. Well, Luxie will be able to secure more kills. Same goes to the side of 6 as well. While he gets knocked down on the ground. Batman taken out as well. So now 14 teams do remain, while 6 eventually dies off to the play zone. But I believe that kill is still being secured by the party inside of the corner, or did he just bleed out?
Yeah, he just bled out here. There was just no more mats for them. And this is what I'm talking about, right? Everyone is struggling here. And you can see R2k now, they're just trying to loot up mats between his teammates here, trying to sneak their way in the next phase zone. Extremely hard for them here. They have to play the healing game here.
Wow,
Evos in prime
kills.
position to get advantage of all these easy kills here. They had the shortest rotation coming from circle. They understand they had cover. They can punish all these rotations coming in. Guess what? Anti-Circle smacked into the circle here. It has to win this fight, and they will win it against Dingoz as they flush them out in 14 plays. So that's going to be a little bit more kills coming for Anti-Circle, and they're doing a fantastic job at that as well because they are slowly making way into the next phase zone.
Okay.
Luxie here has to rotate in, and DFV, they are going to be, you know, submarining their way through the Batcave, and guess what? They have a little corner into his next phase zone, so they can go in for the low ground approach here, whereas the rest of the teams are pretty much exposed from multiple angles.
No, Heikel. He's currently getting shot at as well. As much as Damansara FV is hiding right down below, they do have a lot of room for coverage, but if they were to swim out, that's where they get picked off. Now, members of the side of Todak is already out for count. Same goes towards the side of R2k. We are seeing so many people taken out by the play zone. A lot of these points are lost out. And you can see, like, teams from 13th place to 16, they don't even have a single kill at all. Jenny's going to be falling out. Oh, wow.
Oh, Saint got a little bit greedy here. Found a little bit crack here. Going for the shot. Almost taking down the guys from MPW here. But gets scouted out from the guys from Boss here. So that's going to be Boss trading him off. And Z getting taken out from guys from Team Secret. Meanwhile, Haikal trying to pull a miracle run here. Evos, they've got 9 kills. They've taken a couple jabs into his anti-circle. But they've got 20 seconds left. They have to push into his next phase of zone. And anti-circle is going to be the ones to stop them in track. Will this be the time for Evos VIP to finally take their chicken dinner after getting pranked 2 games in a row?
Well, I gotta say that it's still very hard for them to actually move right in. They have to deal with anti-circle and so many shots sent over on towards Heikel. He needs to heal up. So the rest of the other teammates are actually finding themselves a little bit more leverage upon the top side of the cave, while Luxie finally spots out the rest of Damansara FV. That makes it the perfect 10-pointer. Make that 11. Evos VIP, these guys, I'm not sure what the formula is, but Evos VIP, they just know how to get kills after kills after kills. Long-range battle between Team Secret and Evos. And Matoy, you know who to rely on for long-range shots as he lands that headshot towards Luxie.
Yep, they are going to be spraying their way through here. As you can see, teams are struggling their way through. Eventually, Stewart 9k will bow out here. Haikal will bleed out of the zone. Great shots coming from Nuxie as well. Homebois getting knocked off. as Anti-Circle are going to be going for push for Team Secret as well. Yuhai getting knocked here, but there's still 3-man healthy. Top 4 teams that have Evos, they are going to be tanking the circle here, but Jumper is looking to clean out the members from Evos VIP before engaging against Anti-Circle here. But now he's going to be crediting for cracks. He's not seen Nooksy, he's got a freebie for him, and he gets the job done here. That's going to be a kill for Jumper on top of that as well. So Anti-Circle, they are getting clipped off, but it's going to be the final 2 teams here. Anti-Circle versus Team Secret. This is the win that they need here. Evos VIP, they will bow out on 3rd place, and Team Secret, they've been pranking all day. This is the game to go. Will they get it here? Because as of now, it's going to be a 4v1 situation here. As Nooksy will get finished off. Last member out in the open here. Can they get him? And yes, they will. That's going to be Team Secret taking game number 3 with the chicken dinner.
Well, you know, I mentioned that Team Secret needs a chicken dinner, and they have finally made it. And of course, they are currently back within grasp of the top 16. Congratulations to them. They walk away with some great kills to book, and that was definitely a difficult game inside of Sanhok. But of course, all these pressure forge champions.
Yep, you know, different approach, different strategy, no problemo for Team Secret because it worked out eventually coming in towards this circle. But at the same time as well, great props towards Evos VIP as well. They've got a top 3 finish with a high kill volumes here. But still, nevertheless, here, congratulations to Team Secret for taking the chicken dinner and 8 kills on top of that. So I'm looking forward to see how much points difference here is going to be between them, Evos, and also Anti-Circle. Because this one is going to be a big one for them. Can they make it towards the top 16 with this amount of points?
Well, it was only time that will tell here. There's still 2 more games to go. So later on, we'll be speaking to Team Secret about this victory because they stash up close to a total of 1,500 points of damage.
Yep, as of now here, let's take a look at the highlights here before we go back into more details. See you guys in a bit.
So as we were watching highlights, right, we were talking about, you know, Team Secret, they were tanking the blue zone, coming in from a very far distance. We saw they were last at Bravo before moving all the way in. So this is actually a really good place to be because they scraped right by, and so happened that the final few phases in towards the late game, it will shift all the way towards the northeastern side. And look and behold, Team Secret, they have so much room to coverage, and that's also thanks to the rest of it being water. So it was pretty much a sniping game, but Madtoy definitely come in pretty clutch here because they managed to take down members from the side of Evos VIP here. But Evos still very consistent, and they managed to actually stash in the most amount of kills here. The last we checked, I think it was 11 kills for Evos VIP.
I really like how it went down as well here because, you know, if you think about gatekeeps, right, Evos VIP was one of the prime gatekeepers, especially when the circle came in. They had the shorter circle, slower circle when it came to this next phase where they shifted towards the 60% covered of ocean terrain there. And all they gotta do, they had a little bit cover, all they gotta do is just gatekeep and get a lot of free kills, which they did. They did a fantastic job at that. However, Team Secret here, they took a little bit different approach. This is not something we are usually seeing of them here, coming from rotating from east side. So I'm looking forward on your analysis later here on the map on how the Team Secret made the decision to actually do that.
That's right. Of course, we're going to be looking at some of all these sort of stats that we do have here for Game 3 inside of Sanhok. Team Secret clinching that chicken dinner, and their hope has been rejoiced. 23 pointers out there as they managed to secure a really good total, but Evos VIP, they have a total of 12 kills to book, and of course they ended up on 3rd placing if I'm not mistaken, and they walk away with a total of 20 points, 70 points for Anti-Circle. Anti-Circle has been absolutely consistent, and of course this has resulted in great stuff for the team, while JPNC with 14 points in total, 9 points for Wills, Damansara FV with 5 points, as well as Geek Fam and R2k.
Yeah, this was a really rough circle for everyone coming from the bottom side here. The top 5 teams were pretty much the only teams that tried their best. Everyone was on the bottom side was pretty much struggling their way through. They were just tormented all the way through with the circle here. Bosskurr was one of these teams as well in 9th place here. They had a really good run in against the guys from Todak. They've got a couple kills. But rank-wise here, positioning-wise, they were trapped between so many teams from the western side here. SMG was also one of the teams who pretty much got stuck as well. IPWX here, they had the right idea to try and play the strawberry strategy. Unfortunately to say, it was just too early to be used, and they were pretty much getting caught in the ocean here along
What's a strawberry strategy?
Submarine strategy.
Oh, okay.
It's not, yeah, submarine
I
strategy.
heard a strawberry.
So they went for the cars driving the ocean. You don't exactly get picked off in the ocean, right? So you can still kind of heal yourself if the vehicles are undamaged underwater. So that's pretty much the idea. But there was just so many teams not actually dying too quickly. Everyone's just playing the zone, and if everyone died a little bit quicker here, IPW could have gotten themselves a little bit of a better in terms of placement points in that regards. However, continuing down with the ranks here is pretty much everyone just completing not a lot of points. However, on the overall ranking, Evos now taking the #1 spot. So it seems to me there is some sort of rivalry here between Evos VIP and also Yoodo Gank.
Or was it a break for Yoodo Gank in this match?
Yeah, it was a break for
particular. I guess that's the main reason why this is what it is. So Yoodo Gank now 2nd place, 83 points, 64 will be anti-circle. Just look at this massive improvement of a team, and they are just stashing the same amount of kills as Yoodo Gank. This is actually big news out there. IPWLX, that you mentioned, has been pretty much great. They take a lot of rank points, 59 for them, 57 for SMG, 55 for R2k, JPNC with 54, 52 for Team Bosskurr. We got TRX as well as Geek Fam with 48 and 44 respectively.
Yeah, and that's pretty much the bottom side here for the overall rankings for the top 10. But at the same time here, these are pretty much the teams that are pretty much, I would say, guaranteed to a certain degree to the top 16 here, but it's still too close to be comfort here. But Team Secret, all the way from the bottom, from 1 chicken dinner, now at 11th place with 43 points and a chicken dinner here, followed by Will Esports on 12th place here with 40 points with the chicken dinner as well. The DFV on 13th place with 37 points. Dr. TA on 14th place here with 35 points. NED Brotherhood going to be on 15th place here with 32 points. Homebois on 16th with 29, tying it with Dingoz as well with 17 place here with 29. RSG on 18th place with 28. NED Esports on to the 19th place with 25. And Todak on the last place here with 13. And to my surprise, like you said, as we called it out, 1 chicken dinner is all they need here, and Team Secret makes it to the top spot in this bottom half. And this is gonna be crappy, and it might be anyone's game. And do you think J8 Esports will pull a miracle run in this regards?
Well, I definitely ain't too sure, but there's chances for many of these teams here with just 1 chicken dinner. It will salvage them from the rut. So all hopes still remain as we still have 2 more games to go. Let's check out some stats here coming in from team captain Matt Toy. So that's going to be 2 kills out there, but he was the one that clutched it because we saw that range of coverage, being able to knock down Luxy and bring down even more members of Evos VIP actually gets them in towards such a crucial spot to take the dinner.
As of now here, this is going to be Matt Toy's 2nd MVP thus far here throughout the entire league thus far. Props to them. You know, this is pretty much you know, what we're looking for here. Matt Toy is still in his prime apparently.
Exactly, and I think that there's no signs of stopping. He's honestly still a really young chap with a brand new haircut, of course, just looking good, and of course playing even better. So with that being said, we'll be looking at even more of these head-to-head records between 2 players that we're going to be bringing up on your screen. It's going to be Harm as well as Luxy. Both actually walk away with 4 kills each, but Harm, he was actually holding one of the best possible angles here to fight every other team other than, you know, Evos VIP, which take the most kills in this particular game. But you can definitely see damage just about 200 of a difference, while there's longer distance coverage coming from Luxy, but Harm contributes to the team a whole lot more.
Yeah, Evos VIP and also Anti-Circle were pretty much the only 2 teams that had the most information, considering the Circle actually favored them. They were one of the earliest ones to actually bump into each other and then understand that, hey, there's a team here, let's dodge each other. And the moment they kind of, you know, shared the Circle next phase Circle, they pretty much just took advantage of just destroying everyone who's pretty much put out of position. So I like how both these 2 teams pretty much did the most amount of damage in that particular game, but I'm not exactly sure sure, as we're going to be seeing a little bit more stats later on. But you have to give credit towards Harm here. He played it really well in anti-circle for the bottom side. But now, let's take a look at the damage and kills here. Highest kills are going to be Evos, but yes, I was right. So the highest damage here is going to be guys from Evos VIP. Anti-circle is pretty much 1,000 here, pretty close to there. So Team Secret on the eastern side. So teams from the eastern side actually did the most amount of damage. So Team Secret, Evos VIP, and Anti-Circle just completely decimated the entire lobby.
Exactly, and we definitely see, well, we've talked about the number 12 a whole lot, and that's the most amount of kills that we do see. At the very least, you know, some teams now dished out a little bit of damage, whether they get kills or not, and an even distribution, but definitely bad news for Dingoz MPX. They're not in a really good form. I really do wonder what's really going on, because I haven't been seeing Appy play, and I do like seeing Appy leading the team a little bit.
Right?
So I honestly think that they need to pull
Appy
him
back,
into
right? Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned in that regards as well. NED Esports as well hasn't had the greatest of game for 3 games in a row. I don't know if they can make it towards the super weekend. But little to know here, let's take a look at the match summary right now here. Top 1 most damage here is going to be Harm here with 841 damage, followed by Luxy with 615, Haikal in 3rd place here with 576, and Team Secret from the Jumper going to be having on 4th place here with 474 damage. Longest travel here is going to be 9,020 meters here. It's going to be the guys from DFE, as we see them took the longest approach from the shorelines here. We're going to be shared between 3 players coming from DFE, and then going to be JPNC Olio on the 4th place here with 7,759 meters. Highest assists here is going to be the iShots with 3, followed by Noxy on 2, Sinbi Pro from WC Sport 2 as well, and Z from Boss on 4th place with 2 points.
Yep, and so far I think that there we see a little bit mixed bag of everyone hopping on board, where familiar names coming across is going to be members of the side of Anti-Circle, and of course the winners of this particular match, Team Secret. Now, I really do wonder who will be talking to us in a short bit, because, you know, the champs previously who won Season 2 have shown a little bit of signs of struggle into Season 3. So I really do wonder who exactly that will be, but of course, we'll be checking out some of these great graphics, and we'll go straight in towards the interview. Congratulations, Team Secret, for securing that chicken dinner. Now we do have our dear coach here from Team Secret, Saravim, joining us for this interview. Saravim, you know, week number 2, it looks very, very shaky for you guys. So when I check with you, you know, how are you feeling after that chicken dinner? Because I bet you feel a lot more relief after that.
Well, Aaron, first of all, I want to say that to all the fans, I'm really sorry because we were too soon for most of the game. But I'm glad the team come back and they played well. Honestly, yeah.
Indeed, they really played very well into this standout match. Kita pun nampak dorang cuba tank circle daripada luar in a while, and we were kind of worried as well watching from the caster's desk, but they made it into a perfect scenario, and of course, Jumper, Yuhai, and the rest of the team actually did a whole lot to actually get this chicken dinner. So, of course, as a coach, you probably implement a lot of changes to the team, getting them into the right track. What is probably the biggest struggle for you in particular coming into towards week number 2? But of course, eventually you guys should be able to overcome.
Well, the main problem is to set up the roster.
I see.
Because everyone is a good player. So I really have trouble in terms of how many games do they are playing. So because of like that, we always set up the fair and square system, which is everyone play around the same amount of game.
Ya, memang kita boleh lihat lah tiap-tiap game pun ada pertukaran daripada player-player roster. So I think that is something that you are also trying to forge chemistry between the teammates as well. And since it's an all-star team, I definitely understand that sort of scenario. So of course, with that win, it's time for you guys to celebrate and of course thank. Is there anybody out there that you want to thank, whether it's fans, family members, or friends in particular? For yourself, Saravim?
As for the fans, if you guys haven't followed Team Secret IG, please do now. And thank you for supporting.
All right, thank you so much, Saravim. So, of course, with that being said, we wish you guys all the best. Of course, good luck heading in towards the Super Weekend. The hurdle is far from over, so I will not hold you for too long. I hope to see more of you in the interviews, all right? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aaron.
All right,
Bye.
thank you too. Take care. So we're going to be heading in towards the analyst segment from here onwards. So Team Secret had a really interesting game. So we're going to be looking at their rotation on how exactly they pulled off quite a spectacular win coming into this very, very tricky standout match. Now, take notes because they were on the outskirts of Paradise and then they move in towards the edges of Mongnai and slowly edging from the edge of the island in towards Langkawi. So slowly getting in towards the later stages of the game. They will cut through the edges of Kampong as well and eventually on towards the eastern side of the cave. It definitely is a very long hurdle as you see them moving further and further inwards. So I guess this is where the traveling does matter and going on foot sometimes is better by the sea. I mean, as compared to the sea. So this is where the final moments happen where Yuhai, Boy, Jumper, all of them were holding on towards this particular area where they were taking on Evos VIP as well as Anti-Circle. So over on towards this compound is where they can actually get good coverage. All they have to worry about is to look towards the left as the right. And they already swept the edge of the island, understanding the fact that there is no other team that will actually come towards that edge. Now, the only interesting thing is that for the side of Evos VIP, the initial route is quite similar to Team Secret. So usually dropping into Langkawi, they move all the way in towards Docks, and now they take over the cave. And this is where all the action happened. Look at the west side. There's teams flocking out, and they don't have any chance to cross the river safely. You've got R2k, you've got TRX, and even if TRX as well as R2k wants to cross over, you got to say hi to Evos VIP first. Now, what also impressed me in this game is how Damansara FV survived. Look where Damansara FV is. It's not even within this circle. They are still outside of blue. And they dock into the cave to actually get a little bit of safety room. So heading in towards this middle of the pack, that's where Evos VIP got themselves a total massive 11 kills by the end of it all. Kit was trying to swim through the edges of Bantai, didn't really make it out live, while Dingoz coming out from the top side of cave over on towards the north was hoping to actually get a better room to push through members of Anti-Circle. But you got Team Secret along the way, you got Evos VIP, so it becomes a lot more difficult to advance forward. So Team Secret has the most coverage of land, and of course, Anti-Circle will tunnel down towards that village. All they have to do, Team Secret, march forward and celebrate their chicken dinner. So that's pretty much about it in terms of breaking down this entirety of this match. We still got games to go, so we're not going to be holding you all too much. We'll be taking a break, and when we come back, Match 4 is going to be coming on your way. This is Contra. We'll see you guys later.
saja Sanuti untuk dia mati. Sangat-sangat sukar untuk dia beramal pun.
Malam sekali kedudukan dia mudah untuk dikesan dan dia akan dibalik dengan pelbagai bom. Ada Jiki akan dijatuhkan oleh pun. Oh, itu dia lagi saja. Rata termantan dan kalau pergi ke bawah lagi baiklah tapi di sini dia akan melanggar Evos VIP. Malam sekali untuk mereka. Evos VIP membuat defense yang lebih baik berwaktu dia hampir jatuhkan 3 orang lagi di atas sebenarnya.
Ya, hingga satu saja, dua saja lagi berdiri sini dan nampaknya Batman rendah dapat dilihatkan satu lontaran grenade. Tapi nampaknya Riza yang berhenti dapat dijatuhkan terlebih dahulu lontaran grenade mungkin akan dapatkan satu kejatuhan dan nampaknya Evos VIP Riza dalam keadaan knockdown lagi belum lagi dapat diangkat tapi Kim betul-betul jauh. Last man standing untuk tim RSG ketika ini. Takkan
SG sekarang ini.
Alamak.
Oh, tim Secret yang dikeluarkan terlebih dahulu di fight 15. Team Boy berlawan pasal dikirakan diberikan 1 lawan 1. Dia ada pukul, dia ada basket tapi nampaknya Uzi digunakan dengan satu. Uzi yang lain pula. Team Boy percaya mendapatkan satu.
Rata terus.
Wow.
Apa yang terjadi kepada Bosskurr RSG sebenarnya? Saya
Ini laksi. Kalau dia orang tak tahu, dia orang boleh buat macam-macam sudah Evos VIP. Ini tembakan dibaskan. Laksi dapat 2 sekarang ini.
mantap Jom. Dan itu dia laksi. Dan grenade semua dia dapat 2 orang. Belum lagi. Ada lagi. Oh,
ada lagi. Muki masih ada. Dia nak terjadi. Percaya dia jatuhkan Muki sekarang ini. Akan dapatkan 3 kill untuk tim RSG. Masih sekarang dalam permainan kita top 10. Diingatkan dah habis tapi masih ada lagi rupanya. Tapi Dingoz belum bersinar ketika ini 1 lawan 4 situasi. Cuba untuk picking fire tapi dia tembak ke belakang. Muki diasah dan Muki berjaya terpulang keluar oleh tim Bosskurr ke tempat yang ke-10 dengan 8 kill. Dalam poket.
Hai semua, nama saya Shreyas. Saya seorang music producer dan of course, saya sokong Team Secret. Kenapa saya support Team Secret? Itu bukan secret sebab diorang team paling best kat luar sana. Diorang ni bukan sahaja terkenal kat Malaysia tapi dekat satu dunia. Diorang juga pernah lawan one of the best teams dekat peringkat international. Dan PMPL season kali ni dengan line up diorang. Team-team lain. Korang ready je kena hantar balik lobby. Dari bila jadi fan Secret? Wish, dari awal lagi. Sebab diorang punya gameplay memang cun. Setiap season tak pernah miss tengok gameplay dia. Diorang punya live stream, every time diorang live stream, memang excited lah nak tengok. Dan juga kadang-kadang ada juga curi diorang punya gameplay sebab nak improve gameplay sendiri kan. Tapi tak jadi lah. Tapi tak apa, saya tetap sokong Team Secret.
Grenade tangan dikeluarkan. David diambil dekat sini sampai jauh dengan separuh. Winner chicken dinner. Team Secret. Ya, betul dia. Chicken yang pertama untuk Team Secret dan Team Secret.
Oh, serius? Boleh hantar mesej kat diorang? Okey, kalau macam tu, Team Secret, saya harap korang menang musim kali ini dan juga berharap korang dapat ke arah SEA Finals dan juga peringkat antarabangsa. Good luck, all the best. Kita strive for champion, ya. Yeah? Kali ini kita nak tengok korang punya gameplay. Excited betul ni? Secret.
Saya Afiq, saya dari Evos VIP.
I'm Somnus, I'm from Team Wales and my in-game role is Scouter. I think we got happier because we have third chance to prove ourselves that we can fight for the slot to SEA Final.
Of course lah, happy sebab dapat qualify dan kita orang akan buat yang terbaik untuk season 3 ni pergi ke Global Champion. Sebab league ni panjang, so benda ni apa-apa pun boleh berlaku. Daripada lower bracket boleh pergi champion, so kita kena chill je.
We're gonna sit down, we're gonna talk our mistake, we're gonna discuss our strategy. Other time we just chill out, play any game we want just to free our mind, and yeah, we just spend more time together.
Chemistry kita orang strong, okay lah. Semua setiap player tak ada masalah lah. Kalau ada masalah, diorang akan cerita kat saya.
I think the chemistry between our teammates is top, but we still can improve to tip top because me, Simbi and Stuart, we played for 3 seasons together. Loyu probably this is the 2nd season he played with us, so we still have more to learn, but I guess this league is not much of a problem for us.
take more fight lah to get more kills. Maksudnya enemy tu dah knock tapi orang lain yang knock, orang lain yang end. Kalau dah knock tu habiskan je. Macam tu lah.
Probably I think is our communication, because sometimes different player have different perspective, which sometimes we're going to be quarreling. But I think the more we quarrel, the more mistake that we're gonna fix, and we're gonna do better next. I think for now will be Yoodo Gank, because Yoodo Gank is one of team that consists of 3 Terminators, which is Drax, Bravo and Putra. Their personal skill is on another level. Add on with Manparang, which is a good in-game leader. So I think some certain fights we probably can win, some certain fights we probably can't win.
Saya bukan nak cakap semua tak kuat, tapi semua average, semua team bagus, semua strong. Contoh kalau kita nak habiskan mana-mana team pun kita orang tahu. Maksudnya kita nak wipe out dia, dah tahu cara dia macam mana. Tak ada masalah. Kita orang always aim for top 1. Kita orang boleh buat capai apa yang kita target lah.
For this Super League qualifying round, probably we want to fight for the first place. If being realistic, probably we aim for top 3. But our goal will be top 1.
Yeah. Ready? Strap up. Yeah. Free falling out of this, ready for what I'm pitching. Nothing but heaters is in the pick. I'm off from a distance like. About to get the drop on. Roll up with the squad on. How you gon' survive when we ride? You can't hide or run. Try to stall, but your time will come. Better than riding alone, stuck inside of the zone. But before we head home, I'm right with my scope, and there ain't nowhere to go. Yeah, if I miss, I don't quit, so best stay with the zone. Yeah, coming at you like I got nothing to lose. Hey. Clearly I might be missing a couple screws. Call me the handyman, cause I'm known for carrying tools. Hey. Ain't a problem that I can't fix, please don't get it confused. Yeah. 6 million ways to try, which will you choose? Many hope to stop our team, but we refuse. Act like you want it, bet y'all get it. Winner, chicken dinner is about to get barbaric. Can't call medics, I embrace pain and walk it on. Meanwhile, these cowards are praying, we call it all. Never not at all. In it to win it, we'll keep trying. All the zones closing in and we're watching the sounds flying. No loud sirens coming to save you, you better forfeit. Artists with the shawty, I paint a picture that's warm. Pretty lady, this ain't funny, but they nearly struck me too. They must be feeling lucky, spraying anybody that move. About to hit these dummies, get them money before they getting you. Revenge is coming, someone of us will take out your crew. Bring it back. Enemies ahead, about to put her in it, they chop. The survival of the fittest, the only mission that matters. My sharpest a dagger, my mama ain't raised a stacker. Coming in high and heavy to break them and make them scatter.
flying out to Sydney. Classes on the bee's knees. I'm a doctor's right and you can never beat me. I just had my birthday and I wish that I could be me.
Good evening to everyone watching the PUBG Mobile Pro League NYSG Season 3. All of this is brought to you and are co-organized by VSPN in collaboration with Tencent Games, Lightspeed Quantum, and PUBG Corporation.
And of course, alongside our official smartphone partner, challenge your boundaries with Xiaomi. Catch all the action happening on our socials at Facebook, at YouTube, at PUBG Mobile Malaysia, or catch the live broadcast through our official media partner WeTV. Always more for the PUBG Mobile Pro League NYSG Season 3. My name is ICBaby12. Join me, Ms. Contra, as we are going to be your casters for today as we talk through what exactly is going to be going down throughout today's week, day 2 in the second week.
That's right. So far, I think
patience.
that many of these games are actually really impressive. And the question that people have been asking, like, you know, what's going on with Team Secret? Yeah, their only struggle currently, you know, like, is that they find it really hard to select players to really find that stability to actually carry out plans. So I guess that's where finally they found strike the right notes inside of Sanok. They make the right calls, and they will be able to actually get themselves that perfect area to play out and get that chicken dinner. So they are now in the clear safely in towards the top 16 for the moment.
You know, it actually struck a note in my heart here, a little bit heartfelt moment when you had this interview with Seravin. The first thing he said was,
sorry, right?
Apologizing to all the fans, and that was something that I did not expect. You know, I was expecting that he was, you know, having some sort of plan here. You know, not showing your strategy. You know, playing it slow. You know, don't play a little bit low key, then go for the weekends and just destroy. But it seems like they are, you know, struggling. It seems like every single team has pretty much stepped up the game. I'm really happy to see that. The level of gameplay from all these teams, especially in Malaysia now, has improved drastically. And I really like what I'm seeing here, but to see him, you know, in this situation where he kind of apologized, it feels like, damn,
exactly. It struck a note in me as well. I try not to, you know.
Yeah, you gotta be professional. You're the interviewee.
I'm not gonna cry, but it's more like I don't want to make it feel like, you know, it's a very sad story, because it's supposed to be a celebration, because we always know for a fact that Team Secret is a very high caliber team. So they always have situations where, of course, there's fans who are having certain dubs or having some comments in the comment section. I'm looking at you guys, by the way. So there are times where viewers doubt them, and that's where, you know, you guys should just play cool, because Team Secret has got their own plans too anyways.
Yeah. You know, as of now here, they're finally off the off the danger zone for now, and they've managed to get the chicken dinner here, pulling into the 11th place in the overall ranking. Props to them, congratulations to them as well here. However, the top two here, Yoodo Gank and Evos, are going to be the top contenders here. Evos VIP, you know, Yoodo Gank wasn't playing the previous game, so Evos VIP was able to take the #1 spot. But do you think Yoodo Gank now back in the picture, do you think they will be able to overtake Evos VIP once again? It seems to me, you know, every team is looking for a #1 spot. We see in prior to this the short break as well, we had a little bit of an interview with all the teams as well, which pretty much displayed on set for you guys as well. A little bit insight from WeTV Esports, a little bit insights coming from Evos VIP. They did talk about that, hey, everyone is looking for the #1 spot from the qualifiers as well. Everybody wants to try to be the best. You kind of want to bring your morale in towards the Super Weekends. That's pretty much the strategy coming through in. But enough said here. You know, I'm looking forward to see if all these teams, are they going to be A-okay here? Because we're going to be jumping straight into game number 4 right now.
Heading in towards this flank, we are starting off from the Western Plains here, where it will end up in Impala. So teams definitely have a whole lot of options, but Campo Military seems to be a little bit too far away for teams such as TRX, so they were taking the easiest route, which is to dive straight in towards El Pozo. They definitely did their studies, because Geek Fam currently is not playing in this match itself. Therefore, El Pozo is left out in the upper fields. Now, this looks to be quite a deja vu, because this circle looks to be quite similar to what we saw back in game #1. So
Ooh.
I wonder if it's going to be ending on the same spot, because this time we do see a little bit more coverage through the hills.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough year. Considering that Geek Fam is not in the picture, Todak as well, Damansara, Flash Vision, and JPNC, seems like all these teams here, by far, if we're talking about based on statistics here, aside from Geek Fam, everyone on the lower side is pretty much out of in this particular game. In this case, Todak and JPNC were pretty much in a very, very low point. But for them to rack up some points is going to be important for them here. So it seems like teams like NED Esports, they have to kind of benefit a little bit more here, considering that they are the team to watch after that spectacular performance coming from the Super Weekend here. So they had 2 really great games in the Super Weekend, but now they are in jeopardy to actually make it to the top 16. So for them, we had a little bit of glimpse of stats early on here. The overall points gain in Miramar here, NED Esports is pretty much 9th place here with about 80, I think about 60 and 80 points here, which is a very, very far-fetched run. So they need to score like top 4 finishes, possibly a chicken dinner this game if they want to stand a chance to make the top 16. And this might be the opportunity for them, but if they do fall out a little bit short here, they are going to be in a very, very, very tough predicament here, considering that tomorrow is going to be the last day for them if they want to qualify in the Super Weekend.
Exactly, and that's where no teams want to be in the bottom fragging side or even the bottom of the placement. So I wonder if, even teams like Todak, teams like Dingoz, the front runners of week #1 during the weekdays, of course, just to make sure of that, because there's going to be people bashing all over the place like, oh, Dingoz didn't really do well on the weekends. And yeah, it actually carries forward to the weekdays here.
It's surprising as well here, considering that Dingoz had a great early start in the first week. And coming into the Super Weekend, I definitely agree. It was a little bit of a poor performance here. RSG, honestly, we had a little bit of more expectations, knowing that Batman was pretty much formerly, I would say, the #1 best team here from the PC counterpart, and now he's pretty much shown himself that, hey, RSG has a lot of strategies here, but have they been doing extremely well? Consistent, yes, but taking top spots, we haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's not this kind of consistency that we were expecting also. So for the side of RSG, at the very least, I've seen their gameplay in Miramar from the past few seasons. They usually will be able to, at the very least, hold their very own when it comes down to the early game. So Minas Generalis is definitely one great city to actually work around these corners of the map. And J8, the usual trouble right now for J8 is that when you're taking Picado, you're surrounded by all these big teams like SMG, RSG, Yoodo Gank, above, Homebois. You can say that,
Wait,
Homebois
where is
still,
J8 anyway? I don't see them in the map.
they're right in the middle.
Yeah, but I think they're just covered by Yoodo. And
Exactly.
Also, they're covered by Yoodo and also the guys from Homebois. So a little bit of a contest coming in here, but Homebois seems like they are going to be switching up strategy as well. Instead of taking the northern approach, which they usually run in against WeTV Esports here, so they are not exactly in a lot of a loot spot coming from Homebois. So, but as of now, they're still A-okay. It is still the qualifying rounds. But the team that I want to talk about here is going to be NED Brotherhood, because they didn't exactly make it towards the Super Weekends here, and they finally got their first chicken dinner for today. It seems like they are banging on making the Super Weekend this coming week.
That's
Do you
right.
think you'll make a big impact for them?
I definitely think that even if it doesn't make that impact, it'll give them a chance to qualify into the grand finals. Like, I'm not expecting NED to suddenly become the top 1 team of the league for sure. It's going to take them so much effort. At the very least, climb back in towards the middle ground is something that you can somewhat expect, but with them missing out week #1, there's a lot of work to do if they were to move in towards the Super Weekend as well. The most important thing is the qualification points, because at the very end of this PMPL MYSG league stage, 4 teams will have to say goodbye to, and then we'll move forward to the grand finals. Now, teams are definitely on rotation at the very moment. Dingoz now taking a much slower approach, but Evos VIP, they're getting closer and closer to Team Secret. The team that just want their chicken dinner back in South Sanok. And I guess, these two doesn't seem to separate far from one another.
Yeah, we haven't seen a team kind of have a run in against them yet. That's gonna be something that we gotta be watching out for as well, because we haven't seen a hit-on fight yet by any of these teams. Aside from J8 Esports from previous week here, a little bit of run-ins here and there. And Team Secret, you know, okay, sorry, I gotta correct it here. Early on in the first game, they got completely destroyed by R2k.
That's right.
Yeah, that was just unfortunate. I'm surprised they managed to keep up their morale and finally got themselves a chicken dinner. Maybe that's one of the biggest source where the sadness came from Serv in your earlier interview. Possibly, yes.
I
no?
guess so.
Did you ask him? No, we didn't.
I
right?
mean, yeah, there's no point of pressing on the wound.
Okay.
right?
I'm sorry.
So,
I'm sorry.
yeah. So I gotta say that whoever goes through such a game, like especially when you're the top team, doesn't matter if you're 4 AM, doesn't matter if you're Bigatron or Aliens, if you were to be taken out in this map that you're so strong at, the earliest, and especially to a player or two, it's gonna be hurting not only your morale but your own ego. You know, like the team can actually go into turmoil, like, you know, get into a small argument. It's very, very much common. So moving back in, teams are already taking a little bit of the zone, but it's gonna be a-okay.
Yeah, speaking of ego here, seems like Dr. TA, they have been low-keying their way as well. Likewise for IPW here. They've pretty much been very low-key. We haven't seen a lot of highlights coming from them here. We know that they can play. Ziso, he was a mean sniper himself as well. But we haven't seen too much action in the qualifiers here. They've been kind of off the radar for quite some time. But during the weekends here, they do pop off. So I'm a little bit curious to see what their tactics is coming to qualifier here. Is it just to make it top 16? Is it just trying to test out a couple gunfights here? And I think, like, just from today's games as well, we see a lot of teams just trying to take advantage of chaotic fights here. They are just put in spots where there's just so many teams that you don't exactly know who's gonna come up on top. And from that assumptions here, it seems like teams just wanna train their formation or their mental, in the sense that where you are put into this kind of high pressure situations and overcome it. Can you overcome it? And it's a great drill training for some of the teams here, especially when an important match is going to be happening, which is the Super Weekends.
That's right, and I definitely think that, you know, a lot of these teams were also pressurized, like, okay, if we did this well on week number 1, we should do even better, you know. And then when it doesn't reach your expectation, that's where you start putting finger around, like, okay, this is the mistake.
Game.
Yeah. And there's so many things that goes on behind an esports team, you know, just like football or any other sports out there. There's bound to be heated discussions. But with the circle going downwards, oh boy, I think that we're going to be seeing many of these fights taking place on top of those hills.
You know, is this a prank, Contra? Because, you know, Contra pulling up some real talk in April Fools. Where's the usual Contra that I know? Because there's a lot of real talk coming in from man. What happened to the Contra that I know?
It just says that I'm getting old, right?
Okay.
I mean,
not that old, but okay.
It's just a little bit of a spoken truth. That's pretty much it.
It's
guess
April
what?
Fools. Yeah, what?
Who's he's back
Wait, he's
here.
playing?
So, yep. There's no retirement just for this guy just yet. That's the April Fool's joke that we've been talking about much earlier today, as he is leading Evos VIP into the circle. Now, I'm surprised. No teams are inside of Monte Nevo.
That's the thing. That's pretty much Veo's esports home. And seeing how the circle kind of shifted down south here, a lot of these teams are no longer playing the corner edge here. Everyone's just playing center circle. And it's surprising here. It's a complete different play styles from the Cambodia region. Because if you watch Cambodia streams, they play corner circles instead of center circle. Very similar to Thai screams as well. And they kind of just play around the corner of the circle instead
Similar
of
to even in the Chinese servers as well. Because in the PEC, you know, there are teams like 4M that likes to sweep the sides. Like, there are some times where it's even more worth it. And speaking of wordiness, Voki, he's going to be able to run those shots to Drax, but from what angle is this?
Wow, what is that shot here? You know, pixel perfect through the cracks of the window, Putra getting knocked. That's going to be a lot of economy being chipped off as well. I'm pretty sure Putra's vest and probably helmet is going to be shredded his pieces here. But as of now, that's an insane shotgun and Roki. So that's a great start for them, but unfortunately, it is still going to be a DBNO situation for them.
That's right. And for the current situation, not only is RG landing some attack on towards Yoodo Gank, look who's here. It's the killer whales now in the desert, just trying to prowl on towards members of Yoodo Gank. But I'm not sure if whales can actually prowl. You know, never seen one outside of water that actually survives.
In the desert, isn't it?
Especially in the desert.
They might not be.
I guess maybe if it's a
land wheels.
I don't
Is
think
there
it's-
land wheels?
Definitely.
Why are we joking? Oh wait, it's April Fools. Anyways, here another fight is gonna be happening here. Evos VIP gonna be taking a couple shots in against Dingoz here. We see a nice nades coming from Haikal. So this is gonna be the opening pick here coming from Evos VIP to get some kills. Dingoz, they are gonna respect this and back the hell out. Iron Pro gonna completely take him out.
And I gotta say, today Haikal is looking so good after, you know, yesterday's blunder, getting naded and also Molotov off his teammates. And you can see he's keeping his anger for today.
Yo, speaking of roster switch here as well, Appy is back in action here coming from Dingoz. So we are going to be glad to see him back in the picture, but this time he's got to do it with a 3-man squad right now here because Evos VIP, they are not letting them off the hook here. They will lose a little bit more vehicles here as Evos VIP is looking to solidify a little bit more loots as well on top of that here as Reza currently is going to be ranked #1 on average here with 7 rank average, the highest thus far coming from this week itself.
That's right, and now we're going to be seeing Razor stashing some loots from the box of Iron Pro. Razor now might take more than just this title. He's also racing to become one of the Terminators of the week, right? So I think currently standing on the top might just be Samzy in terms of damage. I'm not sure about kills, but Team Secret, they're also moving on the corners. And Evos VIP, they're getting so busy on all these engagements. So Evos now needing to actually move deeper in towards the circle. They're going to be repositioning first before get the fight. But Kusa needs a little bit warm up maybe as he gets the fires being stuck on the table. So
yeah, probably needs a little bit warm up here. Oh, Luxy will be getting swapped out from Kusa. I'm not sure how Evos VIP is going to be able to play this game here. Can they play it back to their former glory here? Kusa was one of the original members coming from VIP squad, alongside with Haikal, the OG. So you know, he kind of reminds me of Boyka coming from J8 as well, because you know, like we've seen a lot of brilliant moments coming from Boyka. Like he's also mentioned himself here as a teammate. Hey, you know. I've you know, growing old now, my skills are a little bit slow, I'm getting rusty, but sometimes he just pulls some really big brain plays and just clutches it for the team. So I haven't seen Kusa do that for a long time. Thoughts on that?
Well, I definitely think that age does put in a little bit of factor, but it doesn't affect Trixnity anyways, because these guys play about the same era from the start. And you can see Harm in the previous game, he was actually taking a whole lot of kills as well as damage inside of Sandhawk. So this time around, not so lucky as they met up with SMG. So back to the question about Yakuza, I still think that he's a very good player. It's just that, you know, it's boiling down to swiftness in terms of decision making, and well, another one bites the dust.
Yeah, anti-circle here getting clipped off by 2 members right from the get-go along their rotations here. One from IPW and one from the guys from the other side as well. So this is going to be a really rough one here because SMG getting 1 kill, IPW on top of that. This is not a great start here coming from anti-circle, considering that they had a great run coming towards the Sandhawk map. However, off the kill feed here, we see Wales Esports getting a couple of knocks in as well. IPW camper, you know, literally going to be camping as well, low-keying their way. This is their usual strategy, but it seems like they are switching up a little bit more and playing more on the team play here. So this week here, they are trying a different strategy. Whereas J8 here, though, this time, instead of going for the split push potential, they are going to be grouping up a little bit better now, as J8 is still going to be having 4 men alive. This time they make a little bit pit stop towards Damansara, but looks like they are going to rotate away to get a little bit more information.
Yeah, and Appy has already gotten shot by the side of Team Wills as well. Now Trixnity is going to be chipping right in as another member goes down from the side of Anti-Circle. Superboy is out. Now, for Sinbi Pro. He's dealing with two members of the side of Evos VIP. Kuza has to walk away because that Molotov's not going to be doing any good for this members. But Yoodo Gank, they're not too far away as well. Here comes another nade dropping out, but it won't be clipping Sinbi Pro. So members of the side of Evos VIP holding just by the edge of this Ladriela edge.
Yeah.
I'm saying edge twice for some reason, but Kuza, hopefully he can actually nade somebody out here.
Yeah, good play there coming from Sinbi as well. Molotoving both sides here in case Evos goes for the flank potential here. Bought enough time for the rest of the team to actually contest here because right now, WeTV Esports, they're gotten almost surrounded and Evos VIP, they have to be careful as well. Loyi getting a little bit aggressive here. He might go and run in towards with Yakuza, but at the same time, they're just saying hi to each other. A couple nades coming in here. They just need a big one and Haikal gets it here. Sinbi will get completely obliterated here as Haikal will finish him off now. They are going to be split up in terms of formation here as well, and Loyu is going to be pretty much caught out and open as well. The support fire from afar is going to provide him a little bit of assistance here as Stewart 9K and also the other guy here is going to be providing assist. Insomnus is going to be keeping Evos VIP in bay in towards the church.
Wow, it's a really beautiful wraparound though. Like, oh my goodness, Raisin, where in the world did that come out from? Now, of course, this definitely turns the tides around, and Luyu's going to be the next one to fall. Zero down, trying to actually shred them apart. Kuza now down on the ground, but he needs to actually go in for a reload. He does have a little bit of room to actually hide by the edge, but smokes have to be utilized coming up from the side of Evos. Now, Stewart all alone. There's a possibility that he can actually clutch this one out, but around him is even more teams to come.
Yep, as of now here, great finisher coming from Evos VIP here. Wales Esports definitely got destroyed in that situation. Meanwhile, now SMG going to be in a really rough spot here as Fig here is going to take out one of the members coming from SMG. They need to go in for the reset. Meanwhile, they've got a full flank coming in from IPW and R2k. They are listening to all these shots here. Seems like they want to kind of third party this fight, but SMG, they understand that they have to wrap around. They have to clean out this house before they want to get a little bit more. But Trixity, he will get clutched in from Theodore as he gets flushed out. But you're going to be last man standing here. It's going to be a 1v2 situation potentially here. Theodore is going to clutch it out as well. And SMG, they're down towards the last member here. It's going to be up to 6 to pull it for the team. But Fig is going to be holding down the 40 here. He's going to try and finish off the Trixity. Can he finish off? No. It's going to be Fig that comes up on top. And that's going to be SMG cleaning out on 15th place.
Two members from the side of J8, they're currently still outside of the zone, tanking the blue. And well, SMG have definitely seen better days. Today, this probably will be one of the earliest games that they do crash out from. Now, moving along, we do have RSG on top of the hills as well. So J8 have not many good options to climb up. In fact,
oh no.
They have to rely on Zuli to see what they could exactly do, but Damn still gets a shot towards Manparang, so that's really impressive. And, well, the circle moves further and further away in towards the western end. Western Central is where it's going to be for the likings of some teams, but I wonder if we'll still have Stewart intact.
Seems like Contra, you pretty much got a really good remark here because Circle is pushing towards the west side. And look at this, Team Secret, they will be taking the western approach as compared to the previous Miramar map. Teams don't exactly want to rotate from the west side in this regard. So Team Secret, they're taking a little bit of risky approach, but it's kind of paying off right now here because the rest of the teams are going to be caught out. In this case, a big sweep coming from Manpara, taking two of the members from Evos VIP is going to go down here. Meanwhile, J8 also going to be caught in the casualty for that as well. And that's going to be them out in the picture as well as the guys from another town here, Yakuza, is going to be alive here to try and survive to the team. They finish off J8. A big win there coming from Evos VIP, but they are going to be stranded a little bit more here because the circle is going to force him out. Yakuza, what is he going to do? He's going to be the last remaining standing player here for the side of Evos VIP.
He's got to pop that first 8 kit, but he does know that Bosskurr is going to be all above. And oh my, even Team Secret, they got crashed upon by the side of Dingoz. And Riff now goes on a 1v1 between Matoy as well as himself. And we'll see who will actually come up on top. Just strafing around, and it's going to be Ziso that gets blown up to pieces. Same goes to Pamburu. And members on the side of Dingoz, they're pretty much all around. And TRX, they're going to be joining in the party as well. Riff, he does have the smoke. He's going to be pulling inside. There's no grenades that's going to be tossed out from the side of Matoy, but he's just going to be trying nonetheless. Oh, there's no need for bullets when you have grenades. as he lobs it inside.
Break play there coming from Matoy, holding down the fort as well here. And his movement has been spot off. He clutches it for the team and he needs that spot. But another side as well, to the south side as well. And big nade coming in from NED Brotherhood here. And Dr. TA is going to retaliate here. He clips them all off. And NED, they want to fight this. They need to hunker down. A lot of third parties are coming in here. The nades are coming in. NED is in trouble. But Dr. TA, they still somehow prevail. They have to play it slow here. Trixie is still going to be in there as well. But RSG will bow on 9th place off the kill feed as well. Not exactly not sure what happened, but now nades are coming from Dr. TA once again. NED, they're down to his 2 members, and guess what? A lot of shots are coming from afar. Team Secret, they want to get a couple big kills coming in, and it's not working out for NED here because they are getting completely destroyed as Theodore from on top. IPW will finish off the last members coming from NED Brotherhood, but Dr. TA with Psycho with the grenade clearers here as IPW looking to pull a big one this game.
That's right, and I gotta say that IPWLX in the prime position to actually steal all the kills with Dr. TA doing all the dirty work. Now, they spot out Matoy from quite a far, and Fico P, he tries to cheat the health away, needing one more shot to actually end him down. And iShots is a little bit too far to actually do anything. Oh! That spray with the M4 all the way downtown. As IPWLX has secured the total 7 kills. If he bleeds out, that's going to be 8. And looking for 9 as well. Hey, Noob, only having a slither of health left. Psycho's going to be able to knock down Teeter as well. Looking for Ziso, and he gets another knock. This guy is insane.
X-Fig is going on a rampage here coming from IPW. He clamps on another one. That's 3 knocks coming in for them. But at the same time, the Circle is going to force his way through here. He needs to get in. He's going to be the last man standing coming from IPW. But the Circle is going to hurt. Can he make it here? He's down to the last health here. Team Secret is going to get picked up as well as Yuhoi is going to try and pick up Matoy, but it looks like he's going to make a run for it. He's out in the open. Can he survive? There's so many teams around. Why is nobody shooting? He's hiding on the ground, but Fake, he finally shows himself here. He's out exposed, but off the side as well. Boss is going to be occupied with TRX and see, he clutches against TRX. Oh my goodness now. And now X-Fake, he somehow survives here. He fouls his commotion. He's in the top 4 position. Smokes are coming in. He's buying time for the rest of the team. And guess what? Team Secret, they're not joining the fight at all.
They just have to take their sweet time. They do have the circle advantage, so Team Secret can just easily wait things out. But the thing is, there's not too many natural covers that they can actually work alongside other than Jumper having a compound all the way up top of the hill. Now, speaking of Jumper here, we do also have Matoy getting pummeled by bullets after bullets thanks to, you know, the long-range shots from the side of Fico P that reveals all the location. And Dr. TA, they can take their time to actually move right in because they heard all this commotion. It's time for them to actually move right in. Fico P is still going to be safe right down below, but the nades are actually coming in. It does not connect, and Bosskurr, they have the numbers.
Yep, at the same time as well, Team Secret here, they are in a really tough spot as well. Matoy taking so much aggression, whether that's his team, they are trying to take a fight on towards the cross as well, but it's not working out. IPDL playing slow, but Boss, they are going to be fighting another team as well because Jumper will knock it towards Nga as well. They get a couple of trades in. The long-range fights are coming in here. Top 3, Fig is going to let them settle it for once and for all as he's trying to buy a little bit more time. He's trapped in between both here, but can both these Titans take each other out here because Nga is going to get picked up potentially here. Z trying to make the assist. Suppressive fire coming from Team Secret is going to make sure they do not have the easiest pick up here, and he's going to be A-okay. Nga will get picked up, but Fix is just playing it low. He's playing it so quiet. 8 people alive. Team Secret, how would they do this here? Because the circle is going to force towards the guys from Boss, and they don't have vehicles. This is going to be, I smell trouble here for Team Secret.
Man, I do think that this is definitely really tough for them to move about, especially when the vehicles have already broken down. But Bosskurr, they are kind of blinded by some of these smokes, so there is a slight chance for them to actually cut right by Jumper now, making sure that all these bullets are being let loose first. When they go in for the reload, maybe there is a little bit of a glimmer of hope for them to actually cross over, or else just gotta take this fight mano el mano while Fico P is just laying very much low. There is a little bit of leverage here that they can actually use it. Hold on. Oh dear, iShots is down. 2 members left for the side of Team Secret, and Bosskurr, they're taking them down. Bosskurr might just be able to actually seal the deal here. And I wonder what happens from here. Oh, Scott's gonna be able to take Fico P. Only the captain of Team Secret is left. to play this one out.
Yep, it's going to be a 1v3 situation here. Mathoi is taking so much aggressive as well, but the circle is going to force them out here. Is he going to bow out to the zone, or is he going to make a man fight here? But it looks like Bosskurr, they are going to be taking a fight here. They're 3-man healthy. They're suppressing their shots against Mathoi. Mathoi is stuck. Is he going to heal? He's going to bleed out. He's playing the healing game here, but it's going to be all for naught. And they know it's going to be a done-for game for Team Secret. It's going to be a game coming in from Bosskurr. Mathoi, playing the healing game, expecting it to be a lot of teams here. But guess what? Bosskurr, they've got 13 kills thus far.
Seeing how Mathoi is going to be able to actually take this on. He's going to be taking time to actually heal up, and I think that he will bow out. Team Bosskurr secures their chicken dinner right here, and this will be definitely the top 16 secure for the side of Bosskurr. Now, we see through all the teams that move across the map, and this is definitely a valley of death. But, you know, who impressed me the most other than, you know, these two teams in the top two? Big OP.
Yeah, that was crazy coming from them. However, props towards Team Bosskurr here. Hanan with the big clutch against the guys from Team Secret here, tanking the zone, holding that angle out from the mount on the building as well, on the rooftop, and they're taking a couple jabs in. So that was a really risky play, but it paid back tenfold. They've got themselves 14 kills coming from Team Bosskurr. This is the big points here coming from Bosskurr, and I'm glad because it seems like every single team is stepping up, and Bosskurr, they finally showed their fangs.
That's right, and so far every one of these boys are looking great, and we're going to be checking out the highlights. When we come back, we'll bring you some more stats to come. Whoa, what a game that was. So when you look across those valleys, there's so many teams that were getting by, and they're just trying to book the circle, and we saw some really brilliant plays coming across the fields, and even some, of course, soaking too much damage by the zone. But hey, it's all right. Good news for the players. No more Miramar match after this because we're going to be going in towards Erangel for our final battle.
Yeah, seeing how everything went down in that particular match, I'm really happy to see Team Secret finally stepping back up. But a big one here coming from IPWX, because that was something that I did not expect as well from FigOB, because he went on a rampage. He destroyed the guys from Team Secret. He got a lot of big kills here against Dr. TA, which was insane to watch.
That's right, and you know, you asked the question whether or not is Kuza still at the same level as he once was. The answer is yes. We saw, you know, he was the last man standing for Evos, and they were taking multiple fights. Even Dingoz on the other corner, Team Bosskurr on top of the hill, and then Anik from the side of J8 tries to actually crash over with the buggy. He just quickly responds by, of course, hopping away and sprayed the two members down.
Yeah, the early engagement here with WeTV Esports against Evos' full 4v4 fight here. Evos VIP definitely came up on top. But aside from that here, let's not take credit from them here. Let's take a look at what the stats is, because we are going to be looking at here. Bosskurr with first place for sure, taking the chicken dinner and 14 kills here. I think that's a that's not the record yet, right?
I think this is the highest for today.
Yeah, highest for today for sure. In the entire league here, we haven't seen the highest kill points yet. I'm not exactly sure what is it, but Bosskurr currently with a big one here, 29 points in total. Team Secret in second place here with 7 kills, will get himself 19 points. IPWLX here in third place here with a big play coming from FigOP here. 8 kills for himself, 18 points. Dr. T in 4th place here with 12 points for himself and 4 kills. Evos VIP 5th place here, 8 kill points and 12 points as well. Very, very good play there coming from Evos VIP. TRX on the 6th place here with a little bit of placement points, 1 kills here. Will get himself 7 points. SMG on the 7th place. Not what I was expecting there.
Exactly, and now we're going to be looking at the second page. Yoodo Gank, unfortunately, will only get 3 points out of their effort right here, while NED Brotherhood, R2k, Dingoz MPX walks away with 2. RSG only has 1 point for rank, and Homebois walk away with 1 point as well. Wills Esports as well as Anti-Circle. This time they come up with no points at all. Very, very tough stuff for the side of Team Wills. Like, we saw the idea was actually brilliant. Like, they were wrapping around Evos VIP until the opening shot coming from Razor straight to the head of Insomnus. It halted the entirety of the tech, and Evos VIP was so confident to actually rush out to take on
the initial fight here was that it was pretty much who gets naded first. That Haikal took the initial nade here, knocking onto a Sinbi. That was pretty much the opening here. They want to finish him off, but the one that was pretty much holding down the angles was pretty much Insomnus. And the moment they knocked Insomnus, they knew Weird Esports is not gonna be able to hold this down. And yeah, great rush coming from Evos VIP to take them down. But unfortunate for Weird Esports, the great coordination, but apparently sometimes it might be a lot. It might be a little bit of aim. But let's take a look at the scores right now here. Evos VIP will be at the #1 spot here with 109 points with 1 chicken dinner here, whereas Yoodo Gank will be second place here with 2 chicken dinners, but haven't been consistent thus far. Will get themselves 86 points for themselves. Boss, cool, wow. After that chicken dinner here, stepping up in towards the #3 spot, 81 points. Wow, that's not what I was expecting here.
Yeah, I've been telling you this because Bosskurr has had some tremendous performance. Now they are sitting at #3. You can see an improvement in terms of kill points as compared to the previous season. And slowly you can see down the ladder, of course, you got Team SMG in 5th place. Moving downwards a little bit, and Team Secret, look at how far they go, you know, from the lower ends of the second page now in towards 7th spot just by having 2 spectacular games. This is the prank that we have been mentioning, but 57 points comes in for Team R2k as well as the other 2 teams that you guys saw it. I don't have to cover it, I guess. Yeah. So 11 to 20. Oh man.
Okay.
This is hard.
Bottom half here, we see NSEA on 11th place here with 47 points. Geek Fam on the 12th place here with 44 points. Will Esports on the 13th place with 40 points, 1 chicken dinner. DFE on the 14th place here with 37 points. NED Brotherhood on the 15th place here with 34 points. Dingoz on the 16th place with 31 points. Homebois on the 17th place here with 30 points. RSG on the 18th place here with 29 points. J8 Esports on the 19th place here with 28 points. And Todak on the last place here with 30 points. And I don't know, you know, Team Secret has pulled their weight from the gutter. And we've seen them perform. You know, there's a reason why they're best team in Southeast Asia to a certain degree. But at the same time, you know, coming into this year, do you think teams like JE Sports, RSG is going to be able to pull out the gutter? Because we've pulled out in the first week. They can do it as well.
Actually, if you calculate, the points are
not that far apart, right?
Honestly, not that far apart. Any good game for any of the teams can change things. And this time, give credit to Nga because he did a massive 1,055 damage and he only got 3 kills. Where did the rest go?
Well, stolen, apparently. Stolen.
I guess the rest of the members, they have, well, they have a total of 14 kills, right? So this is just
stolen by his teammates.
Yeah. Maybe 30, just slightly less than 30%.
I'm looking forward to see how the stats are going to be going here. But props to Nga, he was stepping up in a lot of these fights as well, coming from Bosskurr. Actually, there was an unsung hero that I want to talk about as well here. His teammate Hanan did a really ballsy play in the final circle, tagging the circle, taking that flank against Team Secret, which arguably it was a great one because if you think about the final fight, Team Secret needed to push their way through, but Bosskurr, they capitalized their situation. They held their ground against SMG as well. They came out on top, they just destroyed them, and it was really fun to watch. And to see IPW also making out live, that was something that I did not expect at all, but props to them. But let's look at damage output here. Bosskurr, they've got 2.7k damage thus far, the highest in this particular game, 14 kills in total. Not what I was expecting here, but Bosskurr just completely obliterated here. I'm looking forward to see how the analysts later on, how did it get so much damage? Oh my god.
Oh, well, you're going to be asking the question to me.
Exactly,
anyway,
I'm asking you, yeah.
So,
go and check out the analysts later.
2.7k. Like, look at half of the teams. They don't even do just as much. Like, usually you see maybe Evos on an average of 1.4. This time they get 1,000. Team Secret, they did 1,007. And it just goes to tell you that the spot that Bosskurr was actually holding was the best angle to take on any particular fights. And even the ones that were coming from the higher side of the kills, they were flushed in towards this area where everybody will have to go down. And Well,
And at the same time,
it's all
as
bullets and
well, you know,
rains.
IPW LX here, they've got a lot of kills there, and you have to give prop towards X3. He's pretty much a sub for the team, and guess what? It's working out for them.
Yeah, and not only that, like you
He's
just
got-
see, yeah, Thick OP. Usually he is part of the main roster, even in back the previous seasons, but he is one guy that I've been looking at, and sometimes I chat with him. He used the most throwables, and also he did the most knockouts. Like that particular time, where we saw Matoy getting knocked, we see members of Bosskurr getting knocked, and even members of Dr. T right down below.
Yeah.
So IPWX can definitely count on this guy. Bravo still getting some long distance shots inside of Miramar. Well, Bart's going to be able to actually cover some range alongside with you, High Boy, as well as Echo. Heiko comes in with 9 throwables, 10 for Matoy, equaling with Fico P, as well as Hana coming in with 8. So this is pretty much it, and we have most of the members of Team Bosskurr coming in with some really good assists as well.
Yeah.
So teamwork definitely make the dream work. So with that being said, we still will be talking to the players before we get ourselves ready for our angle run. So
You know, okay,
You know-
let's talk about the possibilities of what Bosskurr has to say about that match, because I'm looking forward to see what they have in the interview later on. But before now, here, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to Team Bosskurr.
Tahniah bosku kerana anda berjaya untuk mencapai chicken dinner di dalam Miramar tadi. Dan kini kita bersama dengan Z. Apa khabar Z? Dan tahniah, inilah chicken dinner yang pertama untuk minggu yang kedua. Bagaimana perasaan tadi bila bertarung di dalam Miramar?
Perasaan ya nervous satu, and then happy juga sebab ya dapat chicken dinner kan. So itu je lah perasaan saya buat masa sekarang ni. Memang obviously happy je lah
Aha.
chicken dinner.
Dan kita boleh nampak daripada segi momentum tim Bosskurr daripada minggu lepas hingga sekarang memang perform dengan agak baik sekali, dan kita boleh tengok prestasi semakin mendadak. Dan saya nak tanya di sini tentang Hanan. Sebelum ni memang Hanan ni coach untuk tim Bosskurr kan. Selepas dia memasuki roster pertama tu, apakah peranan Hanan di sini? Adakah dia buat short call ke? Dan bagaimana Z rasa pasal Hanan di sini?
Bagi saya sebelum ni Hanan sebagai coach kita orang, so dia memberi banyak impak lah kepada tim since dia dah masuk ke dalam line up. So dia merupakan IGL and dia buat short caller juga. And dia juga yang memang conduct kita orang lah as a team, yang menyenangkan lagi lah, which is command dalam game saja ataupun beri apa-apa arahan daripada dalam game saja, bukan habis game baru kita nak bagi command ataupun strategi di luar game macam tu.
Ya tu. Dan kita boleh lihat daripada segi percaturan memang nampak begitu teratur sekali, dan sekali lagi saya ingin mengucapkan tahniah kepada Z kerana mendapatkan chicken dinner yang agak baik. Apakah expectation untuk Z untuk minggu kedua di sini untuk PMPL MYSG musim ketiga?
Expectation saya pada minggu kedua, obviously kita orang akan target kita orang memang akan lepas ke Superweekend setiap season ataupun setiap minggu lah, setiap minggu. Dalam 3 minggu kita orang akan target, memang akan setiap minggu target masuk ke Superweekend. And then untuk Superweekend pula pada minggu ni memang kita orang akan kerja habis-habisan untuk capai lagi ke top 3 ataupun kalau boleh top 1 lah, itu yang kita orang target. So kan kita orang akan konsisten lah daripada segi situ bila kita dapat top 1.
Alright, mantap tu. Dan of course, all the best untuk tim Bosskurr. Memang ada lagi pertarungan untuk hari Jumaat. So kita akan tengok siapakah yang bakal menjadi juara untuk Super Weekend. Dan sebelum kita mengikuti acara dengan game kelima, ada apa-apa yang Z nak sampaikan kepada peminat-peminat tim Bosskurr?
Saya nak ucapkan terima kasih lah banyak-banyak kepada family and then family Bosskurr terutamanya, And then kepada semua peminat-peminat tim Bosskurr, terus sokong kami and jangan putus harapan dengan kami sebab kami akan buat yang terbaik untuk dapatkan kejuaraan pada PMPL Season 2 kali ini. InsyaAllah.
All right. Thank you so much, Z. Dan of course, all the best untuk mencapai lebih banyak chicken dinner untuk Liga PMPL musim ketiga. All right. We'll see you. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, that is Z from Team Bosskurr as we will proceed to go on to the recap segment right here. Then, of course, what a great chat. We definitely had some really great input coming out of Team Bosskurr right there. So we will actually look into the early phases of the game coming in from Team Bosskurr. Now, interesting enough, they take it towards the south side of Minas de Sur as well as Valdemar. They have a 2-2 split going on, but the rotation to get to where they need to be is honestly not too far. Just look at the position that they landed themselves inside of the corners of Ladriela, just by the corners of this valley that we've witnessed them achieve this chicken dinner. So the rest of the teams, they were mostly on towards the northeast side as well as the heart-east side. So all they have to do is maybe take a little bit of a peek here to find some kills. And after they're done with that, they can slowly advance lower in towards the map position. Now we see Team Secret, they take a very interesting alternative. They were moving from San Martin and they cut through the outskirts of El Pozo to get in towards the long highways to cut behind TRX Esports. And as they do so, they also get quite a number of kills. Evos VIP has done the same, but this is where they get in a tricky situation against the likes of TRX, Wills Esports, and of course, we saw that battle by the churches that has resulted in the wipeout of Team Wills. Well, eventually, Dr. TA has been able to hold in towards the southern position, which cuts off the entry point for NED Brotherhood. Now, we saw early on that was TRX, and TRX has given the position further on, and that's where the side of Anti-Circle, IPWLX, they have a little bit of a scuffle there, and that caused a little bit of a contention. But Fico P, the last guy remaining, has been able to do so much. Just track him down, and you'll be able to see that he is so far away by the edge. Later on, he takes a bug in, and he hits onto everyone that he sees, although he's all alone when Theodore gets taken out by the side of R2k. Now, RG, they moved deeper inside. They were looking at a really good position, but they had to take on Evos VIP, Yoodo Gank, as well as J8 Esports. So in between those sort of areas, it's definitely going to be a little bit tougher for some of all these players, but don't worry about that. It's going to be Psycho that actually gets that sort of knock. So from that point onwards, we did see that some of all these players from Bosskurr had that perfect valley view of the entirety of the map. So with that said, that position that Team Secret was holding, yes, it was beautiful until the circle shift. And down towards this sort of scenario, that's where Bosskurr has been able to eliminate many of the members of Team Secret. And by the time it's all over, Team Bosskurr has been able to take their very first winner chicken dinner. So with that being said, we've already covered every single match of Miramar as well as Sanhok, but we still got one more to go. It's going to be a very short break, and when we come back, the last game will be inside of Arangel. Stay tuned.
Yeah. Ready? Strap up. Yeah. Free corner, had it, it's ready for what I'm pitching. Nothing but heaters is in the pick 'em off from a distance like. Get the drop on, roll up with the squad on. How you gon' survive when we ride? You can't hide or try to stall, but your time will come. We gon' ride it together, better than riding alone. Stuck inside of the zone, but before we head home, ride the mic with my scope, and there ain't nowhere to go. Yeah, if I miss, I don't quit, so best stay with the zone. Yeah. Coming at you like I got nothing to lose. Hey. Clearly I might be missing a couple rules. Call me the handyman, cause I'm known for carrying tools. Hey. Ain't a problem that I can't fix, please don't get it confused. Yeah. 6 million ways to try, which will you choose? Many hope to stop our team, but we refuse. Act like you want it, bet y'all get it. Winner, chicken dinner is about to get bored. Can't call me, so I embrace pain and walk it on. Meanwhile, these cowards are praying, we call it all. Never not at all. In it to win it, we'll keep trying. All the zones closing in and we're watching the sounds flying. No loud sirens coming to save you, you better forfeit. Artists with the shawty, I paint a picture that's haunted. Ready, this ain't funny, but they nearly struck me too. They must be feeling lucky, spraying it by in that bowl. About to hit these dummies, get them money before they getting you. Revenge is coming, someone of us will take out your crew. Bring it back. Enemies ahead, about to put her in it, they chapter. Survival of the fittest, the only mission that matters. My sharp as a dagger, my mama ain't raised a stacker. Coming in high and heavy to break them and make them scatter. Made a pattern that's ready for what I'm pitching. Nothing but heaters, listen to pick 'em off from a distance. Man, listen, yeah, got the drop on 'em. Yeah, roll up with the squad on 'em. Hey, how you gon' survive when we ride? You can't hide or run. Yeah, try and stall, but your time will come. Yeah, we got the drop on 'em. Yeah, roll up with the squad on 'em, and we going hard. You survive the night we ride. You tried to hide and run. Couldn't call, dog, your time is done.
Test 1, 2, 3. Hello. In the name of all competitors, atas nama semua pesaing, kami berjanji bahawa kami akan mengambil bahagian dalam PUBG MOBILE Pro League NYSG musim ketiga dengan menghormati dan mematuhi peraturan kepada yang mengaturnya untuk melakukan pertandingan tanpa menipu atau bersikap negatif dalam semangat kesukanan yang sebenarnya untuk kejayaan pertandingan dan penghormatan pasukan kami.
Hey, welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League NYSG Season 3 hosted by PUBG Mobile, co-organized by VSPN in collaboration with Tencent Games, Lightspeed Quantum and PUBG Corporation.
That's right, and of course, we definitely want to thank our partners as we have our official smartphone partners to challenge your boundaries with Xiaomi. Catch all the action happening on our socials at Facebook and YouTube at PUBG Mobile Malaysia. And of course, you guys could also catch all the live action broadcasts through our official media partners, WeTV, always more. So, you know, what's more than that? We've seen some spectacular plays and the meteoric rise of Team Secret back on track to 7th spot after a couple of games of going too soon, you know? It's a big revival, but even bigger for Team Bosskurr because they celebrate their first chicken dinner.
Exactly here. I enjoyed the interview as well here with Bosskurr as well. Seems like they're very happy. It seems like they are gaining a little bit more momentum now in the second week here. Hopefully things will be a little bit better when they come to weekends here. Looking forward to see how Bosskurr is going to be able to keep up themselves here because as of now here, they are pretty much secure into the Super Weekends here. Pretty much everyone is pretty much locking down their tickets to make it into the Super Weekend. Top 16 is going to be the most important factor for all these teams. So far, Team Secret, you know, by the start of the day here, I was worried. I'm pretty sure all the fans here was actually worried as well. What happened to Team Secret? And it seems like, you know, they found out, you know, they finally found their mojo. They came back 2 games strong. And, you know, anyone from the bottom here has a chance to make it in the top 16. And it's getting closer and closer. It seems like every single team understands the situation. Like 1 chicken dinner, 2 chicken dinner is enough to make you in the top 16. However, maintaining the top 16 spot is not exactly an easy thing to do. And in this case, I believe in the rankings below as well, we have a lot of teams actually tying for 16th place. And teams like NED Esports here, you know, arguably the best team from coming in from Superweekend thus far, has not shown their funds yet. And as the game closes by, they're having lesser and lesser games to stand a chance to make it in the top 16.
That's right, and it's so important for some of these teams to actually get so much points out there before this final game, especially Team Secret. If they didn't really secure a good placement out there, maybe they're still somewhere in the middle of the pack, you know. But that being their final game of the evening, before they take a break, coming in towards match number 5 here. This is, of course, a big relief for the team. But even so, like, we saw how ecstatic Team Bosskurr was. Like, you feel that energy coming from Z. Like, it's like, yeah, we're more strategic now. We're like, this guy that came in as a coach, he's like, he knows the soul too well already, and now he's showing how to play the game. Yeah, even if you're a coach.
They're definitely a team that you guys got to be watching out for coming in Super Weekend here. And now coming towards the rest of the teams here, we know in this final match here, we're heading towards Erengel for himself. It's going to be between Group A, B, D, and E. Group C here is going to be completely ignored. And the teams are out in this picture. It's going to be Secret, Evos VIP, NED Esports, and also our Ikhlas R2k. So these 4 teams are not going to be playing the final match here. And it's just unfortunate here to see how NED Esports is going to be, you know, in the bottom half. And for them to have a great start during Super Weekends here, now almost near bottom alongside with Todak. And this is quite worrisome here, especially for fans coming from NED Esports. Like, I don't know, it seems like tomorrow 4 games is going to be the last one. But let's just see how the remaining teams here, as we are going to be jumping straight into the map of Erengel right about now.
Here we go, in towards the very final game, and I just like how straight this one is, just along the lines of the 4th grid. So you can see it coming across from the geographical area all the way heading in towards the Kafka. That means that J8, if they're... Wait, J8 is not going to be playing for this game, so they don't have to struggle to get into it. So, yeah.
April Fools. But speaking of here, of April Fools jokes here, I'm going to tell you one. It's so straight that it looks like it's covered a forehead of a man, if you imagine it in this map picture. No? Okay, it's bad, isn't it? Never mind. Anyways, coming to the game here, Circle is going to be going to the western side here, nothing out of the ordinary here. First Erengel for today, and we haven't seen too much thus far. So, what do you think?
Well, I guess that I do expect a certain team to be able to actually get some steam going on, as we saw some players from the side of Geek Fam actually has been able to pull up some strength inside of Erengel, and Saint's the one that's sitting on the top of the list in terms of kills. Well, as much as teams were actually moving back to their original ground, like you see RSG all the way in towards Milta, for Bosskurr, you know, I guess Bosskurr had a little bit of change here as compared to RSG. So last season, it was Bosskurr that takes Milta and RSG that takes the shelter.
Yep.
This time around, It's a exact same location with a switch, but NED, their drop points are a little bit peculiar. You can see two different shades of brown dots on the right side, and that actually signifies that, you know, many of the members of NED Brotherhood is very segregated, which is not really that great of a sign because you can see SMG down below, and further onwards, it's actually anti-circle inside Yasnaya.
Yeah, a lot of these teams have to rotate a lot as well here, considering that it was a pretty much a northern flight path. So a lot of teams who head towards military base and Novo is going to struggle a lot here. We don't exactly see a lot of teams heading towards this there, especially when it comes to this group. So they have to kind of play a little bit slower in when it comes to looting, because there is going to be a lot of teams here going to be very starved out in terms of economy. In this case, Bosskurr is going to be one of those teams. NED as well, most likely, is going to be suffering a lot of loots in terms of both economy and also vehicles as well, just because of how many teams are coming from the eastern side. However, we do see DFE getting themselves very lucky. They are taking a couple of vehicles, going to be docking towards the western bridge here. Not sure if they're going to be heading towards military base or not. RSG holding Muta here, don't exactly need a lot of loots. They just need to find vehicles later on. JPNC playing the farm plays. SMG taking both the outskirts of Muta town and also Muta power for themselves. Nothing major is going to happen, but it feels like teams from the east side are going to struggle to rotate towards the west side, because there are going to be a lot of gatekeeps coming in, especially coming from Bosskurr, potentially RSG as well, unless they decide to just rotate in, dodge the fights, and just head into the circle first.
Yeah, and if it ever goes to Gatka, look where Wills is at. Perfect spot, because the other teams will have to take so many of these fights first, especially if you look towards North George, South George. It's both the same. Like, there's so many crowds out there, but Homebois is going to be doing exactly the same thing that they have been doing in the past. That is moving on towards the top hills of Gatka.
Yeah.
So some may say, you know, Judgepole Hills, Gatka Hills, Mount Gatka sounds a lot more simpler, right? So heading in for the islands, it's absolutely empty. So if teams were to detour, take a pit stop, they can do that, but Western Bridge is going to be hard.
This is what I'm talking about, right? Like, a lot of these teams are going to lose out a lot of economy here, in the sense where they might not have enough smokes, they might not have enough first aids here. Ammunition is going to be A-okay. But when it comes to scopes here, vests, or strong, a couple of good vehicles here, a lot of these teams are going to struggle. And I'm a little bit worried here, considering that no team's opting to take military base. This is a first, personally, for me here. I've seen it a couple of times in this league itself, but it's not a thing that I like to see, because you are actually damaging your teammates on your neighbors' economy as well, and yourself to a certain degree. But speaking of circle-wise here, let's take a look at towards the west side, right? Wales, they're pretty A-okay. Homebois is going to be taking the mountain very quickly for themselves. Geek Fam, on the other hand, is going to be taking the South George for themselves. IPW, they are going to be rotating from Zarki. Nothing out of order here. We might see a lot of urban warfare coming from the northern section.
Exactly.
But everyone from the south side is just completely ignored. And the only team in the south side is pretty much DFV. And if they are smart enough, they might potentially set up a couple of roadblocks and just completely shut off any teams rotating from south side.
Exactly. And, you know, you mentioned, like, oh, the military base, this is the first time, like, the flight path makes very much of a sense where, you know, it cuts into the Pavka, which means there's no access at all. Like, it's a little bit counterproductive. We've seen J8 try to pull this one off before, where the circle was actually somewhat similar here.
Yeah.
But they tried to go back to Novo.
Yeah.
So what they did was they went to the Medusa intersection, they drove in towards Novo, loot up, and move back up north.
Yeah.
And then get in towards the mainland, of course. But it has caused them to suffer quite a amount of blow.
Yeah.
So it definitely didn't really result all too much. But we can definitely see RSG now are the ones in search and danger if they don't really get good games out of this one. So we have seen them actually snoozing out throughout the entirety of week 2 thus far. Like, the kill points, I think the maximum that we've seen out of them was perhaps a 5 or a 6, nothing higher than that.
Yep.
And I think this is a very high firepower squad in the likes of Small Boy, Voki, Kim, but I'm not too sure if it's, you know, a change of playstyle that they're not used to, that they're trying out, but they'll
We
figure
shall
it out
see.
eventually.
Yeah, they'll figure it out for sure. And it seems like the trend continues here. It's going to be a centralized circle. A lot of teams just prioritize on getting center circle in the first phase and then kind of split off in the second phase here. A lot of teams may decide to switch up a little bit here in second circle or maybe in third circle in terms of rotation here. But as of now, playing a little bit slow. IPW, they do scout a couple of rotations coming from WTA. Tries to get a little bit feisty here. But they are going to be playing from this Zarki approach. So for them from the northern approach here, there's not a lot of teams to worry about just because there are no towns way past Zarki. So for them to actually anticipate teams here is going to be relatively easy for them. And for them to rat into the zone is going to be easy for them as well. However, Homebois taking an early approach here, taking the mountain terrains for themselves. Great vantage points, but first phase zone is not beneficial for them here. In terms of loot-wise, they are not going to be able to restock despite getting a couple of really good economical damage in the first few circles.
I definitely think it's a good place to hold, but not really a good place to commit into those long range, like you mentioned earlier on, for various good reasons, because it's still phase number one. You don't want to burn out your resources, and what compound are you going to loot from, you know, from the top of the hill? Maybe if there are teams pushing you upwards and you kill them, yeah, great. Go and steal whatever that's left of their boxes, but that will not be happening, not in the moment of, you know, the next 5 minutes at the very least. Now, Putra is thinking whether or not should they advance forward. They are still at the shooting range, and Yoodo Gank usually will take it really slowly, and Bravo currently has a total of 60 kills overall. And yeah, just speaking of his name, he just crashed on the stones.
Bravo. But speaking of which, I like what Putra is doing. Just because his team's a little bit far behind here, they haven't exactly formed a formation yet here. He's gonna wait things out here, considering that he's kind of safe and scout out for the rest of the team before regrouping here. Meanwhile, Geek Fam, they solidify a couple vehicles here. It looks like we are going to be expecting a lot of vehicle warfare coming to Erangel. Geek Fam here going to be prioritizing on scouting ahead here with them. We're going to be looking around here. Gunshots are coming in. Snipes does cut out the members coming from IPW. So that's going to be the first big major gunshot coming in here as Geek Fam tries to take a couple of jabs in. IPW going to be A-OK as of now. But as of now, nothing much happening coming towards IPW. So they're going to be A-OK momentarily here. But Geek Fam, they have a little bit of sound coming in. So that's some information, but not a lot yet.
Exactly, and RG now takes the hills of Pachinki over on towards the western side of it. And I think this is definitely going to be some interesting spot to actually hold out. They are currently in the center of it all, perfectly parking the cars. Will be some members out there, but NC, I think today has been a really tough day for JPNC. And last week, I think they have the decently, just that they just have to push up a whole lot more. But are they super weekend bound? It's definitely a question, but we got the M249 in the hands of Sandcorn, and hopefully he has enough bullets of the 5.56 category.
Yeah, I like what Homebois is positioning in themselves here. They've got a very interesting roadblock here, just because of how a lot of these teams are going to be rotating from that particular compound, but at that particular route. But the problem is that it's so open that a lot of teams from afar can spot you from a mile and possibly take a couple jabs in. But if teams do not realize you're there, they are going to be in some serious trouble for any team rotating past by Homebois. It's a high-risk, high-reward situation, but if they manage to hold down those spots and roadblocks, a lot of these teams are going to bleed out to this M249 spray down. So they got to be watching out a little bit more. However, TRX going to be taking a safe approach here, going to be playing along the shorelines and northern approach. They've got a little bit of a shack there, but at the same time, they are getting a couple shots in from Yoodo. So Yoodo, they smell what's up. Is it the right time to push in? Because they haven't exactly have a lot of information with. But Drex, he does cut out a couple of Dacia there, but he doesn't exactly know, is it occupied or not?
That's right, and for the current moment, we are seeing Yoodo Gank on a split once more. This is the same place that Bravo has won a chicken dinner. Same exact tree, same exact rock. Is he signifying something? I don't know, but Drax hoping to actually take members down from the side of TRX well. And NED, they actually make their way past the bridge safely without any members actually taking them down. Shots being fired, but we're not going to be seeing much of a casualty from either side of the party. As Putra, he drives past all the other bullets that has been put out by the side of
It's
TRX.
so unfortunate for TRX here. They could have gotten a lot of kills coming from the western side, but just because of how Yoodo Gank is pretty much pressuring them, it's extremely hard for them to actually take this fight. However, we do see the circle here is going to be favoring towards the Gatkap region as well here, outskirts of Pachinki. So Wales Esports pretty much quite okay center position here. They haven't exactly found a lot of shots in, but Bravo, once again, another shots in towards TRX, and TRX, they're taking some serious fire against Yoodo Gank here. It seems like Yoodo Gank, they really want to commit into the downfall of TRX, but they are looking for the opportunity, but looks like Putra will get knocked off, so that's going to be an opportunity wasted in their hands. But TRX, they've got 2 knocks here. They have to hold down the fort, but Yoodo Gank, they're not ready to go in for the push, but seems like they are going to completely ignore this. But Bravo, he's going to leg his way through, and I'm not sure if this is the right play here, because as of now, Drax is going to be regrouping as well. Manpower is going to surround the compound from afar, but TRX, they want to try and go in for the full revive, but Ray is a little bit off the mark here, so the zone is going to eventually come out, and both teams are going to suffer the consequences here.
That's right, and we're going to be seeing shots from Manpower.
Wow.
With the DP in hand, he doesn't care. Like, just a few taps, like he goes in for a reload already. He's like, okay, we got the blue zone already chipping some of all these damage, and Yoodo Gank can just leave them be. But I smell blood, and Manpower says, I want to take them all down as Ray dies off to the play zone, and that kill will still be claimed by Yoodo Gank nonetheless.
Yeah, nice shot there from Mamparang here. And this is the power of what the DP brings to the table, right? A couple burst fires into his head, that's pretty much an instant knock. It's way more efficient than what M4 sprays and Scar L does. So I like what the decision coming from Manparang. But as of now, Manparang, he's going to go all in apparently here, because it seems to me he's looking for loot, he's looking for kill points here coming from Yoodo Gank. They've got 2. But TRX, they're suffering the consequences. And guess what? Random nades comes in. Manparang says, you know what, come, let's push this. They're all alone. We can win this fight. And the rest of the teams are coming in here. Chris, it's going to be the last man standing coming for TRX here. It's going to be up above. And they are going to go in for the flank. Yoodo says, we need those loots here. But Bravo gets taken down. Kai is going to be in some trouble here. It's going to be up to Drax to go in for the win. The Uzi spray comes up on top. Manparang is going to go for the flank as well. But looks like Chris is going to go for the nade. It's going to be okay here. Goes to a pre-fire comes in, but Yoodo Gank, there could be a little bit of miscom in. Manpower is going to be A-okay. He needs to heal himself up. But Kai is going to be taking a little bit more damage here. He needs to go for heals. He's got 32 bandage. But aside from that, nothing much out of order here. Number 8 comes in. Manpower manages to go for a reset. Does it hit the Manpower? Is it going to be okay? Oh, he's going to be fine for now. But Kai he needs to bandage up. As soon as they hear Yoodo Gank, they are going to force the issue here. They want to take the loose. And I'm surprised they gave up. And Manpower... looks
it's
like
still a flank.
Going for a huge flank here coming from Drax, but is this the right play here? Because Manpower will come up on top, but no! He takes him down. Kai is going for the clutch. Can he go for the bandage? One last thing, and he's gonna go down. Oh my goodness. TRX. Oh.
What a clutch though. This single-handed member of TRX has been able to wipe away 3 members out of Yoodo Gank. You can say it's a Yoodo Gank blunder, or you can say it's a very big play coming from Kai's, the new bloods of PMPL SEA. This is why you don't underestimate the teams from the PMCO qualifiers out there. Wales now on the roof, taking a little bit of peek over on towards Fake OP. Now, of course, with a little bit of shift of the circle, it's going to be moving all the way towards the northeast side. Now it's going to be by the edge of the Pachinki Hills. That's where RSG does have a little bit of advantage. Same goes to the side of Anti-Circle, as well as teams such as Geek Fam.
Oh, that was so unfortunate for TRX here. However, the game continues here. Geek Fam, they will get a little bit of a catch here. But yeah, like you said as well, TRX and Yoodo, they will share 3 points each here, taking each other out. So they will bow out both at 15 and 16. However, Dr. TA is going to be trying to provide. Damansara is, but they get completely obliterated here. But Dr. TA completely shot from afar. And DFV, oh my goodness, this is something that should not have happened. But because of this play here, Atai, he's got a really solid fortress right now here with all these explosive vehicles to fortify his position here. This is not going to be a hard place to push in, but still, Dr. TA facepalm in their face.
I'm not even sure if Atai still wants to be there anyways, you know, like, yeah, you may call it a fortress, call it whatever you want, but that was basically a setup coming from the side of DFV that is bound to happen if you're going to be standing next to vehicles, and it's got we're talking about. There's a lot of people around these fields, but here comes the nades, and here comes Insomnia's rushing over Finko P. He can actually go in for the 1v1. Camper from afar, he actually takes out Insomnia's as well. Fink, as much as he doesn't really have help, he tries to go in for another clutch by taking down Senbei Pro.
Oh, great hold there coming from Freak here. He knows there's going to be a lot of third parties helping out. And guess what? Todak did help him out here. That's going to allow IPW to solidify their spot. But now the nades are coming in. He doesn't seem to lob into his Freak here. He managed to get the full heal. And guess what? Min will go in for the full finish on top of that here. This time they're going to be hunkering down here. But slowly but surely there is going to be a small mini fortress for them. But they have to finish off the guys from WC Esports. 09K is going to try and go for nades. But it looks like they will fail the attempt here. They're going to be out and open here. This time the counter nades coming in. Tito will get shot from afar instead. And like you said here, IPW, they have to hold out the fort. Smokes are coming in here to provide a little bit of cover from Todak here. Meanwhile, Stuart 9K is prodding his way through, but he needs to finish off Tito. He doesn't exactly know where he is. Tito is just giving so much information. Unfortunately, will finally get taken down. Low Yu here will get scouted out guys from Min. IPWX here is going to go in for the nade here. Is it going to be a big one here? Because Wales Esports taking some serious fire coming in. And Todak is not giving any opportunity for IPW to go in for this kind of kill.
Well, I'm a little bit distracted by the buggy that's moving around, but nevertheless, this 2 versus 2 situation is not ending anytime soon. Zigzag, though, he now takes down Z. Unfortunate for the team that just won that chicken dinner. Bosskurr is losing members left, right, and center. Now leaving behind, there is a hurdle to run, and anti-circle has got the magnet to the circle this time around. 09K putting the pressure right in. There is 2 members that is currently stuck inside. Now, there is a healthy buggy if they can actually make their way out.
Yeah.
So that is the saving grace for either Team Wales or even the members from the side of IPWLX. Oh, Kim! Oh, too close.
Oh no, Kim here going to go for the push as well here. He finally scouts him out here, pre-fires, he baits out the initial shot and takes him out now, but he holds the trigger here from Zigzag, but eventually takes out Kim. Batman from afar provides the assist, gonna be keeping him alive, but that's gonna be a solo player coming in from them. So RSG will still be able to reset and revive Kim here. So great shot coming from Batman as well with the DP. However, Todak, they will abandon the compound as they make way to the next phase of zone. Homebois will be the one to try and pick a couple fights against them here as they are still also rotating their way in. Meanwhile, we do see RSG going to be playing on the outer section of the circle. Atai as well going to be tanking their way through. IPW, you know, they are finally making their move here, but they are still stuck in that shack. They were still pressured in fact that Todak might be the one to actually fight them off. However, now Todak and also Homebois are going to be having a little bit small skirmish right now.
Yeah, I definitely think that this is going to be an exchange of days that's coming by. Jin Boy gets taken out by Sandcorn. Great lob now, needing to actually finishing off the job against Static. Perfect one again, coming out Sandcorn with that double nade kill, but here comes RG crashing into the compound once again. They finally get this CQC right, and they are flushing them down, but Vokyo P, he gets naded by Superboy. The situation is not over just yet. They get a connection, and members of RSG, they're falling flat now. It's only down to Small Boy. The rest of Anti-Circle, they're coming right back, but you know, members of RSG, they're laying flat on the ground, slowly getting cleared up. As this is going to be Small Boy, the only one left remaining. He's tried his best. He does through. He actually goes in for Parkour. Now, back in, and he's only got so little health left. Superboy with those nades shuts down RSG.
Oh, massive nades coming in from Anti-Circle and RSG. They tried their best, but the 2 nades coming in here caught them by the victim. Small Boy tried to make it run here, tried to make whatever attempt he can do, but unfortunately, just too many people to handle. But that will be RSG bowing out on 8 plays for themselves. Meanwhile, we do see a lot of teams also coming out here as well. We do see DFV still alive here as a tie. Going to be tanking the zone as well. He's down to 6 plays, but his scout out members coming from Dingoz here. He's taking a couple shots in, but he is going to bleed out as well. He's trying to go in for the finish, but it's going to be Dingoz, the one that kills him off and goes in for the reset. Now, top 5 tier coming in here. IPW is still alive. Dingoz as well. Homebois as well. And these are not the usual teams that we are expecting here, Contra.
Yeah, and I gotta say, it's a step up coming from the teams that need the points the most. Even RSG, you know, like walk away with 5 points already, but they tried their best to take out Anti-Circle, but they have a stronghold, and I just don't know what or how Anti-Circle land those nades. connecting
right?
3 in a row. Like,
Exactly.
3. They don't have the angles to see. Like, that's absurd.
There's just so many perfect setups here from team and communication. However, Fix here, OP, going to be getting a couple knocks in. That's going to be a big one for them. However, Homebois this time, they are going to try and fight against Anti-Circle here. This time with not nades here. And once again, another nade coming in. Harm will shut them off down. But at the same time, do they know how many people are in? They're one-man short. Is it going to be 4 or 3 here? Because right now, Anti-Circle, they have to finish off the remaining players here. This time, Flash comes in. RGG, he's cooked up his nade. But at the same time, he doesn't know how many seconds left. So he needs to reset his cooked nades here. As Anti-Circle is doing a fantastic job at holding down the fort here. As Homebois is looking for that push here. Harm waiting for the right moment here. Is he going to go to finish? The smokes are coming in. But at the same time, Naoki is going to be there to provide assist as they want to take a slow approach. But look at this. Nook, he's flanking from afar as well. Anti-Circle waiting for the right angle. Nooksy going to be providing the suppressed nades as well. It's not working out yet. Both teams at a stalemate.
You know, it's interesting that this house itself is actually just by the edge of the circle now. Noxy looks to be lobbing a really good... And Tagcorn is down again. Now, trouble looms towards the side of Homebois. As much as they still have most of the members all around, they can't actually recuperate. But, oh boy, Harm coming in with the micro Uzi, trying to actually take down Nuke. Now switches over on for the M4, but right down below, he's kind of surrounded by the rest of Homebois. So if you were to actually focus down on Nuke, there's going to be even more Nazi with the nade again. How many more nades do the side of Anti-Circle has? And there you go. I think Anti-Circle can actually go down for the flush. But Dingoz, they're in such a good position. They don't even need to challenge anybody just about yet. And here comes the fight.
They are going in for the push as well, but Noxy will be out of the zone as well, but looks like they have to go in for the rush as well. Anti-Circle, they know they're weak and they will take them all out. Anti-Circle holds down the fort, not once, but twice in a row.
And here comes Dingoz Appy. He does get those kills coming in. This is the Dingoz that we've known for far too long. This is a game finally going in favor of them, and I tell you what, when Appy's around, you know they can have happier days ahead. So for the side of JPNC, they're just proning their way in, trying not to reveal themselves, while Anti-Circle cause so much noise. So I guess members from the side of Dingoz, they're going to be running past, but they won't know what's going to hit them if they run past Aduka as well as Banks. But oh boy, Anti-Circle spots out Banks, and I think this might just be a very dangerous place for him to hide.
Okay, he's going to be fine for now, but can he heal himself up here? Because as of now, he's stuck in a really tough position. Abby almost getting naded off, but Riff will scout out Banks here. So that's going to be a nice knock in, and Dingoz will try to go in for the finish. Banks is going to be picked up here from Resident Member here, but Anti-Circle, wow, look at all these smoke setups here. They are going to be repositioning themselves. They have got themselves a lot of utilities here, despite winning 2 fights against RSG as well as Homebois. So that's going to be allowing them to take advantage of the situation. They spread out their forces. They are going for the flank. This time, they are going to be setting up for both of these teams going for the blunder. But Dingoz, they understand the situation right now. They have to finish JPNC if they want to fight against Anti-Circle. Riff already making the preemptive measure to go in for the flank, but he cannot afford to get knocked down from the side of Dingoz.
That's right. Now we do see Riff coming in for the flank right there. They do have a great coverage with all 4 members intact. Once those smokes actually go down, this is where things actually get a little bit more hectic. And NC, I don't think they have the firepower to actually work against the likes of Anti-Circle. And now you can see their health's already getting chipped off. And there goes Superboy, spots them out before the side of members of Dingoz do so. NC get taken out by the side of Anti-Circle. And now down towards a 2 versus 4. I think this is going to be a lot harder. And there you go. A flank coming from Riff as they will be able to knock down players from the other end. And Noxy can only do so much. And Dingoz MPX, they finally get the game that they needed here. And hopefully it should be enough to get into the top 16.
Yeah, great positioning coming from Dingoz here. A little bit unfortunate for Anti-Circle here as they needed Dingoz and also GPNC to take each other out if they want to take a chicken dinner. But nevertheless here, props to Dingoz here because they finally got their chicken dinner. Congratulations with 7 kills thus far. Great positioning, great control thus far. Fantastic job at that. Congratulations to them.
That's right, and we see a really high ratio coming out of Dingoz MPX, but we're elaborating it further after this highlights brought to you by ESPN.
Wow, what a fantastic finisher in the final map for today, day 2 here in the weekdays. And seeing how Dingo's finally got their chicken dinner here, will they be able to make it in the top 16? We're going to be curious to see here, but the highlights here, honestly, I want to talk about Andy Circle because they were holding down a compound for the longest time here. They took a fight against RSG, came out on top. They took a fight against Homebois, they came up on top. And on top of that, the insane needs coming from Superboy as well as Nuki here was just insane. And it seems like they've got better over time here, and finally they've kind of, you know, being able to present an opportunity to actually kind of show what they've got. And I'm looking forward here. Are we going to see this Homebois in the Super Weekends? And do you think they will make it in the top 16?
Well, I really hope that they can actually make it through. And we see a lot of the teams that are actually on the lower side of the spectrum has been able to show up at the very least. But Anti-Circle today, I think this is the best day that we've seen them perform.
Oh, yeah.
And of course, Dingo's finally getting back into their winning ways. So hopefully that actually gives them a little bit more confidence heading in towards the weekend if they actually secure it, because it's far from over. Tomorrow we still have 5 more games to go, as much as this is the very last one. So make sure you guys stay tuned, because we still have an interview with the players out there, and of course the breakdown of the very final map on this really, really interesting game inside of Angle. I think this is one of the most exciting ones that we've casted together.
Oh yeah, definitely here. You know, finally we get to see a lot of action coming in here. A lot of teams finally, you know,
taking fights,
taking a lot of risks. In this case here, Yoodo Gank was one of the teams that kind of bowed out early on as well. I'm surprised he took a fight against TRX, and it was really in a situation where Yoodo Gank, they had I would say a situation where, hey, all we gotta do is just take a knock and we can rotate away. And surprise, surprise, they got a knock. Instead of rotating away, they went for the committed fight. And if initially they lost Putra, right? And then they were thinking, should we still go, yes or no? And then after that, Manpower got a couple of knocks in. They got 2 knocks and says, you know what? Circle's coming, why not? Just go for it. And when they went for it here, it looked good for the side of Yoodo Gank, which pretty okay, but unfortunately, you know, still was a really hard battle here. However, enough said here of what it actually break down as well. Let's take a look at towards the match ranking for how it all went down. Initially here, let's take a look at how Dingo's played it here. Chicken dinner, 7 kill points, 22 points, tying it with Anti-Circle.
Yeah, this is definitely an impressive results coming in from both teams, which is why we were mentioning a lot about Anti-Circle. I want to see how much are the damage output coming from both teams, because we know these guys really tear out their opponents. So 9 kills coming in for Homebois. This is one of the higher ones that we've seen coming in from the side of HB with 15 points, 13 points for JPNC with 13, and of course 12 points for IPWLX. And RG finally makes it in towards the first page here with 7 pointers. This is their best performance for today, and at the very least, this actually gives them a little bit of chance here to actually get in towards a better position. Meanwhile, for Damansara, FV, of course, 6, and Todak 4.
That's a lot of points here. However, on the bottom side here, you know, teams fell a little bit short here. I'm surprised every single team struggled in this particular map here, except for the top 4, for the top 5 teams here. Because the bottom half here, Yoodo Gank, they've got themselves 9 place and 3 points. TRX on 10th place here with 3 points here. Both of them pretty much, you know, gotten themselves out of the bottom side just by trading 3 for 3 in the early stages here, despite having no placement points thus far. It's going to help them out a little bit more. Bosskurr, early on, they get a chicken dinner in Miramar. This game, a little bit unfortunate for them. They will get some 2 points as well. SMG on top place here with 2 points for themselves. Will Esports, I don't know. It seems like today is just not their day here, because it seems like they are getting completely shut off by every single team. But it is going to be a Will Esports on 13th place here with 1 point. Geek Fam on 14th place here with 1 point as well. Dr. T on 15th place also with 1 point. And also NED Brotherhood here on 16th place with no points whatsoever. So that's pretty much the scores here for this particular match ranking. I'm looking forward to see how the next one is going to be here, because as of now, the overall rankings.
Overall rankings here, and we end the day here solidly for Evos VIP with a total of 109 points to close out the entirety of the day, as they are the only team at the 3-digit mark. Meanwhile, Yoodo Gank as well as IPWLX have been tying the scores at 2nd place technically, as they both shared 89 points. But in terms of kills, Yoodo Gank has most of it. Now, a few points behind is actually Anti-Circle, which I really feel like I'm rooting for this team a whole lot. Not only because it's funded by Solos, where he's taking good care of Anti-Circle, but look at the amount of points. It's just great. So Team Bosskurr 83, and there goes JPNC with 67, 65 for Team SMG. Team Secret now on the front page, and they are in number 8. So they got 62 points, 58 for TRX. And of course, on 10th place, we got R2k. Just correct myself right there. And this is definitely such a good sign because R2k might just be able to make it to the top 16.
Yes, and the bottom side here, let's take a look here. Whew, Dingoz shots shoot themselves up on towards 11th place here with 53 points with that chicken dinner here. And it seems to me the trend continues here. Whatever team takes its first chicken dinner this week here is going to be able to push themselves even higher in terms of scoreboards here. Since early on we had Team Secret, now it's going to be Dingoz's turn on 11th place. Dr. TA here with 12th place here, 48 points here. Geek Fam on 13th place here, 45 points. Sharing it with Homebois as well with a great run in early game here, but will get himself 14th place and 45 points. Meanwhile, DFV only be 15th place here with 43 points. Wales Esports going to be borderline dead bottom here, almost barely making the 16th place with 41 points. RSG will climb back themselves up in the 17th place here with 36 points. NED will be on the 18th place here with 34 points, but J8, oh my, 28 points on 90th place, and Todak, 2 really rough games here, finally getting himself 17 points in the second day here. Wow.
Yeah, and I gotta say, this is definitely a huge turn of events coming into the very end result, but Todak, honestly, they have to pull whatever they can get to coming to tomorrow because there's still chances out there. They just have to take it. MVP for the final match of the day goes to Dingoz MPX, and Riff is the man of the match with 3 kills to book out this match itself. And then here comes the 35.7% contribution to the team, where he was in charge of not only eyeing out anti-circle members, we saw him actually getting that flank over on towards JPNC that came on towards 3rd place. So I think Riff, this Wonder Kid, still has the shots.
Yeah, I really like what Riff did as well here. He went for a preemptive flank against the guys from anti-circle, which put him in a very risky position, but all he got to do is just play the waiting game, and the moment anti-circle takes out the fight against JPNC, they review their positions here. That was pretty much the moment for Dingoz going for the strike. So great opportunities here coming from Dingoz MPX, and I'm looking forward to see what they have to say here, because it seems to me we are going to be jumping into a very small reunion between Contra and Iron Prune. I'm looking forward to that interview here.
I'm actually looking forward for that too. Oh, look at this.
Oh, wow.
Okay, look at the charts.
All right.
It's quite amazing. Now, of course, some teams unfortunately don't get kills, but look at the others who actually get kills and the damage output. Some actually have really high damage. Look at JPNC.
Okay.
1.2k, but they only got 3 kills. And for the rest of it, like, the other 1.2k team is actually RG. If they actually survive longer, I think they could have actually gotten more. But, of course, the highlights were mostly on towards anti-circles. Galore of nades.
Yeah.
Towards Homebois and RSG.
Yeah, that was an insane round here coming from anti-circle. Great hole for them here. We did not expect it to work out for them, but eventually paid off tenfold for themselves. Congrats to them. Homebois as well, also getting 9 kills in process. So whoever actually won the fight from that compound here, they're pretty much going to be racking some serious points. In this case, anti-circle and Homebois were pretty much those teams here as well. Dingoz, they got the chicken dinner, but they still had almost the highest damage here in these regards. But let's take a look at the overall team summary thus far by the end of today's here. Seems like me, Evos VIP had a highest total kill here thus far. It's going to be 162 coming this week here. That's a lot of kills, wait. Or is it from last week all the way to this week?
I think that it's total kills from last week to this week. 162 is quite a number within just 2 weeks. Remember last season?
Wow.
2 weeks. I mean, this is the midweek. We're not even at the end of the week. This is so huge for Evos VIP. Team Secret still holding the most damage, as much as they crashed out some early games today, but they came back up strong with some great finishes. IPWLX here with some average survival time, which is great. You got to thank Camper as well as Pico P for that for today. And NED Brotherhood has one of the roughest rotations across the map, 69.3.
Yeah, almost every single map that they play here, they're pretty much the team that plays the corner edges of the entirety of the map. So for them to rotate here, most of the time they have to rotate really far compared to the rest of the teams here. But as of now here, let's take a look at the top 3 fraggers thus far. It's going to be Appy on first place here with 38 kills thus far, with total damage of 5,991, followed by Evos VIP Sam, and he's got 37 kills thus far and 6,596 damage here. But his favorite gun is actually M16, and on the top 3 here we have Bravo with the favorite gun of Uzi here, and 36 total kills and also 5,289 damage here. So our top 3 fraggers here have 3 different interesting choices of favorite weapons. A very close amount of kills here, but damage-wise, it's going to be VIP Sam having the highest amount of damage.
That's right, and you can definitely see a little bit of a difference between some of the players. Appy actually plays less games as compared to Samzy because there's a little bit of switch around. So I guess if Appy actually get more games in, he can actually have an interesting race between, you know, Bravo, Samzy. I like to call him Samzy, but I forgot that about the X in the middle, you know? Like, people always call him like Samzy, so... Okay, let's take a guess, you know?
All right.
Who will be the one that actually gets the Terminator of the week?
Oh, that's going to be a rough one here. But before we go in towards the bye-bye and also the interview and also analysis section here, for these guys, be sure to come back tomorrow as well, because tomorrow we are going to be seeing more matches to come here. It's going to be the final day for the weekdays here for tomorrow's match for the PMPL MYSG Season 3 here. We are going to be seeing Miramar Sandhawk, Erangel Sandhawk as well. So it's going to be the last hoorah for those trying to making into the top 16.
All right, and of course, we will be looking forward for our final day of the Weekday League. And after tomorrow, we're going to be seeing who will be popping up. But, you know, it's time to actually speak to the winners of the final game inside Erangel. Let's have a look at Dingoz MPX. Itulah dia persembahan yang begitu menakjubkan daripada Dingoz MPX, dan bersama dengan kita di sini kita ada Dingoz Iron Pro. So Iron Pro, hai, dah lama tak jumpa, ni macam reunion orang tua RSG kan? Tak adalah.
Boleh.
So cuma nak tanya kan, so minggu ni memang kita nampak prestasi Dingoz memang agak berbeza daripada minggu yang pertama. Minggu pertama memang kita nampak momentum yang sangat tinggi, tapi untuk Super Weekend nampak macam rough sikit lah. So, apakah kesukaran bagi Dingoz MPX dekat Super Weekend, dan apakah perasaan Iron Pro sekarang yang baru saja mendapatkan chicken dinner?
Macam minggu pertama tu, kita orang banyak main guna cara kita orang lah. Masa kat screen semua. And then mungkin ada setengah team tu dah baca gameplay. And then macam minggu ni kita orang ada buat strat baru lah. Cara baru untuk Super Weekend lah. Untuk ready untuk Super Weekend.
Oh, nampaknya begitulah. I see. Dan kita boleh nampak adaptation yang agak baik jugalah. Dan untuk hari ini, kita boleh tengok Dingoz MPX perform dengan begitu baik di dalam Erangel. So, adakah Erangel ni favorite map untuk semua player Dingoz MPX ke? Macam mana? Sebab kita memang nampak ada banyak chicken dinner untuk Dingoz MPX di Erangel.
Sebenarnya kalau ikutkan favorite map kita orang adalah Miramar. Tapi sekarang ni selalunya perform kat Erangel lah.
Okey lah tu, at least yang map-map yang kita tak biasa pun boleh dapat menang. So it's a good thing lah. So nak tanya Ayin, sejak kita dah lama tak jumpa kan, so dekat gaming house Dingoz MPX tu suasananya biasanya macam mana? Okey tak?
Suasana dia lebih kurang cakap RSG juga, bising-bising, jerit-jerit lah, apa semua macam-macam lah.
Okey lah, seronok jugalah macam tu.
Seronok je. Happy kat sini.
Okay, so I'm actually glad to hear that you memang happy dekat Dingoz MPX. Saya memang tengok Dingoz MPX memang boleh pergi sangat-sangat jauh, dan kita harapkan Dingoz MPX berjaya untuk mendapatkan poin-poin yang banyak menuju kepada Super Weekend. So, last question. So, Iron Pro, ada apa-apa yang nak sampaikan kepada peminat Dingoz MPX ataupun siapa-siapa yang support Iron Pro daripada mula-mula main PUBG sampai sekarang?
Untuk peminat Dingoz, minta maaf 2-3 hari ni kita orang macam turun sikit. Tapi insyaAllah esok and then nanti Superweekend kita orang akan buat yang terbaik lah untuk korang.
Okay, alright. Thank you so much Iron Pro. Of course, all the best untuk Iron dan juga rakan-rakan perseperjuangan di dalam Dingoz MPX. So, hopefully you guys will be able to win a whole lot more and we should see you guys in the Superweekend, alright? Okay,
Alright.
take care. Terima kasih.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Alright, bye Iron Pro. Alright, that's all that we have here from the interview. That was Iron Pro. Yep. We go way back in RSG. So let's actually have a look and the survey analysis and recap of this game itself. So let's see some of the movement patterns coming in from Dingoz MPX. Now, look at the server circle. They start off from Rozok and they made their checkpoint into Ruin. So this is a really good place to be for this particular game. Reason being that many other teams, they were coming from the northern side, holding on towards Gatka, as well as Pachinki. Some may be on the outskirts of school, so Ruins didn't really get that much attention. So Dingoz MPX, they were slowly picking people off one after another and make their way deeper in towards where the side of the hills of Pachinki is at. And they did so without having too much harm, where Anti-Circle was actually taking the top side while they were hanging on towards the lower edge. But the only survey problem that they can actually face off with is from the open fields of Gatka. Now, they came from Ruins, so they kind of know what's coming from Ruins, right? So they don't have to worry all too much about that, while Homebois have been crashing from the Gatka hills in towards the compounds where Anti-Circle was at. So count the lucky stars as Dingoz MPX will be able to actually hold out as compared to the rest of the teams. Now, the rest of the Todak, they were having pretty much the same idea, taking Gatka, but it didn't really last it for all too long. RSG played a better game this time around, and we saw JPNC, they were holding on towards both the Pachinki hills, which was relatively interesting, while Damansara Evi eventually crashes all the way in towards the southern side. So over on towards the west side is where we see many of all these contests coming out, and the most interesting part was actually IPWLX taking on Wills Esports, because we see that's the first exchange of nades that we see between these two teams. And then Geek Fam came in to try the third party, NED Brotherhood kind of suffered a huge loss. Same goes to Yoodo Gank and TRX much, much early on, right? So as we move deeper right in, we will be able to actually see Pamburu and the rest of Dingoz securing the center of the circle, and they've never let it go. They just held on towards the compound, making it a little bit hard for the side of Homebois, which forces them to either spend a lot of time proning, pop a lot of smokes, or drive in towards a different section here, and that's where they just got every ground covered, especially when even the likes of RSG, everybody wants to hit in towards that shelter that Anti-Circle had, and it made it a little bit easier for Dingoz to shut off the entirety of the competition. So that is all that we do have here for the players that have been playing a long haul of 5 games in a row. And of course, that's all from me, Contra, that has been doing all the recaps for you. You can follow me on ContraCast on Facebook. So of course, with that being said, thank you guys so much. We'll be returning back to the casters, that's for a little bit. And of course, we'll have a little bit of catch up here before we close the show.
Test 1, 2, 3. Hello. In the name of all competitors, atas nama semua pesaing, kami berjanji bahawa kami akan mengambil bahagian dalam PUBG MOBILE Pro League NYSG musim ketiga dengan menghormati dan mematuhi peraturan kepada yang mengaturnya untuk melakukan pertandingan tanpa menipu, atau bersikap negatif dalam semangat kesukanan yang sebenarnya. Untuk kejayaan pertandingan dan penghormatan pasukan kami.
Yeah, welcome back here. Thank you guys so much for amazing analysis here, especially for enjoying that as well, coming back, still staying tuned as well to actually watch out towards the ending of this show. But before that, here Contra, amazing heartfelt reunion here. I can feel that you and I Am Pro had this the brotherhood, man.
Yeah,
that
because
has been like
both
a
of us
lot
are
of
not,
history.
no longer in RSG, right? Like,
No, it's more like both of you have like gone through a lot of hardship in the histories of PUBG Mobile. It's been 3 seasons thus far. You guys have gone through a lot. I can feel like you both have a lot of expression that you guys want to express each other's love and become lovers here. And April Fools.
no love.
I got you right there.
No lovers.
Hey.
We are just brothers from another mother.
Hey, that sounds better. That sounds better.
All right. So, of course, we thank all of you guys watching the entirety of the show, or whether if you guys just tune in for a game or so. This is the PMPL MYSG Season 3, as all of this is co-organized by VSPN, and it's in collaboration with Tencent Games, Lightspeed and Quantum Studios, as well as PUBG Corporation. Any words from you?
And before that as well, shout out to our amazing official smartphone partner here, challenging your boundaries with Xiaomi. Catch all the action happening on our socials at Facebook, at YouTube, and PUBG Mobile Malaysia, and also catch the live broadcast through our official media partner, WeTV. Always more for the PUBG Mobile Pro League MYSG Season 3. That's pretty much it for us here. My name is IcyBaby12, and he is going to be Contra, and we'll be seeing you guys again tomorrow.
That's right. Of course, do take care, and we'll see you guys for day number 3 of PMPL MYSG Daily.